There's not much in the kitty except a set of ivory-backed hairbrushes and my library of romantic poetry, but when the time comes, these will be yours, along with whatever we haven't already spent on whores and whiskey.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Welcome to chat. We have one of our guests waiting in the background here. We'll bring you up in just a quick second. Meme Copium is just what Meme Copium was waiting for me to start so that he could come and join. So, all right. Before we bring up the guests, just do the quick little, hey, how is everybody doing? Welcome to the mods. Mods, great to have you here. Great to have everybody else here. And I should have had the proper screen up, but I didn't. So we got a new member overnight. But of course, I was a tool bag and didn't. Came in on a description for one of the videos, on this video, as a matter of fact, before it started, and then the name was deleted. So I'm gonna have to go back through the stacks. I apologize for not noticing that straight out of the gate today, but we did get a new member overnight. And I wish to God I remembered her name, because that would be the decent thing of me to do, would be to say welcome. Well, we are here, and tonight we are going to be having a delightful conversation with our two guests we have here. Let's bring them both up right now. We have Aussie Overlord, formerly known as the Law Patrol, formerly known as whatever. Have we decided on a name yet?
Yeah, I think we're going to stick with this one. I owe it to chat. Okay. It was more just... it took my wife all of 60 seconds to kick me up the rear end and make me make a decision. So I was actually quite happy for that. But yeah, I think we'll stick with this one for the moment.
And we have the legendary Meme Copium with us. How are you today, sir?
Howdy. How's it going?
Good. How'd the stream go?
Yeah, pretty good. There's some really interesting stories. Like, what do you think about this legal defense? So they find a man's arm in a shark. So they catch a shark, they take it to an aquarium, then 2 days later it throws up an arm that has a tattoo on it. They suspect he's been murdered, but the defense team says that, Your Honor, this is just an arm. The guy could be alive still out there. You can't prove this is a body. It's not a body, it's an arm.
Habeas corpus, man. Produce the corpse.
No, well, see, that story itself did remind me of one of my favorite moments in law. That case where there's a lawyer is questioning a doctor on the stand, and the lawyer says to him, "Doctor, how can you be sure that the guy was dead?" And the doctor says, "Well, given that his brain was on the table next to me, I mean, he could be out there practicing law right now."
I remember that joke.
Well, and that's always the lame questions that lawyers have to ask for foundational issues. Like, so was he dead before you murdered him? You know, those kind of questions. He was dead. So after he died, did he say anything to you? You know, that kind of thing. I love those questions. But yeah, that sounds like a good defense to me. You know, it's just the arm. He could very well be alive.
It's very true.
Well, that was an interesting way to start off. And Madcore Mofo will be joining us in about an hour. He's got to take care of some stuff and finish. So what we're going to do tonight is we're going to be talking about two Australian legends, and I thought I should bring on three Australian legends to educate me and the rest of you about the two Australian legends. What we'll do is we'll go in chronological order. The first guy we're going to be talking about in just a minute is the real Iron Man, Ned Kelly. Ned Kelly was 1880s. Well, how this all started was like that. You know, we'll get into there were some public service announcements that a friend and I were sharing, and I shared a public service announcement by Chopper Reed, and we'll get talking about Chopper Reed later. And then I was thinking, you know, he's kind of the Robin Hood of Australia, I guess. He's the bad guy that just steals from, tortures, and murders other bad guys to get his money. Sort of a Dexter-y sort of fellow. And so I think, well, who do we have like that in America? That were just common low-life criminals, but they reached kind of a folk hero cult status. That like Bonnie and Clyde, Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid. We have people like that. But it seems like, and I guess, you know, Australia sort of has that same old West kind of, out West feel like my hometown does, because it was sort of the same thing. It's a dust bowl that grew up into be a thriving metropolis, and a big city's a little, and you kind of have to pull yourself up by your bootstraps. And I think there's a big thing for like the working man, for the lower classes to come up and stick it to the man a little bit. So we'll talk about Ned Kelly and his Iron Man suit, as well as his lengthy short criminal life, with his lengthy criminal activities in his short life. And then we'll spend the rest of the night talking about one of the most fascinating people you'll ever see, Chopper Reed. And I asked these guys to come on and talk about Chopper, and then I found this Ned Kelly guy, and I thought, well, we can just do a little bit of a background on him and then go into Chopper. But then I started seeing that his Wikipedia entry is like 40 pages long, this Ned Kelly. I mean, holy God,
Ned Kelly's amazing. There's a hell of a lot there. This will more than likely be part one of a series, at least, for various things. I mean, I was talking with Scott Cardinal and a few other people about, how it would be to cover the Australian cases, like the historical cases, and diving into Ned Kelly, it would be a series on its own if you covered it from start to finish. So let's cover over the basics of why he's such a Australian, anti-hero. But yeah. And then we'll do that for a bit. Then we'll jump into Chopper Reed. Before we get going, I guess for those people here that don't know who you both are, give yourself a little bit of an introduction, who you are, what you're doing, and what you're going to be doing in the future. Meme, go ahead first.
Oh, right. So I do streams.
Australian.
What's it like to be an Australian?
No, what qualifies you to be an Australian?
Oh, well, I was born in in Queensland, Australia. I did live in New Zealand, though, so I have a bit of a weird accent. Most people think I'm from England or something, which is very untrue. But I used to live in Australia. Then I moved to New Zealand. Then now I'm in Japan. And I stream most nights about 8 p.m. Japan time, which is about an hour before what time it is now for you in your country. And I also do videos about media and issues that I find interesting and stuff.
Well, tonight you did a missing Australian girl case.
Yes, it was 5 unexplained mysteries and also a cursed road in Australia that has quite a few missing people on it. Very interesting stuff.
Cool.
Sometimes people forget how big Australia is. There's a large stretches of road in like the Northern Territories and like the northern parts of Australia where you can just drive and be abandoned for the longest time. And I think Hayden can probably confirm this, right? Like the advice is that if someone's like lying on the road, like implying for you to stop, the advice is just keep driving. And even if you have to run,
don't stop, keep driving. No, literally, it's a thing here where it's used as a tactic to get you to pull over so you can get carjacked or worse.
It's a trap.
Exactly.
Basically, it's a trap. You drive around and you keep going.
Mad Max. It's like the real Mad Max.
Cool. Well, I've had 2 friends, a friend and a brother go to Australia. I haven't been there yet. I was going to make a grand tour of Australasia, but COVID had other plans for me, I guess, a couple of years ago. My brother went there. God. Well, he was there when Steve Irwin died. That was part of him being there. He just went there. He was going to hang around, just do some Outbacky stuff in the Outback. And I got this message. He's like, I've been sitting in this bar out in the Outback. It was in like the Queensland Outback, I believe it was actually. And it's some rancher station plus 50 miles. I'm sitting here watching footy on TV, drinking expensive beers, thinking, I can do this in my own living room for free. And then the next day I get a text message, Steve Irwin dead, mission accomplished, returning home.
Well, you know what they say, right? Like everyone remembers where they were when Steve Irwin got stung. And when I was a kid, I had a traumatic experience with a stingray. And my family spent a few years trying to convince me they were harmless. And the day that Steve Irwin died, my phone was just like, boom, 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 like 17 different messages, like saying, they're all just like, you were right, you were right, you were right. So,
sorry. Well,
I was vindicated after a few years.
Brandon Lesko is starting us out here. Shout out to my boys here. Let's get at it. Admit I brought Ned Kelly up and I shall grant you quarter eventually. Did you bring it up? If you brought it up, Brendan, I have no memory of it. You probably brought it up when you were paying me to drink. So cheers. Okay, I'll admit you brought it up if that keeps you around. Thank you so much for that super chat. Oh, And by the way, before we get into Aussie Overlords, I'm just gonna take a while to start calling you that. We're getting into Hayden's deal here. We got 125 of you here now, 63 likes. That means half of you haven't done your job. Get down there, hit the like button, please. You've stayed here more than 30 seconds. That means you like it. So do me a favor, hit the subscribe button too if you haven't already done so. And as I mentioned, pretty much every day for the past 3 weeks, YouTube is going through this weird purge where they just purge your subscribers for no reason. So if you have subscribed, make sure you're still subscribed and visit these guys' channels. Their links are twice here below. Follow them, go there, subscribe to their channels. You'll love if you have any remote liking for what I do, you'll love what they do, because they do whatever I do like 10 times better. So make sure you visit them, subscribe to them, like all their videos, and enjoy their streams too. And this is a good thing. We're all around the same. We're like the only three. Well, Legal Mindset started doing more stuff in the morning than at night.
Mm-hmm.
But Legal Mindset and us three, and we work sort of the people in this time zone. So
yeah,
we're pretty good. We kind of got it locked and covered. So we're all here. We're all time. So you can put us on if you're in the States. Listen to us in the background and during your office, whatnot. Now, I had an email telling me to read your chat last night because not everybody can afford the super. I don't specifically avoid texts. I just want to put this out there. I don't avoid the chat. I love my chat. My chat is great. And I try desperately to pay as much attention to chat as possible. But for example, what I'm doing here is last night I was reading. Here I'm entertaining people. I've got 3 different screens that I'm focusing on for upcoming clips, upcoming articles. I've got the health of the stream thing to go through, and I'm looking at about 5 screens, trying to do a show, trying to handle things backstage. So I can't really just stare and read the chat like everybody else, but I do look at it as much as possible. And the only reason I say super chat, if you have a question that you absolutely want answered, if you have something you want to get out, or if you just want to throw money at me, which I'm always grateful for. The only reason I say that will guarantee you to get noticed is because when the super chats come up, I'm looking ahead and then suddenly my peripheral vision flashes yellow or green or red, and then I go, oh, there's a super chat. I'm not purposely ignoring the chat. I'm doing as much as I can to read the chat, as most of you will know. So there's Solvis, thank you so much. Meme sounds like Mahler, but with reduced bass.
I get that
Crank
a
up
lot.
the bass.
Get that a lot.
Really?
Oh yeah. Mahler is a video essayist from EFAP. Very, very funny, entertaining guy.
Crank up the bass then you can sound just like him.
Also, if people have an issue with their chats not being read, if they're like non-monetized chats, my advice is just write a funnier comment.
Well, and if it's something that people think I should answer to, I'll have like 5 people screaming, read so and so's chat, and then I scroll up and I find it. But I really do appreciate all the chat that goes on. I try to pay as much attention as possible. I'm just saying you're guaranteed to get my attention and read if you super chat. There's no base limit. There's no minimum amount to get your chat read. Just anything. And if I see something that's going on in chat, I will. But that's enough about that. Please forgive me if I don't answer all of your questions, because there's 400, 500, 600 people at any time, or if you have rackets here, there's 3,200 people at any given time, and I just can't keep up with it. But now we got Meme Copium. Tell us about yourself, Aussie Overlord.
Yeah, well, I mean, there's probably plenty of you in chat that would know me otherwise as Law Patrol. Unfortunately, I got sick and tired of getting jumped on by a bunch of cartoon dogs. No one could find my channel. So I think it was Sunday night. We spent 6 hours finding a new name for me. This one particularly is voted by chat. We had multiple rounds of polls, whatever. This is what ultimately came out of it. I added the Aussie bit just because even Overlord itself was a little bit on the nose. So just went, just go back to the grassroots. But yeah, guys, I run, my stream is generally around 8 o'clock here. So, what is it, 14 hours?
Korea,
9 o'clock Korea.
Yeah. 8 o'clock Eastern. Yeah.
I am toying with doing more of an afternoon evening stream for the US, but we'll see whether or not the name change makes a difference, because that's more of what I was looking at, seeing as whether or not we can boost viewers. But yeah, basically law, laughter, news, we do it all. For the moment, it's literally grab yourself a cup of coffee and we take care of everything and anything that will keep people entertained on their for their morning. So
Well, great. And make sure you subscribe to these people here. They're great people. And this reminds me, this is a gin tonic. This is an Australian stream, so drinking is not encouraged. It's required, gentlemen. Get
Damn
at
it.
I'll have to go grab my my meads. I just racked a bunch of my honey meads for the second batch. So I think I've got one of the coffee ones actually I was telling you about. I'm gonna have to try that one.
Yeah, you were telling me about a coffee mead.
Yeah,
which sounded really fast. Oh, you were going to show the ramen that.
Oh right.
If some of you were watching the stream I did with Nick Ricade and Rackets, he was talking about this ramen, this gigantic package of ramen that says "Do not eat alone." That was Meme Copium that sent him that ramen package. So he's going to bring it back here, okay?
Sorry, the ramen was too big and it couldn't fit in my bandwidth. I'll share my screen in a second. Oh wait, hold on.
Okay, I've been waiting to see this ramen.
Right. That actually surprised me when I heard that, because I was listening to your screen and I was listening to the stream, right? And Nick mentioned the ramen, and this is what I was talking about. So there it is. So this is there's a bit of
4,000 calories.
Yeah, and if you see down here. It says "Zettai hitori de tabenai de kudasai," which means absolutely do not eat alone. So there's actually a bit of a story behind this. Like when I moved to Japan, it was like, because I lived in Japan twice, but when I came back the second time, I was watching a Ricada stream. I think this was back when he had like 60,000 subscribers, and I was like, you know what, I'm going to send him a bunch of Japanese snacks, and I included this box and stuff. But I did it on my other channel, Inaka Adventure, which is a Japanese travel focused channel. And I sent it to him, and this is when the quarantines and everything was going on. And I think that this box, because they stopped doing airmail, so it had to go by freight, by sea. And I think it got stuck.
Oh, really? Korea did the opposite. They stopped doing surface and only did air.
Really?
Weird. Yeah,
well, I think this package box got stuck on that ship that was in the Suez Canal for the one that ran aground. So it took forever to get there, and then eventually he got it, but then I guess he hasn't eaten it yet. This is, I think, almost 2 years ago. So it's kind of, and in that time I've started on a new channel, and it's grown bigger than the other channel that I had previously. So it's very funny. So
I wonder what the sodium content on that is.
It tastes terrible. It tastes like cardboard. I tried eating one by myself. I couldn't finish it.
Oh, really? So it's not like a flavor.
You literally went against the rules. It literally says "Do not eat alone."
Who else was stupid enough to eat this thing? But
so it's just kind of a gimmicky thing. It's not a
I mean you're supposed to share it with friends, but who can find friends these days?
Yeah, who wants friends? More ramen for me. More cardboard ramen for me.
Chat's all the friends we need. It's all good.
Yeah. He can't eat it now. That ramen has so many stories. Yeah, it's traveled. That ramen's seen some shit, man.
Let me bring up the macros for it. Actually, it's really terrible. Wait, I can almost see it on this low end thing.
Well, a basic Korean ramen has about 500 calories and like 1,800 grams of milligrams of sugar. It's basically like a day and a half worth of your salt content.
Yeah, I think it says 465 grams of carbohydrates and 246 grams of salt. Is that a lot?
Whoa,
that's a lot. 246 grams is like that's like a quarter of a kilo of salt.
Yeah,
that's a big boy.
Holy crap!
They did warn you not to eat it by yourself.
Yeah, seriously, and eat it in the hospital.
Yeah. Eat it in the ambulance on the way to the hospital.
I feel like if you eat this ramen, you're gonna get like a case of gout, and your fingers are gonna look like the new king's fingers. Have you seen those?
Yeah. Well, your picture, was it your picture or Yellow Jacket's picture that said these are the hands of the king? Was that yours?
I think I may have reposted that, yeah.
But that was scrunched a bit. He's not that gouty, I guess. Flux, thank you so much, Flux. Happy Hump Day. Question: why is everything in Australia trying to kill you all the time? I'm pretty sure the bugs are there from the hollow earth. Yeah.
Survival of the fittest.
There's even trees. There's even trees that will come after you. Venomous trees.
Oh God, yeah. There's a particular tree. Yeah, there is a particular tree when
it's called the Gimpy tree. It's a real tree.
The Gimpy tree.
It makes you kill yourself.
One guy wiped his behind with it, and he shot himself to take away the pain.
Oh God.
There was also one guy, I think during World War II, a dude's horse ate some of it or something, and the guy was riding it, and the horse just ran off a cliff. So it's like the only tree that can like make
It can literally kill you. Yeah.
What?
Apparently,
It's like poison ivy to like the nth degree. It's just there's nothing what you can do.
If you get stung by it, even if they remove because it has like these little needle spines that apparently if you have like a waxing strip, that's really good for pulling out the things. It's almost like a jellyfish sting or something. But apparently you can feel it for up to 2 years after an infection of it. And like you have to have a cold shower, then the tree will make you feel like really weird. It just looks like a normal tree though. It's not even scary. It's just like a regular looking tree.
You can't even notice it.
Well, that would be something I would want to notice.
I think the leaves just look like regular oak leaves. You don't. You just stay fully clothed. You go walking in the areas. It's surprise. He's deaf.
Well, that is like the most Australian thing ever. Holy crap!
I think they're only in Queensland though, right? They're only like in northern Queensland. So
I'm pretty sure they're in the Daintree. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, like I said, I think it was with you. And we were talking about Terry Pratchett's Lost Continent.
Oh yes,
book.
yes, that's a great book.
Yeah, that's like one of my favorite. I mean, when it starts out, this is not a book about Australia. No, it's about somewhere entirely different, which just happens to be here and there a bit Australian. And then it goes on to tell you about how everything is trying to kill you.
Yeah, I love that scene, right, where Death like goes to the library to find out what things can kill you in Australia, and there's just all these books, and it's like, all right, what doesn't kill you in Australia? Like a little piece of paper like floats down very slowly, grabs it. It's like some of the sheep.
Some of the sheep.
No, I mean that's a fascinating thing, and that just tells you how tough life was in Australia before there were Australians.
Oh, absolutely. There's a for part of our VCE, so high school education. One of the things that we did during history classes, we had to look at some of the old Australian literature, and one of the stories they had us read was basically based on the memoirs of someone who grew up during the colonization time, so the 1800s sort of thing. And there's an excerpt in there. Oh, did I freeze?
No, I froze.
Oh, I'm on Wi-Fi. No, I think it's me. I'm on Wi-Fi for some reason. Hang on.
No, it was me. YouTube has been really twitchy the last couple of days.
Yeah, it's been a bit weird.
That's really strange, though. I have no idea why I'm on Wi-Fi. I might drop out. It's reconnecting. But anyway, so there was an excerpt from this book, and it talks about them waking up, opening the door on their mud hut, and a red-bellied black snake slithers out from under the bed and goes out the door after they open it, and just like slithers right past them.
I was a kid. I just thought it had the coolest name, the red-bellied black snake. Even though it wasn't the most venomous snake in Australia, that would be the taipan, right?
There's definitely worse ones, but it'd be frightening for someone that's not used to them.
Well, out of the mountains of Utah, I mean, when you're camping and whatnot, you check your sleeping bag and your shoes before you get into them for rattlesnakes and scorpions and the odd tarantula. But Australia is really, really dangerous, though. I mean, is the box jellyfish that the tail slaps you and it just leaves these horrific scars on you for the rest of your life?
The ocean ones, those ones scare me the most because, like, basically all of the toxins that those creatures have paralyze you while you're underwater. So, like, a blue ring a blue ring octopus will, as long as someone replaces your lungs functions.
Even the octopuses are toxic?
Yeah, blue ring octopus.
Shit, yeah. Blue ring octopus.
You can find them in Hawaii and also, I think, Japan. But they'll just paralyze your entire system, and you as long as you can get like on an iron lung to just keep your lungs moving for like 3 hours, you'll live. But the thing is that all the octopus are in the ocean, right? So it's not the easiest place to get paralyzed. But a lot of the things like cone shells, stonefish are terrifying. They're just like these invisible fish that you step on. They've got a horn on the top of their head, and it just like goes through your feet and like paralyzes you again.
You cop that, you're dead. But you can't. You don't really even have the time to try and get to the hospital. You have to hope that you're in an area where, say, the surf lifesavers or someone like that might have the antivenom on hand. Otherwise, you're gone. Stonefish are terrifying.
The cone shells always scare me too because they're so pretty and they look like the sort of thing you want to pick up. A cone shell.
Okay.
It's like a
think like a really poisonous conch shell.
Yeah, it's like a poisonous snail.
Of course it is.
I think if you just search in cone shell, you can find it. They're pretty cool though. Their shells look nice.
what I'm getting out of this conversation is don't touch anything in Australia.
Pretty much.
Don't touch
anything. If you haven't personally made it, cooked it, prepared it, killed it, just don't touch it. Just don't.
Oh, wow.
I think my favorite one is the funnel web spider. So,
can we not?
Well, that was the one they modeled Shelob after, if I'm not mistaken.
So right.
I'm pretty sure the Shelob was modeled after a New Zealand variant, but yes, it's near enough.
Because Peter Jackson said he was terrified of them.
Yeah,
and so that's why he made Shelob.
Well, it may have been the Avondale spider, which is actually a variant of the Australian huntsman spider that came over and sort of settled in New Zealand, just in a specific area of Auckland, Avondale, to be precise. But for the funnel web spiders, they mostly only live around Sydney, and they like to wander around. And they've got they're like the big, like thick, scary spider, right? With these big two fangs, they can bite through your toenail. And we had to check our shoes every morning growing up in Sydney for them. And they'll wander into people's yards and go into people's pools and stuff. And they can stay underwater for like 4 hours. So you have to check your pools and stuff. Now the funny thing about their venom is.
There's nothing funny about them.
No. The funny thing
we have to laugh or we'll cry.
This is good. This is good. Their venom is very dangerous to humans, but it doesn't affect cats or dogs. So if you see one, you can throw your cat at it, and they can kill them for you.
But is that what they make the anti-venom out? Because that's what they do in the States with rattlesnakes. Horses are essentially immune to rattlesnake venom, so they use horse blood to make the rattlesnake anti-venom.
It's possible.
Oh, no, we're just dumb enough that
web since they had the anti-venom.
That is true, but no, for the most part, there's plenty of footage from like the Australian Museum and the Australia Zoo and that sort of thing where they milk the funnel webs. So they annoy them enough that they stand up on their back legs like this, fangs come out, the poison drips off.
I didn't even know that spiders had nipples.
Well, Flux says, "Wow, I was kidding, but shit." Hashtag banter.
Hold on. I'll go grab my drink. I'll be right back.
All right. But I mean, it's.
Oh, I gotta be careful.
I've seen the pictures. I see the people that are just like the surfers or the divers. That one of those the box jellyfishes will just swim by them and they'll just get grazed by the tail, and they have these horrific ink blood scars on their arms for the rest of their life, and the flesh necrotizes, and they said it just feels like you're just being burned alive for weeks until it goes away. I'm thinking, well, that's a reason to stay out of the oceans right there.
Yeah.
No, the funnel spiders taking up residency in shoes and things. Ugh.
Oh yeah, you have to check. I'm not dumb enough to leave my shoes outside. If I ever was there, you have to look for snakes, you have to look for spiders, you have to look for cats. Funny story behind the cats, but that's a bit of a joke.
You got poison cats too?
No. When I was living with my grandmother for a little while, her cat had kittens, and we couldn't work out where the meowing was coming from. And then I looked in the cupboard, and like 2 of the kittens were just curled up inside my shoe. But if I hadn't checked, because I was afraid of spiders, I wouldn't have known.
You would have just squished them.
Unfortunately, it would have been horrifying for everyone involved.
Well, yeah, I mean, we have wolf spiders, huntsman spiders, black widows, rattlesnakes, scorpions, things like that. But you're generally gonna survive if you get nailed by one of them. I mean, there's nothing.
Yeah, look, for the most part,
terminal.
Like the stuff that's in the ocean is the stuff that's really going to get you. For the most part, funnel webs, redbacks, what's the other one we've got? Whitetails, and the various snakes. As long as you get to the antivenom, you're going to survive. You might have some horrific disfiguration for the rest of your life, but you're going to survive. It's basically, if you're out in the middle of nowhere, that's when you're in real trouble.
Yeah, I mean, people just think, rattlesnakes are deadly, but you'll swell up, but if you get where you need to go, you're going to be okay.
I caught the end of that. I think I heard Hayden say it's a fate worse than death, but you'll still survive. Sounds about right.
Basically, yeah.
Yeah, great. So you just won't die, but you wish you did.
Basically, welcome to Australia.
You should work for the tourism board. I think they've got a place for you guys.
There's a reason that the Australian government had to put a hot chick in a bikini on our ads to try and get people to come here. It's because anything else would have been terrifying.
Bet she turns out to be a spider.
Hey, Law Talk.
Well, it was Lara Bingle, so
I was on Legal Mindset, and now I have this crazy guy in a cowboy hat. Hey, Mike, welcome aboard here. We're just talking about everything in Australia trying to kill you, including Ned Kelly and Chopper Reed, who we're going to get to here in just a second. But yeah, that was the worst of the worst in Australia is the drop bears, I hear.
Oh, absolutely.
Oh yeah. The drop bears. I mean, and they've got this
koalas.
They've got this terrifying habit of only dropping on tents that are occupied exclusively by women. I don't know if you've seen that documentary that was put out by Bundaberg Rum,
I've never seen that one.
Are you serious? You really should. It's funny.
I haven't seen that. I'll have to check that out.
Yeah.
Law Talk with Mike says we love Australia. Well, you missed the first 30 minutes where we just talked about literally everything, including cats that can kill you in Australia.
You're going to go with the cats, not the tree that makes you kill yourself? Are you talking about the cats?
The fucking trees will kill you in Australia. It's like the Ents, but worse. Eric Huntley, my Aussie friend, says it's still safer than Chicago. Law Talk with Mike, is Australia still safer than Chicago?
It's a good question. I will have to attend Chicago so I can judge that for myself. But
Law Talk with Mike lives there, so he can tell us if it's still safer than if Australia, by and large, is safer than Australia. And then we should probably get down to what we were supposed to talk about. But go ahead. What was that?
Can I talk about one more animal, which I think we might have previously touched on?
No,
cane toads. Did the last time we were on? Did I tell you about the cane toads?
Cane toads? No, yeah, but I know about cane toads.
So basically, cane toads were brought in to be a solution to a problem. So the Australian sugarcane plantations were being eaten up by the sugarcane beetles. So someone had the bright idea of saying, okay, let's bring in 50, 60 odd of these cane toads. They can eat up all the bugs. It'll be great, no issue. The cane toads were too busy getting stuck into each other than getting stuck into the beetles. So now they've just taken off. And of course, they're poisonous and they're everywhere. They spread like rabbits. They've gone right from New South Wales. So, I mean, last I checked, I'm moving into New South Wales, mostly in Queensland, right up to Darwin, so in the Northern Territory. And these things are just everywhere, to the point where there have been people in the past that don't lick the cane toads. Hell no.
For the Americans in chat, they'll probably recognize a cane toad as a bufo toad, the same toad.
Well, either that, or they might recognize it from the episode of The Simpsons where Bart leaves a bullfrog behind. That's basically what happened, except now the bullfrogs are poisonous. So, but anyway,
yes, up in Cairns, which is where I'm from, and the roads were so thick with cane toads you couldn't drive down the road without running over hundreds of them. And there were there's all these videos from like back in the day in Australia, just people trying to take out as many of these toads as possible, because there's no way to stop them at this point.
Korea had the same.
There's
problem.
Footage of.
Like
really?
91, 92. Yeah, there somebody introduced bullfrogs into the environment here. And they've since eradicated them because they just went on this huge deal. It was like rewards for bullfrogs. And then they would sell them in the markets and cook them up.
I think didn't they do something similar in India with snakes, and then they just found the Indians were farming the snakes so they could sell them back? Like as a textbook example of perverse incentive.
Oh no. Wow. The Great Toad War.
Great Toad War.
No, it was great growing up in Australia. Like there's so much vibrancy of like the animal life and everything. Like when you're a kid and you can go to your bathroom and there's just a bunch of green tree frogs like in your toilet, you're like, this is pretty cool.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I so wish I had like a hypno-toad thing. I wish I had a hypno-toad thing going right now, but oh well. I suppose, God, we have 606 of you here, but shame on you. We've only got 192 likes. 400 of you need to get your ass down there and hit the like button right now.
Come on, guys. That's just one massive.
Unleash us.
Get into it. I promise I'll be easy on the sound effects.
Well, no. We've got to do stream. You're doing well. We've got to do my. We've got to do my Seiko introduction.
pretty cool. Is that like an old Sonic
I'm
one?
frozen. Now I'm alive. All right, who's all here? We all here again?
I can see. I can hear you. I can see you.
All right, YouTube is being YouTube. Well, she's not letting me do. We have to do the Dr. Robotnik intro there.
Do you have the one where the Sonic's underwater and he's running out of breath?
No.
That's like that one. That's like trauma inducing. The underwater levels in Sonic.
Yeah, that's the only Sonic I have because someone like the very first stream said, "Hey, it's Dr. Robotnik," so that's kind of how that was birthed. Anyway, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, and we're going to get underway with the topics for today. We've just make sure I haven't missed any super chats recently. No, I haven't. So let's move on to talk about who Ned Kelly is. This here is Ned Kelly, quite a dapper looking gentleman before he was killed. Where is this him? Where are we here? I've got so many screens open right now. That is hard. It's hard to find them. I've got to find a good way of organizing them. All right, I think I just did. Oh God.
I guess while you look for that, Hayden, when you were a kid, did your school ever put on a play for Ned Kelly?
Oh, seriously?
Not Ned Kelly specifically. We did plenty of like the Indigenous Dreamtime ones. We did.
Yeah, we did those.
But no, it's not specifically Ned Kelly, I don't think. Oh yeah, that's him.
Alan had one. In fact,
Really?
so I was in a play about Ned Kelly when I was in elementary school, and then my parents took me to see an opera about Ned Kelly at the Sydney Opera House a few years later.
Plays and operas.
Yeah.
Now, I there was a chat in my chat like 2 days ago. Like as soon as I posted this is disgusting. How can you? It was like this. How can you hold someone like this up to be a folk hero? That would be like saying Ted Bundy is a folk hero in America. No.
Oh bullshit.
Well. Firstly, look at that hairline.
Seriously, and this was like this picture was taken.
Similarities there.
This was the day before he was hung. That's a pretty good looking. You're just about to be whacked picture. Dude's got some serious styling going on. He was like the original. I won't say original metrosexual. What do I want to say?
I think that's just bush hair, I guess.
Yeah. But
you go into the bush, you either get poisoned by a tree or your hair comes out looking like this.
He's got a spot on beard and he's got the great hair rocking. So, I can't take anything away from Ned Kelly. But before we get started, two quick things here, and then we'll jump right into Ned Kelly. Brandon Lesko, we doing shots today or are you avoiding them like the chat?
I don't think this is technically a shot stream. So unlike Memes One, I'm not doing them for $50 a go, Brandon. But I'm already 2 down, so thank you.
I like it that you can come onto my screen and get paid to do shots.
that was good. That was a fun night.
That was pretty funny.
Oh, you two were together?
Oh yeah. Went over to Memes.
Chat was trolling me. Chat was trolling me by sending money to Hayden instead of me. But you came out like a bandit though, so good for you.
I got pretty plastered. Let's be honest. But
it was entirely
worth
you did
it.
35 shots though.
The best 35,
not in the one hit.
I guess.
Hang on, where's my tally?
Yeah, the best thing about getting drunk on stream is if you forget what happens, you can just watch the stream and see what you missed up.
Well, that was apparently what happened to my last drunk stream when people were saying that, no, you did shot number 15 at least 3 times.
Oh, yeah.
Well, see, I didn't realize it the other night. I did a makeup stream because I think I still owed Brandon about 10 shots after that stream. But I was stupid enough because
when I checked into, you're like, this is shot number 32. I'm like, no, it isn't. That was like a 2-day thing.
Yeah, no. That was that was. But the other day when I was making up those shots, I had never tried absinthe before. I had never read the instructions on absinthe before.
Fucking idiot.
Tell me about it. 2 shots straight.
Well, I'm glad you're here. Okay, all right. I swear to God, this is the last story before my ADHD ass gets involved with Ned Kelly. My brother, he went to University of California, one of the branches, to get his master's of teaching English as a second language. And as part of his practicum, he had to go to, it was like Laos or Cambodia or someplace, and teach in a nunnery for a few months. I get this picture one day. He's just like sitting there. It's like his pants ripped. There's mud all over it. There's some blood on his leg and a giant wet spot on his crotch. And I'm like, dude, what the hell happened? He said, I don't know. I said, what do you mean you don't know? He said, last thing I remember, it was Cambodia. He's like, we were in some Cambodian bar doing absinthe. And in the median of the highway looking like this. So the best he can figure is he had tried to navigate himself home and had been hit by a car. And they had just thrown him into the trees in the median of the highway and just drove off. And then he pissed himself. So that's the best he can come up with. And I'm like, all right, let that be a warning to you children.
Kind of something similar happened to me, and I mean that second part didn't happen, but I got hit by a trike when I was scooching around in the Philippines, and one of those, those trikes they use, like it's like a motorcycle with a big steel cage around it. Yeah. They just like rammed into me, like when I was turning a corner. It's crazy.
Well, who is Ned Kelly, guys? Which one of you wants to take that? Where do we start with Ned Kelly? First of all, he was a bushranger. What's a bushranger?
Bushranger is basically, he was an outlaw, gang leader, convicted police murderer. They think he was born in December 1854. There's no actual exact date as to when he was born. He was finally hung and, I should specify. He was arrested, convicted, and hung on the 11th of November, 1880. But a hell of a lot happened in between.
He was 25 years old when he was hung, and he has about 85 years worth of crimes racked up.
Yep.
Well, the first one was his parents were Irish, and they moved to Melbourne. They were forcibly moved to Melbourne. They were transported people, which means they were convicted, and then they were just exported to Australia.
I think the father stole a pig or something, and he got sent to Tasmania
stealing two
for hard
pigs.
labor. And then after I guess finishing his time in Tasmania, he was moved to Melbourne.
When did they start the transported convict thing? When did they stop doing that?
When did they stop?
Ish.
I don't think they have yet. When did they start?
It's still a penal colony, is it? Heavy on the penal.
That's what she said.
So yeah, as I think probably Hayden knows more than me, but my recollection is that so Kelly was born in like a kind of a very poor family household. It was under the squattocracy, which is I don't know if you have that in America, but
we had a 40 acres and a mule. Like you go move west, we'll give you 40 acres and a mule.
Yeah, it's kind of like that.
Yeah,
like
very
the
similar.
government would give you like an area of land that you could use.
This is his house in Beveridge.
Oh,
yes,
that's a nice place.
Yeah, so that's let me just double check. So that's the one that they moved to
prior
to
to
his father's
Australia
death.
has a city called Beveridge. I just love that.
Australian place names are some of the silliest and funniest things you'll ever see if you take a look around.
So the funny thing is they actually moved to Beveridge so that they could start trying to pan for gold, and it did not go well. I think they were there for about 6 months before his father passed away, and then they had to move.
Also, look at that that very Australian corrugated iron roof. Now, this corrugated iron is a design you'll see in many Australian places.
I have been in pubs that look exactly like that. I swear to God.
I love that chimney, by the way. How the stones are all kind of uneven.
Yeah,
those are chunky bricks.
I love that sort of artwork. Yeah, it's.
Brenda says, "Fill it up again, fill it up again." And once it hits your lips, it's so good. I'm one step ahead of you, and this is Wild Turkey 151. So 101. So we're looking at 51 proof. What the fuck? 50.5%. So yeah, cheers. Fuck.
Actually, it's a good point. I should probably. Yeah, well. I'm just thinking I should probably get another one in there.
I hate you, Brandon. I hate you.
This is my needs.
But yes, I mean, he was very poor. I mean, obviously, I mean, this isn't the Ritz-Carlton here.
No, and like that was one of the things. Like a lot of people will say that that's the reason for his actions is that they lived under this squattocracy, where like the rich squatters would have these huge tracts of land where they'd have a bunch of sheep, and they would pay off.
Sorry, that was just like Monty Python. She had
was,
huge tracts of land.
That's what I was referencing there.
Okay, good.
But yeah, like
then.
you know, the rich squatters would pay off the police, and the police at this time were very corrupt. And Ned Kelly would often say that he was fighting against the police, and I think most of the people that he killed were policemen. I'm not sure if how many innocents suffered at his hands.
My understanding is that he never. There is conflicting reports out of the. Oh God, how's it pronounced? God, I do have it somewhere. The Geraldry raid, which is one of the two where they robbed a bank. There's conflicting reports as to whether or not any of the hostages were actually injured. Most of them say that he and his gang were quite nice to them, that they performed tricks for them, that they did dancing, all sorts of other things.
When you say performed tricks, I should add it. They did horse tricks, right? Like they were doing like horse jumps
tricks,
and like dressage and sort of crazy things,
shooting and all sorts of things. It was
Yeah, they weren't turning tricks; they were performing.
That's just being a good host, like putting on a show. Like
yeah. Keep in mind that was back in that time. It was a big heist as well because that was 37 hostages that they were keeping entertained with 4 guys.
I mean that they should got a medal for that. But I think I heard they also didn't they burn mortgages as well? Didn't they burn mortgages?
Yeah. We've jumped way ahead.
Yeah. Let's go back to the beginnings. When he was like 14, he apparently fell in line with another criminal, another bushranger named Harry Power.
And look, we can spend a lot of time talking about those exploits when he gets to that stage. The stuff with Harry Powell is some of it's been well documented, some of it hasn't, but even that is legendary.
He started robbing horses. He started robbing horses at 15 and got into a lot of trouble then, and assaulting police. He assaulted a lot of police officers apparently.
Yeah. Oh, he had a major issue with the police.
Well, and do you think that's what lent him? Do you think that's what lent him the status of folk hero amongst the Australians? Because where it was, I mean, there were a lot of people that were part of the penal colony, the transported convicts. I'm sure, like a lot of people, I don't know if it's most, but a lot of people wouldn't have been very sympathetic towards law enforcement back then.
No, not so much. I mean, look, a lot of the police force had been converted from the prison officers that were there looking after the convicts when they were first transported. Beyond that, they were convicts that had done their time and were considered to be of good standing, so they became effectively screws looking after the rest of the population. But I mean, look, it's jumping ahead. But at Geraldry, when he did that raid on the bank there, he sat down and he dictated out a 56-page letter that was given to various people explaining how and why he did everything, and that letter's still on display here in the Melbourne Museum. Sorry, in the Museum of Victoria. And that's
Vic Copser still dog says mental prolapse.
I think
I can neither confirm nor deny. I'm not allowed to say anything.
I think one of the things that right is that Australians and I think most people love an underdog story. Like that.
Absolutely.
And he was like this dude that was fighting against the man. He had the entire government, the cops after him, and he just escaped to the bush and lived like when you think of the Australian bush, it's basically the Wild West of your America. Like it's like this big empty place that you could just go out there and do anything.
And you had to be fucking strong to survive there. It was survival of the fittest. It was social Darwinism.
Absolutely,
yeah. And just to clarify, Mr. Upper Torso, yes, it is literally called it's his manifesto. That's exactly what it is. That's what they've referred to it as.
56 pages, easy. Ted Kaczynski. Yeah, Ted Kaczynski had his own manifest there.
Can't even finish a 3-page essay. Damn it.
Yeah, seriously.
2 pages.
Well, I mean, here is one event around Kelly's life that stuck out to me. It was on 20 April 1871, while riding back into Greta, he intercepted Constable Edward Hall, who suspected that the horse he was riding was stolen. So he directed
Oh,
Kelly
here we
to the
go.
police station on the pretense of having to sign some papers. As Kelly dismounted, Hall tried to grab him by the scruff of the neck but failed. Kelly resisted the arrest, and then Hall drew a revolver and tried to shoot him, but it misfired three times. Well, that doesn't say much about the ammunition there. So then he wrestles him and overpowers him, and then he straddles him and dug his spurs into his thighs, and then the cop proceeded to, as quote, Hall pistol whipped him until his head became a mass of raw and bleeding flesh. So I think that would kind of turn you off to law enforcement.
Yeah. A little bit, just a little bit.
He was. Kelly was a rough dude, right? Like he used to do like bare knuckles boxing, so he was used to taking.
He was a champion at it. Yeah, he was amazing at that.
Apparently, and see, this is how like all of this started. Like I was just planning on doing Chopper Read, and then I saw this guy, and then I was reading this, and I thought, holy shit, this guy in 15 years, like I said, has like 87 years worth of stories, and you know he has. I think he has the boxing record, I believe, bare knuckle boxing record for a 20-round bare knuckle match in 1874, according to Wikipedia, which we all know is the most legit source.
I actually think him taking out that part of why he was so good at bare knuckle boxing is the guy that he supposedly stole that horse from, the one that caused the issue with Officer Hall. He got his own against him. He went up against him in a few rounds, and he beat the hell out of him bare knuckle. So it's all part of the intricate history of him.
I'm
basically
actually learning more about Ned Kelly as this goes on. It's amazing. What a deep, rich font of entertainment.
Well, I mean, if chat, what do you think? Chat, do you think we need to get more into Ned Kelly? Because we need to sort of start to move on to Chopper Read.
We haven't even talked about this iron suit of armor.
We'll do the iron suit thing. We'll do the iron suit thing in the end of Ned Kelly. But
right, fair enough.
Chat, let me just put up a quick poll here, because Hayden was saying we probably need to do a series of these things. We'll make a poll here. Ned Kelly series, yes or no? Ned Kelly series of exploits.
Before people decide, we need to specify he derailed an entire train full of police.
Yes.
Okay.
So we have the poll up. We'll keep it up for a while. Ned Kelly series of exploits, yes or no? I mean, this is just the list from Wikipedia.
When you actually look at his exploits, he's basically a supervillain.
And people described him as that. I mean, they described him as this supernatural being because he was indestructible, apparently. In 15 years.
He tanked 19 shots from the policeman in his Iron Man suit.
Hey, I'm just putting it out there. If I was wrapped in giant pieces of metal made out of metal plows, there's a good chance I'd be able to take 19 shots from an old-timey revolver as well.
He made that in the bush out of piles of scrap.
Yeah.
It's incredible.
Well, he did. We'll get there in just a quick second. But I mean, just going down the Wikipedia list, there's the Stringy Bark Creek police murder incident. There's the
three officers. Yep.
The Outlawed Under Felons Apprehension Act. There's the Euroa raid. There's the Cameron letter. There's the one where the Gerald raid.
Yep.
And there's
I can't pronounce it either. Don't stress.
Exploitation. Yeah, Australian town thing. There's the Glen Rowan affair.
That was his final. Hang on, was that his final stand? I don't actually think that was
in the shootout. Yeah, that's where he.
Yeah,
that's what started it. Was he apparently derailed an entire train full of police that were out to get him.
Yep.
And then the last stand and capture. Now, all right, we've got a couple of super chats here to clear. Let's do these things. Patty B photography. That'll wake you up at 5:30 a.m. That was when I played the Sonic theme there, the Dr. Robotnik theme. Sal's Assassin, thank you so much for the super chat. Cane Toad equals 9-iron practice. Nice. As for jellyfish, you have to mention Irukandji. Bushrangers equal higher. Urukanji. What the fuck is an Urukanji? I don't even know.
It's a very naughty jellyfish that you don't want to meet in the ocean.
I don't want to meet any of these, apparently.
There's some cute ones.
But okay, well, thank you so much, Assassin. I don't like jellyfish at all. Justin Wright, hey, thanks. Intercourse PA to Brownstone PA to Climax PA. How's that funny? Got Brownstown, Climax, and Intercourse, Pennsylvania. That's back when we were talking about funny Australian names. Yeah. Have y'all seen Count Dankula's vid on Ned? No, I haven't. I didn't know Count Dankula did a Ned Kelly video. Huh.
We were looking at.
Something to watch. Thank you so much there. And finally, Brendan Lesko. I sent Hayden 50 shots.
You did not, Brandon. I saw that come through. I have done 4 out of what? Hang on. What are we? It's not a drinking stream, is it? So it's.
I'm always drinking. I mean, all of my.
I know you're always drinking.
Well, yeah.
That's why I said I'm not coming back on your drinking stream until you up your prices. He damn near killed me.
Yeah, see, me, that's where you're going wrong.
You're not supposed to drink. I'm supposed to drink.
my first drink stream was $50 a shot, and I thought I was gonna fucking die. So I didn't say $100 or nothing. And I'm thinking of
that's pretty much where I'm at. Excuse me.
Yeah, but
like
so,
I
mean,
I never said that the guests had to drink though. By the way.
No, I realized that, but Brandon took it as a challenge.
But people drink of trains being derailed. Back to Ned Kelly.
Yeah, your guess drinking is just kind of peer pressure, you know.
Good.
You know, you're kind of a puss if the host is drinking.
Did you see the end of the last one? Like we ended the last one. Max was snoring and asleep in his manga cafe in his thing cafe.
He was out.
He was just like we were like zooming on his head and you could just see him breathing. He's like, okay, chat, he's breathing. We're gonna end the stream.
We were going back periodically just to make sure that he was still alive.
Wellness check. All right.
Well, now I mean, at the end of Ned Kelly's life, after he derailed the train and he had an 8,000 pound bounty on his head in 1881. I mean,
quite a lot.
That would be a significant amount of money today, I would imagine.
And we should clarify that 8,000 pound bounty was split across 2 governments. The government in New South Wales and the government of Victoria both chipped in $4,000 to bring him down. It was a huge amount of money at the time as well. It's just
now. Have you guys seen Killdozer?
Absolutely.
Yes. Yeah, so we don't need to go through the Killdozer video here, but for those of you in the chat that don't know, Killdozer, just search for Killdozer. A guy who was just fucking fed up with the government, so he took a bulldozer and he just strapped armor around this thing and just wreaked havoc on a town until he was taken out by police. And Ned Kelly is the original Killdozer. He's the original Iron Man. And why do we call him that? Because at this point, after he derailed all of these police, just before he derailed all of these police people. What? What are you laughing at, Ozzy?
I mean, sorry, I saw my BB units chat there that 8,000 pounds is a heavy weight to bear.
It is. Beav,
I mean,
you make me laugh so much.
Right, sometimes reasonable men must do unreasonable things, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. When you get pushed to breaking point, you do what you have to.
And that was his thing. I mean, there was a point, I guess, from what I understand, in his life where literally people that were supporting his criminal activities harbored him for a couple of years from the authorities. They hid him from the authorities. He was the Robin Hood. He was sticking it to the police for all of the working class, all of the downtrodden, all of the lower class elements. He was the guy that was sticking it to the man, and he was young as fuck.
Well, yeah, like I said, like the squatters were paying off all this money to the policemen so that they could try and avoid as much tax as they can, allegedly. And that meant the policeman was squeezing the regular townspeople, right? Like the people that didn't have the best jobs, they didn't have these hundreds of thousands of sheep that they could go fuck when they're bored. So Kelly would, like, by attacking the police, not killing innocents, and also burning people's mortgages whenever they robbed a bank, he gained a lot of favor. And they put on horse shows for people, like, and entertain them while they were hostages. So he would take entire towns hostage, and like towns of like 30, 40 people or something. And people loved him. It was just this great story.
Yeah. Because I mean, I don't know if it was anything like the West in the 1880s. 99% of the people were struggling to get by, and so anybody that was sticking it to the government, anybody that was sticking it to the upper class, was a hero. And what Kelly did was amazing. When he was getting ready to make his last stand, he and his gang forged from fucking farm implements.
Yep.
Literally an Iron Man suit. A suit of iron that they say weighed 97 pounds, which is like 42 kilograms.
Hang on, I'll share the copy of the photo of what they've got in the museum.
I've got it here.
That's like 2 plates for any gym bros.
This is his armor that he had.
Look at the dents.
Yep. From the bullets.
This is just, God dang it! I hate.
So you want to open the image as a in its own tab and then look at that one.
Yeah, this is it in its own tab, but it's one of those deals like where it's embedded. So the more you enlarge it, the more it doesn't want you to enlarge it, because this is like 200%. But yeah, I mean, this is his armor. He built this thing, a helmet with like this little tiny visor, and these are the actual bullet rounds he took in this armor.
And if you'll notice, given that they were surrounded, there aren't too many that penetrated that. There's plenty of dents, but there's not. I think there's 3 holes in total that went through.
I'm linking a link to it in private chat that if you use that link, you should be able to zoom in without the page zooming in, because it's a direct link to the thing. So that'll help.
We'll use the better link. Alrighty, let's see. I literally have like 35 windows open right now. And the dogs have found a plastic bottle. Awesome.
You should be able to zoom in that just fine.
Yeah, now we're way too zoomed. All right, there we go.
Well, try to use. Do you have a scroll? If you hold down Control and scroll with your mouse wheel, it should work very nicely.
Yeah, I'm just trying to separate it here so I can see it. There we go. All right. Yeah, this is the helmet here. This is where he was peeking out at, and
look how close those bullet wounds are.
Like these are fucking headshots.
Yep.
Yeah, he took 9 shots.
Stomach.
And like when he did his final stand, like he walked out of the mist on a morning where there was mist rising from the ground. It was an early hot Australian morning. Like the policemen literally thought they were encountering a bunyip or the devil when he came out of the mist.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I mean that was it. Now here this is a quick little summary. This is a life summary of our man Ned Kelly, the armored criminal. Let's see, where are we at here? Is this us? Yep. Okay. Enlarge and go.
This video is sponsored by ExpressVPN. Ned Kelly, the armored criminal, bushranger, 1855.
Like didgeridoo in the background.
Edward Ned Kelly is Australia's most famous bushranger. Ned was born in June 1855 at Beveridge, Victoria, Australia. He was the eldest son of 8 children to John Red Kelly, an Irish convict, exiled to Australia, and Ellen Quinn. In 1869, Kelly found his first brush with the law when he was arrested for assaulting a Chinese farmer and was held in police.
Okay, pause. No joke aside, this Chinese farmer's name was Ah Fook.
I saw that earlier.
Yeah,
his name was Ah Fook.
Yeah, neighbors to Something Wong and Holy Fuck.
Yeah, and some young guy. Yeah, his
name
was
good. Here comes Kelly again.
His name was legitimately off Fook. So anyway, continue.
Police custody for several days. In 1871, he was arrested for riding a stolen horse and fighting the police. As a result, he was sentenced to 3 years in prison at age 16. Kelly
Which is
was
complete
released
bullshit.
6 months early from Pentridge Prison on the 2nd of February, 1874, for good behavior. In April 1878, Ned and his brother Dan Kelly went into hiding from the police after Ned was accused of shooting Constable Fitzpatrick when Dan was being arrested for horse theft. There are different accounts from both
Never mind,
sides
he's a Gemini. Is Ned Kelly a Gemini?
I don't think we know exactly when he was born.
Well, December, we can sort of, yeah. I mean, look, it's one half of the month.
Oh yeah, we have all the Asian, the Oceanic air crash people, the We Too Low and Something Wong, and yeah, it's all funny when you crash an airplane. But this Ned Kelly shooting the police, maybe we can get into that in another stream, but it's basically there was 5 witnesses to this, and there's 6 different stories as to what happened. So
yeah,
there's some fuckery going on in this particular story, but let's continue our history of our short history of Ned Kelly.
Whether Kelly shot the constable or whether the wound was self-inflicted, Ned Kelly's mother and the others were arrested for abetting the attempted murder of Fitzpatrick. Ned and Dan Kelly, now on the run, were joined by fellow bushrangers Joe Byrne and Steve Hart, forming the Kelly Gang. In October, the gang killed 3 policemen who were tracking them during a shootout at Stringy Bark Creek. One of the police troopers, Constable McIntyre, escaped on horse and reported the killings.
What a coward.
The Victorian Parliament outlawed the gang, and the reward for each gang member was raised to £500, dead or alive. The gang committed a series of armed bank robberies at the end of 1878 and early 1879 in rural towns. During this time, there were sympathizers for the Outlaws, who kept an eye out for the police. Some supported the gang because Kelly was seen as a man of the people, a poor working-class man against the wealthy landowners. Others because of fear of reprisals to giving away the whereabouts of the gang to the police. As a form of protection for potential future bank robberies, Ned Kelly and his gang constructed armor made from plow mold boards. The padded iron armor featured a headpiece, breast and back plates, and an apron which altogether weighed about 97 pounds, or 44 kilograms. In June 1880, the gang, after killing a police informant named Aaron Sherritt, tried to derail a police train in Glenrowan by forcing 2 railway workers to damage the tracks. Dressed in the armor they had made, they had took hostages in the hotel there. When the police train arrived, it was stopped before it could be derailed, as schoolteacher Thomas Curnow had warned the driver. Earlier, Curnow had convinced the sleep-deprived Ned to release him. Ned did so, and told him to go quietly to bed and not to dream too loud. Otherwise, they would shoot him. The police surrounded the hotel, and a shootout commenced. During their last stand, the gang's lack of sleep and alcohol intoxication caused an overconfidence in the armor. The 3 gang members were killed, except for Ned. Ned had fired at the police with his revolver, and the police's bullet fire bounced off his armor. However, he was incapacitated when the police aimed at his legs.
That's the problem with this armor. Aim for the legs. That's the problem right there.
Which had no protection. Ned Kelly was put on trial and sentenced to death by hanging. His last words were reported as, well, I suppose it has come to this. And by other accounts as, such is life.
Now, such is life. I've seen that on T-shirts and shit in Australia, but apparently that is just absolutely apocryphal. Apparently, the first part was legitimately his last words, and such is life has just sort of become a marketing thing.
Yeah, that doesn't sound very Australian to say such like that. Like that's a Japanese saying though, like such is life. They say shogunai, which means like such is life.
Brendan Lesko says, Hayden, my Beavers unit wants a shaved head. $?
I read the chat. I didn't think that she was after a shaved head.
What the hell is a shaved head?
She wants me to shave my head, apparently. Oh, okay. She was asking how much money for Brandon to pay. Wife would kill me. I got a baby face as it is.
Well, wait till you get a little bit older, then you'll want to look a little bit younger. Ooh.
Yeah, well, I mean, I've already got the grays coming in.
My tongue is getting a bit numb. I think Brendan's super chats are starting to get to me. And we haven't even started. All right, such is life.
We're an hour in. We haven't started.
Kelly was buried in an unmarked grave, and it is presumed that his remains were dug up by souvenir hunters. In the 1970s, Ned Kelly's skull was stolen from a museum display and has not been found to this day. This video was made possible by ExpressVPN.
Thanks, ExpressVPN, for bringing us that video. That is Ned Kelly in a nutshell. Now, I think it was interesting. They mentioned like his bones were dug up.
Oh yeah,
people. And
treasure hunters.
I saw that there was a deal to return his bones to the family. to like relatives for a burial recently.
I don't know about that, but I think the person that allegedly got his skull returned it to the prison officer who reburied it in the prison courtyard, from what I remember. I don't know if that's accurate, but it may have been changed now, because there are now monuments to Ned Kelly and stuff like that.
Well, this here's a quick 2-minute video about the return of his bones for a proper burial after 100+ years.
Do you know what year this was? This video?
Let's see.
2021? 2011?
2021-ish? Yeah. November 9th,
okay.
yeah.
Okay, cool.
ABC's got 2018. His skull was still missing.
130.
Yeah.
Ned Kelly is set to be granted his dying wish more than 130 years after his execution. The Victorian government is releasing the outlaw's remains to his relatives. The family wants to honour Kelly's request to be buried with his mother near Glenrowan. But as Guy Stainer reports, it's not that straightforward.
In the rain, they still stop to take.
Now, this is the thing. I mean, yeah. Hayden, you were saying you were going to go to this museum in the near future?
I was thinking about it. Yeah, I'll be perfectly honest. If it hadn't been for the fact that I've been stuck in the home because of the bug for the last week, I probably already would have been there to take some footage for this. It's about a 2-hour drive from where I am.
That is so cool. They have like a giant statue of him erected and all this cool stuff. But let's get
and they've got a replica of his brother's armor. They've got a copy of his death mask, so his face is sitting there on a stool. It's pretty awesome.
Take photos in Glenrowan, and now comes the news Ned Kelly will finally be allowed a funeral.
It was one of his final wishes that his body be returned to his family, so it could be buried in a normal, dignified way. So we're pretty happy that that's happening. It's a shame it's taken 131 years, but anyway, better late than never.
Anthony Griffiths says Kelly descendants are considering a public memorial service.
We're not after it to glorify him at all. Our key thing is to give him a dignified burial.
Mick Kennedy is the great-grandson of Sergeant Michael Kennedy, who was murdered at Stringy Bark Creek.
A man who is a murderer.
He looks like Herman Munster there.
I was thinking Lurch.
This is a face that I've seen so many times in Australia. Like, this is a very
descendant of
face.
victim, looks like victim.
There are a lot of people.
I bet he can afford
Is this dude afraid that Kelly's going to come back from the grave and take him out as well because he's a cop?
Probably.
But, quite possibly.
I'll give him props for being that old and having that impressive of a head of hair. Jesus.
Oh, this is an Australian 49-year-old. Hey, the sun is pretty strong down there.
Either that, or there's a good chance someone just shaved a sheep and put it on his head.
Oh, you guys are horrible.
Outrageous.
In Glenrowan, there are Kelly reminders everywhere you look.
But the government has seen common sense to hand back over Ned's remains to the family. It's the just and right.
Now this is an Australian to me.
Already enjoying a tourism spike.
Wonderful. Good on him. He was a legend.
The Greta Cemetery is just 13 kilometres from Glenrowan. It's where Ned Kelly's mother is buried in an unmarked grave, and it's favoured as Ned Kelly's burial site. But some fear it would become a target for grave robbers.
They've dug up everything else of Ned Kelly's over the years. They're fanatics, and there's far too many of them.
The family wants a final resting place.
Do you guys know Captain Kangaroo?
Yeah, I think I do.
Yep.
He was a kid's show in America. It was like Captain Kangaroo, and like he legit had that cop's hair. Like totally.
He did.
For those, all right, let's see. Captain Kangaroo. Oh God.
This will be good.
That is funny. No, seriously, like legit. Why God. Why would you? I can't believe my parents let me watch this guy when I was a kid. Yeah.
There's a lot of stuff like that when you look back at it, you're like, wait a minute.
This is Captain Kangaroo here.
Oh my God.
It's like the total same haircut. But
this is a lock your door sort of situation. This dude shows up and you ring, you like see it on your phone, you're like, Alexa, lock the door.
Alexa, call the police.
All righty. Back to the last 10 seconds of Ned Kelly here.
Hide your kids.
Oh no. You're doing it right, Henry? You turn a bit pink.
Okay, tell me your opinions. Ned Kelly, good guy, bad guy, or what?
I'll say that Ned Kelly was a bad guy, but a good cunt.
Oh, we're not 2 hours into this yet.
Well done.
But okay. Yeah.
Hang on. This is after the fact.
Slipped out.
That's the Australian definition of the word, not anyone else's definition of the word.
Yeah, look, this is just delayed. Feel free to clip it in later.
Yeah.
Oh,
Beef, you got problems.
that reminds me. You know, you're saying that you should not leave your streams monetized and remonetize them after the stream.
Yes, Fair and Balance told me that. She
tested
said,
it. I tested it, and it didn't work.
Oh, really?
I was shocked.
I mean, it didn't work for me, so I assume that Farron is typically talking about stuff that's a lot nicer than what I'm talking about, which makes sense.
Yeah, Farron just told me leave the monetization off. As soon as you finish, go and turn the monetization on. And
made no difference. Made no difference. I had to redo everything.
Well, shit.
Just an interesting thing.
Oh, now I'm depressed. Thank you very much.
Well, I mean,
well, both of you give your thoughts. Give your thoughts on Ned Kelly. I mean, how do these people become folk heroes? I mean, he killed a shit ton of policemen.
I think the fact that he had best intentions behind it, and the fact that he had so much support from the everyday people. Because as me mentioned, every time they robbed a bank, they burnt the mortgages, they burnt the titles, they burnt any debts that were owing to people, so that the people who were under others' feet were able to get out from under it, because there was no proof, no evidence, and these people were able to get on with their lives. He might have done some pretty horrible stuff, but he was a modern day Robin Hood. And when I say modern day, I mean modern for the time.
Yeah.
Would I condone someone doing it today? Not necessarily. But at the time, I think he was the anti-hero that Australia needed.
Well, I mean, that's the thing. I think we can all resonate with the anti-hero thing, and I think it started with the Nightmare on Elm Street. Before it was like, ooh, all the horror movies were, oh my god, the heroes have to survive. But Nightmare on Elm Street was so over the top and so relevant that you actually started cheering for Freddy Krueger at that point. I think that's the turning point, at least in America, where you began cheering for the anti-hero. So it calls back to that old day of those that go above and beyond. What do you think, Meme?
Ned Kelly, I think that it doesn't matter what you do; it matters what people think of you. The fact that Ned Kelly didn't murder a bunch of innocents, the fact that he wasn't like a serial rapist or something, those sort of actions would have completely turned the public in his eye. But because all his violent actions were directed against people that they could think as the other, which was the oppressive police force at this time, that he instantly became a classic folk hero to these people that were living in these oppressed times. I think it kind of goes to show that you can do a lot of bad things, but as long as you keep your image clean, so you stay away from the things that everyone kind of accepts is super wrong. A lot of people don't care if you kill a corrupt cop or something, even though murder is absolutely wrong. But if you're killing a corrupt cop, nobody cares. If you kill a dog, then fuck you. We're gonna send you to the gallows. Nobody's gonna shed a tear, right?
And you'll burn in the lowest level of hell.
Have you guys seen that Netflix show, Don't Fuck with Cats?
I haven't.
Some guy, it's on Netflix. It's called Don't Fuck with Cats. Some guy uploaded some videos of him torturing and killing cats, and all of the cat lovers swarmed on him, and they started looking at his pictures, his videos, saying, okay, this staircase, we know where this staircase is. It's in this, and they tracked this fucker down just by his videos. And then when the police went to get him, they found out he was making snuff films of killing people.
What the fuck?
And so they caught this serial killer.
It always starts with animals, and then it leads on to worse things. Far out. Well done to them.
We were talking about a story that's kind of similar to that. Actually, there was a dude that was making these clay models, and he was making like these really weird and depraved clay animation videos. But then he started torturing like hamsters, and that's when people started actually like protesting him and shit. The Kiwi farmed him. Yeah.
The Kiwi farmed him. Yeah, but no, like watch that. Like, don't fuck with cats, because that's exactly. It's like you know, kill people, okay, but don't touch animals, because then we'll come after you.
I mean, I'm a big proponent of play silly games, win silly prizes. So I feel like if you do that sort of stuff, you deserve anything you get.
I personally prefer fuck around and find out.
Well, exactly.
Yep, that's it. Well, as my dad used to say, stupid is supposed to hurt.
Yeah, stupid is as stupid does. I heard that one too. Yeah.
Well, now Ned Kelly was he was in Pentridge Prison. Pentridge Prison sounds like a rough place to be.
It is, and that actually leads quite nicely if that's where you're heading.
Exactly where I'm going. Ned Kelly was the son of Irish criminals who were transported to Australia, and he eventually ended up in Pentridge Prison. Chopper Reed was the son of Irish people who were sort of in that same boat, and he served time in Pentridge Prison. So we kind of have the same deal. We have Irish parents, and you serve time in Pentridge Prison. Chopper Reed. Who the hell is Mark Chopper Reed? What do you got? What was your first? We'll start with you, Ozzy Overlord. What's your first recollection of Chopper Reed?
My first recollection of Chopper Reed was when I was about 6. Now, this actually hits a little bit close home to me for ridiculous reasons. Now, before anyone gets any ideas that they're going to be able to access my credit card info or anything, I don't use this particular question, okay? My family's maiden name is Reed. So I used to get this quite a bit. Oh, you know, are you related to Chopper? Do you know all about him? All this sort of stuff. And, you know, being a kid, you know, there'd be the odd occasion where I go, oh, yeah, Uncle Chop. Yeah, why not? Just, you know, at the time, I didn't realize exactly how deadly that could have been. But
what about you, Meme? Oh, good. Yeah.
No, sorry. Yeah, same thing.
What do you think, Meme? When did you first become aware of Chopper?
Just a quick question. Do you have any relatives named Reed in Sydney?
Me? Quite a few. Why?
In Carlingford?
No idea where they live. I've sort of fallen out of touch.
It's weird because I had a very close family friendship with some Reeds in Sydney, so I wonder if we're kind of tangentially or anything. But I don't know.
Matchmaker, make me a match. Find me a find, catch me a catch.
Well, I mean, I don't know as much about Chopper as I think I know about Kelly, but I think the first time I remember seeing Kelly was a news interview where like this woman I think it was like 60 Minutes Australia or something. Yeah, Chopper, yeah. And they were talking about shooting, and he's like, do you want to see how good a shot I am? And he's like, hey, bro, just go hold up this bottle. Yep. And like this dude
we're going to be watching that video.
Oh, good.
There we go.
But the thing with Chopper is, like, Chopper was a very bad dude, but he always claimed that all his victims were bad dudes as well. Like, he was only targeting meth dealers, you know, people that were like causing like things. So
drug dealers,
everyone
pimps,
really liked him. Yeah. And of course,
the
whole
thing
Chopper. Like the fact that he got his own ears cut off to just evade being killed by people is just insane. Like, this is a man that would go to any lengths to accomplish his goals. Like, he has such an insane story, and
that's why I wanted to talk about him, because and that was the thing you just mentioned, like when he was in the prison, and when he was in Pentridge Prison, he wanted to get out of this particular division because he thought he was going to be lynched by his fucking friends.
Yeah.
That he had one of the fellow inmates who was his friend cut his ears off just to get sent to the medical ward.
The thing is, like, he wasn't even that far off because his own gang backstabbed him because he had a plan to cripple everybody else in the prison to win the gang war. Like, you know how every prison has a gang? He's like, we can actually win the war if we just cripple every other inmate in this prison. And they're like, okay, dude, this is a little bit too extreme for us. Like,
well, that was exactly it. I mean, that's how badass this guy was. I mean, from the time he was 20 to 38, there was only 13 months he was out of prison. And I mean, we like armed robbery, firearms, assault, arson, impersonating police officer, kidnapping, torture. I mean, all these horrific things. And then he actually started a prison war when he was in the Pentridge prison.
Yeah, because he didn't like how it was being run, because there were guys in there that were considered themselves already in control. And he was like, time to rectify this. So
so the other people were going to try to kill him. So he had his friends, like he had one of these guys like chop off his ears to get him into the medical unit. And
and the funny thing is, because oh, sorry, man, you want to
go on, mate.
No, this is what what Meme Copium was saying was at some point he decided the way to win the war was to literally cripple every single person in that cell block at the same time so that they could never retaliate against them again. And that's when a couple of people of his own gang said, I'm sorry, that's going a little bit too far. We're gonna have to stick you. And they stabbed him, and it ended up with like a huge section of his colon being removed from this horrible
like 11
stabbing
feet or
that
something.
his friends gave him.
That may have been from a different assassination attempt. I'm not sure. That could have been a
No,
different
that was his friend. That was the same time, apparently.
Oh, okay.
From what I understand.
Because he was allegedly some mobsters tried to get a hit on him a couple of times. But yeah, like this guy is like the Australian Punisher, or like if you think of that like scene from like Watchmen with Rorschach, he's like, he's in the prison. He's like, I'm not trapped in here with you. You're trapped in here with me. This is what he was doing in real time. Like he was actually taking out justice on the prison system, in the prison system.
Well, and that's a very interesting thing, because one of the best interviews I ever saw with Stephen King is they were saying, why is your horror so much different than other people in the horror genre? And that's exactly how he explained it to me. And he said, it's like other like regular horror writers will say, okay, I'm in the bathroom, I've locked the door, I'm doing my business. And then it's the big scare. What's waiting on the door, on the other side of the door when I go outside? So my brain works to where once I lock the door and I start doing the business, I think, oh God, what have I locked in here with me? And so I think it's that same kind of thing that gets to Chopper. Here's an introduction to Chopper. We'll use this as our starting point. This was part of his last interview when he was dying of liver cancer, and he was apparently offered a transplant and said, no, I think I need to go, and refused the transplant.
I mean, what I remember was that he said that like he refused donations because people were offering him, right? And he's like, he's like, send those livers to some kids. Like we don't want to. Like I've had such a bad life, I shouldn't live any longer.
Yeah.
Well, it's not only that. By the time he was dying, he'd already contracted Hep C as well. So the transplant wasn't going to help.
Yeah, I mean, as you'll see in this video, dude is literally like Homer Simpson yellow from all of the liver diseases.
Yeah, I mean, this is like a dude that just like welcomed death as like an equal, essentially.
Yeah. This is the video here.
Extra minutes.
So how many do you reckon? How many men have you shot?
Oh, gee, Christ.
Oh, Notice his cut off ears, by the way.
Yeah.
It's a bit worse on the other side. But
at least about 15. At least.
How many do you reckon you've stabbed?
Oh, probably about a dozen. Probably. You don't stab someone. Basically, you're stabbing someone because they've got a knife and you've got a knife. It's people. I don't like fighting with knives. It's a bloody terrible things to fight with because you get cut. Where they come back and you've got to grab their wrists really fast, and I'm pretty quick at grabbing wrists, but and then you've got to have enough strength to hold the hand.
Have you kept count of how many toes you've cut off?
No, I haven't cut off any toes. That was bloody rubbish. Jesus Christ! Just because
Excuse me. Are you a self-described toe cutter or not?
No. Yes. Yeah. Listen.
Well, see, that's like the big deal. People are like saying, "Would you cut off toes?" And as we'll see, like in another interview in a minute, he's like, "No, why would it cut off toes when you can like burn them off with a torch?"
Well, that's just it. I mean, it's in his book as well. I mean, you can't even believe everything that he's put into his autobiography, because he was very much known as someone that would, cut people's toes off or burn them off and use it as an excuse to say, "Oh, well, we don't want this guy coming back." But the number of times that he's changed his answers in interviews and all sorts of stuff,
He also wrote a children's book, but it was
yes, he did
declined for being too graphic.
Yes. Was it Hooky to something?
It's been labeled. It's been labeled as like a children's
Hooky
book
the
for
Chopper
adults.
or something.
Yeah.
I never run around with Lionel Special Pistol cutting off bloody toes, and I didn't run around with a blowtorch.
So what did you do?
Well, the reason how we found out that fucking cutting off toes would smell like burnt hair and pork, because I got hold of Danny James's hand through the trap, grabbed his hand like that, bit his finger like that, held his finger out, and I've said, get the cigarette lighter, and I've held the cigarette lighter under his finger, held it under his finger, and I've gone. I'm smelling his finger. Oh. I said, look here, and he's going, and I'm going, and he said, what are you doing? What are you doing? I said, burn his finger. And it's got the distinct odor of burnt hair and the faint odor of pork. And I was, what? Oh, it stinks, just to test it, right? And then he's pulled his hand through, and I said, there, thanks, Danny.
Thank you for creeping up my night, and Jesus be with you.
Oh, I think Vices might be paused.
Oh no. He literally got frozen in time from showing this Australian clip.
Who had enough bad manners to put his washroom through the trap. I grabbed his hand. I said, gotcha.
So what?
So I mean, that's like the interesting thing. This guy he was just like sampling to see what burning flesh smelled like was just another prisoner in the prison who'd been convicted.
I mean, I think we all know what burning flesh and hair smells like. So
yeah,
that's a bit of a red herring right there. But
what were you doing?
Very interesting lad.
What were you doing? Like, if you weren't cutting off toes and blowtorching people's feet?
Oh, we were grabbing them in the back of the cars. Of course, we were kidnapping them and taking their bloody money and all the rest of it. But basically, that was it. We just kidnap them, we take them, bash them and smash them, and you grab them and do all sorts of things to them. But you get their money, and let them go.
So that's our introduction to Chopper Read. The guy's
we should clarify.
He's definitely a bad guy. Yeah, go ahead.
He is, but we should clarify that those people that he was kidnapping, that he was stealing from, that sort of thing, every single one of those was a convicted drug dealer or a pimp or I think from that particular interview that I remember watching as well, because that was a few weeks before he passed away. Yes. He admitted during that interview to 4 additional murders that he'd never spoken about. One of which was a convicted map, basically. Mm-hmm. And everyone in the prison had basically come together. They'd made a gentleman's agreement that the first person that found this guy was going to end him. And it just happened that Chopper was the one that came across him. So like that whole thing is horrible, but it's important to remember because he is, again, he's an Australian anti-hero. But there's a reason for that. Yes, it's all very horrible as to what he's done, and you can't really condone any of it, but there's a reason why he's an Australian icon.
I think what Hayden is trying to say is that Chopper did nothing wrong.
I didn't say that.
I didn't say anything
like that. He did nothing wrong.
That's okay.
Well,
I say it so
he
you
did
don't
a lot
have
of
to.
things wrong, but to the right people.
Yes. Nothing to anyone that didn't deserve it, basically.
Well, and
it's his words, not mine.
Well, to go a little bit farther back in history, I mean, well, I guess we should just kind of talk a little bit about him. Generally speaking, I mean, from what I understand, he spent the first 5 years of his life in a children's home, and by the time he was 14, he was a ward of the state. So he had a literally a bad beginning from day one.
Oh yeah, I think very early on in his life, he said he was like a victim of like SA and things like that. Like when he was like
and his dad used to beat him because his mum was very religious. She used to she used to tell the father to try and beat the evil out of him and all sorts of things.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Then when he went up as a ward of the state,
his mother would say, just go and give him a good beating, those sort of things. Like this is a kid that came out through like the worst situation.
And we got to remember as well.
Yeah, go ahead.
I was just going to say, you got to remember as well, before he was 20, so before he wound up in prison and wound up doing all these things as well, he'd already by that age been subjected to electroshock therapy.
Yeah.
So
and he's not the brightest tool in the shed to begin with.
That's actually that's the first time I've heard of the electroshock sheriff thing.
Yeah.
Like, that's actually like Hayden, do you know if he actually committed any violence against anyone air quotes innocent? Like
not to my knowledge.
He didn't. Yeah, he says he did.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it seems like there's
And
no
one has
record.
come
That's
forward.
actually incredible to go through such a cycle of violence, and then he did continue the cycle of violence, but not to do it to another innocent is actually incredible presence of mind. Like, it's so
And I
easy
just want to
fall into
specify
these cycles. But go on.
Sorry, I just want to say for Inner City Pigeon, we're not at the 2 hour mark yet. I don't want to get Legal Vites' channel yeeted. I'm more than happy to use the proper word. I personally call them twisted fucks. That's the long and the short of it.
We can do that. We can call them twisted fucks.
Yeah. Sorry, I interrupted.
Brandon Lesko, no way you would call him a tool to his face.
I can't now without visiting his grave.
Yeah, seriously.
Why would I call him a tool? I'd call him an instrument of justice.
Exactly.
Not of honor, or not of loyalty, or not of
a saver
legality,
of taxpayer
but
money.
justice.
Yeah. A lot of times you don't get justice, and it's very Dexter-like. He has his code, and he lived by the code. Apparently, he did his best to live by that code of only hurting the people that he felt deserved it, the low lives, the criminals. Well, Meme, you mentioned an interview, and you'd seen it's the hard copy interview.
This is so good. This is so good. If it's what I'm thinking
This is
of.
a quick 7 minutes and 52 seconds interview. Well, hopefully it's not copyrighted by the Australian hard copy.
Who uploaded it?
Mark
Yeah,
Brandon,
not them.
known as Chopper
Okay.
Reed, has spent 17 of his 37 years on the wrong side of the law.
Just
When
feel
he
free
was
to
released
break
from
in
jail
anytime you
last
want to.
year, He wrote a best-selling and said he was finished with crime. 10 days ago, Chopper Reed told me the same thing, face to face.
I'm 37 years old now. I'm an old man. I don't do those things anymore.
Those things he's referring to are a long list of ugly crimes.
From petty rubbish to murder, arson, malicious wounding.
Has he given up a life of crime? Just 4 days after this interview, Mark Brandon Chopper Reed was once again arrested and charged.
Look at those
This
ears.
time, attempted murder. It happened right here in Evandale, the tiny village in Tasmania that Chopper frequents to drink at the Clarendon Hotel. It is alleged Sydney Michael Collins left the hotel with Chopper.
This
and
is so
15
Australian.
minutes
It's crazy.
later, Collins was malicious.
In what way is it Australian?
It's just
The
a
name of the
feeling.
pub.
It's just a feeling.
It's just quintessential Aussie.
Like you can just you see that image? The next image in that scene would be a dude that's drinking a pint of like brown beer as it's like flowing down his beard or something. Like you just know. You just know.
Could Chopper have done it? Well, he is one of Australia's most notorious criminals. Chopper then demonstrated the accuracy of his marksmanship.
I'm a very, very good shot.
How
Would you like me to show you how good a shot I am?
Notice he's got no
I'll get
ears.
My young assistant, Trent, grab that bottle.
Trent is
Over
an
there.
absolute legend.
Trent's a fucking idiot.
Once Chopper got started, there was no
To be fair, they're not mutually exclusive.
Have a go.
Yeah.
Show you? Want to show you? All right. Hold it up clear. Now I'll just see if the gun works first. Oh, the gun works nicely. Yep, I'm a crack shot.
So how long's it taken you to be a shot like that?
Oh,
What a consummate professional this interviewer lady
Almost
is.
my
Like,
life.
Yeah.
Chopper started a new life in Tasmania, primarily because it has the laxest gun laws in the country.
Where Ned Kelly
Why
came
does
from.
he have so many guns?
what was that
Claims there are as many as
Swan's
20.
B-roll? Like, it was just like a shot of a bunch of swans. It's just like, oh, we're gonna cut to Tasmania. What is Tasmania known for? Swans? Yeah, that makes sense.
Not Tasmanian devils. That's all we know about in the States.
Oh man, I could tell you about. Do you know about the Tasmanian Devil Hunger Games that they play when they're born? So you know how marsupials work, right? So marsupials have a
Yeah.
pouch. So
Yeah.
marsupials are born before they're ready, and then they have to crawl into their mother's pouch, and then they suckle on the milk while they're in the pouch.
Yeah.
So when Tasmanian devils are born, they give birth to like 40 rice-sized Tasmanian devil babies, and 4 of them fight in like a Hunger Games, Apex Legends sort of battle royale to get the first 4 to the nipple get to live. This is a real thing. This is a real thing.
Oh my god!
Tasmanian devils also have Tasmanian devils.
The fittest.
They also have the only case of transmissible face cancer in the animal kingdom.
Transmissible face cancer.
Well, Tasmanian devils courtship ritual involves biting each other on the face, and then while they're biting each other on the face, they may contract contagious cancer.
How about no?
This is very real facts. Like everything I'm saying is true and verifiable. Like it is so great. There's like a campaign. There's a campaign to save Tasmanian devils, and every time people are just like, "Why would you do that?" They don't want to. They're just like they're like fighting against nature to actually survive.
Oh my lord!
And the fact that they're now trying to Jurassic Park it so that they can bring back the Tasmanian tiger as well. That I think is a very bad idea.
No, that's a great idea. I want to see the thylacine back. We need it back. That's a very cool animal.
And what if it brings back its own version of transmissible face cancer?
No, it's not a Tasmanian devil. It's fine.
They get ass cancer too, apparently, says Beaver's unit.
Hayden, you're forgetting one important detail.
What's that?
She'll be right.
That's funny to Australians, I guess.
Yep.
Back to Chopper.
5 contracts out on his life.
There's 2 serious ones.
Okay, he's got 5 contracts on his life right now, apparently. Back at this point in time. Oh yeah, please buffer for me.
Gun laws in the country. Why does he have so many guns? He claims there are as many as 25 contracts out on his life.
There's 2 serious
Sorry,
ones.
25.
The rest are all jokes. Don't worry about them. The contracts that the Italians put out on me, they're just good for a giggle.
The Italian mafia contracts are just good for a giggle.
I mean, just so notorious that even in Italy, they're like the kingpins in Italy, they're like, "Mamma mia, we've got to get rid of this chopper, man." Like sending the contracts.
Smile and wave, boys. Smile and wave.
It's just for giggles.
It's not only for reasons of self-protection that Chopper insists on surrounding himself with so much weaponry.
Because I have a great interest in keeping the rabbit population down. I feel that it's my duty to keep the rabbit population down. I know a lot of human rabbits too.
There's the human rabbits.
Legal Vices, do you know about the Great Australian Rabbit Fence?
Does it have to do with like the huge rabbit invasion like a billion years ago?
No, like Australia has such a problem with rabbits being an invasive pest.
Like,
they tried to build
rabbits and mice. Yeah, I've seen like horrible videos.
They tried to build.
Channel.
They tried to build a fence across all of Australia, like halfway through Australia, to like keep out the rabbits. And
5,000 kilometers.
Yeah, it's like 5,000.
No, but at least it's working against the foxes, so it didn't go entirely to waste.
Trump tried that.
Did you get the rabbits to pay for it?
Oh! Yeah. Well, I think it was like just like I mean, yeah. Please.
What is that? What is going on?
He's got his own sound effects.
Korean women escaping from the basement. Like
I've just got a 23-kilogram bulldog that wants to play with the cat. Darky, come here.
Aww.
Me while I extricate the plastic bottle from this goddamn dog.
Oh my goodness!
There we go.
Off-camera background noise is so funny to me.
Yeah, it's just 2 big giant English bulldogs playing with plastic pet bottles. Anyway,
No, D-Way, I don't have any reason to play the Godzilla one. Maybe if Isis gets pissed off enough, I can play that one. But no.
Hey, I've got my Godzilla background here.
Oh,
play the Godzilla thing. That's a beautiful sound.
Have you seen Shin Godzilla?
I have.
That movie is so funny if you live in Japan, because when the government is like spending a bunch of time wasting, like trying to get approval to fight Godzilla. It is so Japanese, and I wonder if you have the same experience in Korea.
Oh yeah. It's like the old scene from Brazil where you, to get the fire put out, you have to fill out a form in triplicate, submit it to this division, and submit
That's
it to
exactly
the
what
other
happened, right? When they're
division,
trying to fight Shin Godzilla, like, can we get our approval to fight Shin Godzilla triple stamped by the head honcho of the department? That's going to be a while. Can you fax it to us? It's anyone that lives in Asia knows. Anyone that lives in Asia just knows, right?
Yeah.
Oh, great. Instead of there we go. I deleted it from the stream before I added it to the stream.
Entry to prison. Chopper alleges he cut off his own ears in an attempt to be removed from H Division.
You don't have ears like Mickey Mouse, that's for sure. Can you tell us what happened to your ears?
You're getting a bit personal there, aren't you? If I shot you in the kneecap, Renee, we're entering Logie territory.
It's pretty funny.
Oh, you're the only journalist who's ever had a crack at my ears, you cheeky young bugger.
And he was removed from H Division.
Now there's the two different stories. One, he had his friend do it, and two, he did it himself. We'll get into that in the next little video we're gonna clip here. But it worked. Apparently, bleeding all over your cell gets you out of that particular cell. Oh well, I guess while we're here, we gotta clear a shit ton of these things here. Brendan Lesko, thank you so much. Yeah,
but it only works
A
twice.
little bit nuts. Yeah,
it only works twice.
Twice. Nice. That was good. That was good. Flux, who would steal the poor dude's head? That's how big of an icon, I guess, Ned Kelly was. People would, I mean, you want Ned Kelly's skull in your collection. I guess. I don't know. That's what. Thank you so much, Megals. Thank you so much for the super chat. Isabella Janka killed 8 hamsters, 1 boiled alive. I don't know what that means, but it's kind of funny in a way.
Oh, it means that she should be sent to the wood chipper.
Pretty much, I guess so. Yeah. Don't boil your animals alive. That means you're a serial killer. Let's see. Next, Darrell Ong. Thank you. This is just like the cutest little dog in the whole universe. I just love this dog sticker. Late to the party. See you in the future. All right, catch up. Listen to us on double speed. We just fuck around for the first 30 minutes, so you can skip that.
Yeah, but what a fucking around.
Yeah. Brendan Lesko, you smell that? Burnt finger in the morning. Nothing else smells like it. Yeah. Nothing else in the world smells like it. And
love the smell of burnt finger in the morning.
Napalm in the morning. Yeah, great movie. Brandon, oh fuck! When did you do that? Oh god damn it! All right, wait just a second. Let me pour off a fucking drink here. We're close enough to 2 hours.
I've finished off an entire bottle of mead right now, and it's hitting me hard because I make this shit strong. So
I really want to taste your coffee mead, though. That sounds really intriguing.
Well, I can't bring it to Korea because of the bottle laws, but if you come into Japan, I could probably give you some.
Wait, I just drank this. We already did this one. God damn it! No way you didn't call him still to his face.
I think Andrew is planning to come to Tokyo in October. Yeah. Why don't you come along?
It'll probably be like the Lunar New Year when I get there.
When is that?
It's like February. I think it's the first week in February.
Yeah.
I need like
since I stopped
3 or 4 day weekend.
dating Chinese women, I can't remember when the Lunar New Year is.
Yeah, just need like a 3 or 4 day weekend to get out of here. Otherwise,
right.
It's land, party, get drunk, fly home. Brandon, let's go. You lose the big breasted shot glass. No, my big tit shot glass is in the dishwasher at the moment. It'll be here again. Oh damn it! I'm one shot. I'm plus 1 shot at this point because I forgot we already did that one. All right, let's crank through the end of this Chopper Reed interview.
Hospital. Was it to prove a point to a warden?
No, just to prove to get out of H Division. And then everyone else thought there was something to be gained, and they all started cutting off their ears, and a couple of characters cut off their and I bailed out of the gang. When the dicky birds start hitting the pavement, I'm out. That's it. Me, I'm gone. Finished.
Yet he had no problem cutting off people's toes. This was one of the tortures through which Chopper made money and a name for himself.
I always thought the removal of toes with a bolt cutter was rather humane. As I said to a mate of mine, Linus Patrick Driscoll, who was head of a group called the Toe Cutters in the late 60s and early 70s, I thought that cutting people's toes off with a bolt cutter was rather puffy. I thought it was rather effeminate.
Puffy / eagle, like a little bit gay for you people, a little bit light.
Why is that?
I like a blowtorch, the smell of burning flesh in the air.
He claims he's never tortured or murdered an innocent person. He says there was only one group he preyed upon.
Scumbags, basically people I didn't like, drug dealers, heroin dealers, people who had earned their living through the sale of heroin, made a lot of money, killed a lot of people.
Wait a second. This is a great lawyer response. He said he never tortured a person. He's like, I never tortured a person, just the people that dealt drugs.
Yeah, they're subhumans.
Exactly, yes.
They're subhumans.
That's his justification for it.
Yeah.
To the money, I had no money, so bugger them. Why should I stand on the footpath with me in my hand while these I shouldn't say that, should I? While these people drive past in their Mercedes coupes and wearing $20,000 Rolex watches and making a lot of money. Why should I have nothing while all these dagos and wogs and assorted, third world brown types make a fortune of heroin?
Ever thought of getting a job?
No.
You ever thought of getting a job? No.
No, I have applied for work. Yeah.
So, how would you describe yourself? What is the job or trade you've been doing for
Oh,
the
here we
last
go.
10 years? Or more?
Garbage disposal. Garbage disposal.
Preach.
Sanitary engineer.
Preach, Chopper.
It's like missing half his mouth.
Yeah.
Tattoos are only part of the
It's been enough
mutilation of
fights.
Chopper's body.
Now,
Here we go.
Listen to this fucking litany of injuries this fucker has suffered in his life. And I know we're not to the 2-hour mark, but I'm about
Pretty
the
close.
3-hour liquor mark, so it doesn't matter. Listen to the injuries this guy has sustained, and this is not all of them either.
This is a man that understands pain.
Of the mutilation of Chopper's body.
Giving and receiving.
8.5-inch butcher's knife here.
What for?
Ooh.
This.
And that was the one where his friend stabbed him because he wanted to get rid of everybody in the prison cell block, and they said lost 16.5 inches of his colon from his friend.
I mean,
his friend stabbed him.
To be fair, I do have a scar on my shoulder where my friend literally stabbed me in the back.
That's pretty cool. I want to hear that story.
Yeah, we might have to wait a couple minutes, but yeah.
All right.
It's just a weird high school story from New Zealand.
Twice there. Ice pick straight through the heart there.
Oh shit, man.
Stanley knife across there. Stanley knife across there. Stanley knife. Stanley knife. Stanley knife here.
He's got a revolver in his
Bullet
back.
hole here.
just casually there. He hasn't even mentioned
Ice
the whole
pick
time.
here.
Oh, that's so funny. I didn't notice that.
He's even tried to remove some of these tattoos with a blowtorch himself.
Yeah.
The
Stanley knife is like a
blowtorch
box
also
cutter,
his
maybe for
preferred
Americans. Is that what you call it?
instrument of
Box
torture.
cutter?
Yeah.
It's reasonably easy. He just takes a flame, a foot, take the shoe off, give it a tickle. Want me to show you?
I'd prefer it if you explained it.
In his heyday in the Melbourne criminal underworld, Chopper played Russian roulette with a loaded gun for fun and money.
Demonetization now.
And when I told
Yeah.
Chopper I thought he was a sociopath,
Not a sociopath at all.
Imagine he just lost a game of Russian roulette while the lady's interviewing him, right?
Yeah.
Oh, no. It gets better than that.
Mark Chopper Reed has been remanded in custody and will appear in court again on June 10 when a new chapter in his life will begin. What you've just seen is only part of his story. I'll bring you a full report on the life and crimes of Mark Chopper Reed at a later date.
Now, when Renee Brack joined the team, she had no idea that one of her stories would make headlines on almost 200 television stations across the United States. Now, have a
Got
listen
nice legs.
to how Hard Copy America
I was gonna say
introed her first story
that that's a
on
good
Chopper
look.
Reed.
Like like
You'd
the,
have to
the
search
skirt
far
with
and wide
the
to
sheer
find
leggings.
the most
Like, that's good.
dangerous man in America, let alone the world. But meet Chopper Reed. A woman faced him down in his hideout on an island off Australia. The real Tasmanian devil.
But there's one scene the Americans didn't see, and neither did
Here we
viewers
go.
in Australia.
Ladies and gentlemen, there's a slug in this gun. Now, you got to take my word for it, but there's a slug in this gun. Wow. One shot to my head.
I'm not sure you can show this, Vices.
One shot to Renee's.
We'll find out.
Are you
won't
ready,
we?
Renee?
I don't think I want to play.
Are you ready? You don't want to play. Bad luck.
Oh, Jesus.
Oh, shit.
Yep.
Holy shit.
So, Mark, what happened to?
There's like a 1 in 6 chance of that, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
They did it twice? Holy. I
It was literally a 1 in 3 shot that was literally a 1 in 3 shot that one of them was going down.
She's so polite to like, oh, I'd rather not play. Oh, too late.
If you guys could answer, if you guys could ask Chopper Reed a question, what would it be? I mean, he's dead and gone now. It's all water under the bridge. It's all in the past. What would you ask him if you could?
What would be your perfect Sunday?
Well, and while you're thinking about that, like everybody, like Mofo, he is Madcore Mofo is stuck at work. He just sent a text a couple of minutes ago, but we're still probably gonna still be going by the time he gets here because that's the good thing about being in the same time zone. So what do you guys think? What would you ask? What would you ask Chopper Reed if you could ask him anything at this point?
That's a good question. I'd be curious, like, how much did it hurt? Like what is the most painful experience? Was it being stabbed in the gut, or was it having the ears cut off? Because I imagine the ear thing. Because I've seen the dramatization, like, because Chopper was an episode of Underbelly and everything, like a TV show. I think it's pretty big in America, actually.
Well, and first of all, I mean, Eric Bana, like
the Chopper movie.
Was it 2003? The movie Chopper came out. Eric Bana was his first major blockbuster movie. Watch that. That is a fantastic movie. It's called Chopper. Eric Bana in Chopper, 2003, whenever the hell it came out. Fantastic show. And that's how I learned about Chopper. I watched the movie and went, holy shit, this is a really interesting guy. And then I sort of went down the Chopper rabbit hole for the last 15 years.
Yeah, BV Unit has a good question. Does he like fish?
Yeah,
I'd imagine that he likes a good flathead with some chips. I would say yes. I think Chopper is a man that could go down to the beach, break out the tackle, get a flathead, and just barbecue it up on the beach. Like, do you have this in America? Like in Australia,
yeah,
they have these like little beach places where you just have these places you can plug in like a propane tank and just barbecue your fish straight on the beach.
Or as we say, thanks to your Aussie Paul, shrimp on the Barbie, mate.
We don't even call it shrimp here. That's the thing. We call them prawns.
I know. Yeah.
It's such a lie.
My question for him. My question for him would be Australia Day, 1978. Would he have pulled the trigger? He walked into the County Court of Victoria, pointed a sawn-off shotgun at one of the judges.
What?
Yep.
It's pretty based.
I did not know that. All right.
I want to know whether or not he would have pulled the trigger. He got tackled by some guy who died back in 2016.
He pulled a shotgun on the judge.
Yeah, somehow made it the whole way through security.
Well, I was just going to say that makes me question Australian court security just a little bit.
It's significantly more tight now. Let me put it that way. But yes, I very much I want to know whether or not he would have pulled the trigger.
Holy Christ! Yeah, okay, that's a legit question. A not so legit question, Brenton. I'm a hard floor guy. Meme?
I mean, I like a hard floor, but Australians are well known to be bush rangers. So
seriously,
yeah, got to go through the bush if you want to get to the green.
All right, okay.
I mean, I prefer a hard carpet. I mean, sorry, a hard flooring.
A hard carpet. Well, that's a very lawyerly.
The thing is, there's no hard floors in Asia. I think Legal Vices can confirm this.
Yeah, no, like in Korea,
really?
Seriously, like Koreans, there's no waxing. There's like a little bikini trimming going on, but like waxing and things. It's like because they have to go to the saunas, the public baths.
Yeah,
that's
like,
the
thing.
If you've got the hard flooring, it's like you must be a whore, a slut, or whatever. Because
it's because only like prostitutes have that sort of aesthetic, and because they're in such a you know, like a public bath sort of thing. So it's very rare.
So the societal pressure on it. Yeah.
You just,
You
like
date
living in Asia, you
foreigners
just
and
have
you're
to
in
get
hard-
used to
yeah.
being a bushranger.
Mhm.
You know.
But Asian bushrangers have to go through like some very seriously thick bush.
Yeah.
I think that's what they make like push brooms out of, is like Asian hair. But anyway.
But you know, the legs incredibly smooth.
We're 20 seconds away from 2 hours. Hang on.
I'll reserve my next comment for the next 15 seconds.
Okay. All right. You got like 9 seconds left. Well, what would your question for Chopper be, Meme?
Like, I think I said it right. Like, what was more painful?
Hayden looks
like,
unfazed.
Having the
Of course I'm unfazed.
The ears uncut, having his ears circumcised, or being stabbed in the kidneys, right? Like, because when, like, you know, the stab, the quick stab to the gut, I imagine would be a surprise, but maybe not like ridiculously painful.
like
but
when
then like the
sepsis
slow
and-
cutting, like
so that's
cutting
just
an
it,
ear
mate.
with a razor, like a prison razor, that must be taking a long time.
No, well, that's the thing. I mean, if you watch his last interview, the one right before he died, so the one that extra minutes was taken from, he was talking about it then. And the mate that he had doing it was sitting there like scissoring at it like very slowly. And Chopper apparently turned to him and said, "What the fuck are you doing? Just slice it off."
Well, that's a perfect segue into our next clip, which is interview with a madman, Chopper Reed. Yeah, that's literally one of the questions that's asked of him. How did your life in crime begin?
Join the police force, the army, become a footballer, or be a crook. That was it. Pretty hectic, pretty horrific. A lot of violence, bloodshed, mayhem. Apart from that, it's a lot of just sitting around waiting. Yeah. No boredom. No different than American jail.
Watching, not engaging.
What happened to
Told
your
the
ears?
razor blade, and he told me you're out like that, and he's going. I said, "What are you doing, mate?" He said, "I'm trying to be gentle, mate." I said, "You can't be gentle, you idiot. How to do it?" You know, and that sound it makes me run his fingernail down a blackboard at school. Made that sound going all the way through my head because the amplifier was turned up on my ears, and I could hear the sound going all the way through my head. It was shocking. And that Quentin Tarantino movie, Reservoir Dogs, because there wasn't much blood in that ear cut in the scene. When you cut off someone's ear, it just doesn't stop bleeding. It just bleeds and bleeds and bleeds and bleeds. Doesn't stop bleeding.
Jesus.
Nothing stops it.
So why did you go back for the second ear? If the first one was bleeding that much, why did you bother?
I guess he just wanted to really get out of that cell block.
Well, I mean, it's a get out of jail free card. Why use two of them at once?
Yeah,
that's a good question.
He
But
with a
because
claw hammer.
his head will be unbalanced, he'll be like leaning to one side because one side is too heavy, right?
Just ballast. Here's some more of his description of his injuries.
Stabbed to the heart with an ice pick.
Heart, like an ice pick through the heart. Jesus.
A sharpened 7.5-inch screwdriver. Come out the back. They had to take me to the hospital in a yellow cab. Because they couldn't
When
lay
I
me
was
down.
growing up in New Zealand, like there was a gang called the Screwdriver Gang because they like instead of carrying like blades, they just carry screwdrivers and they would go around actually screwing people. It was pretty wild. I had my friend got robbed by them once. Like,
and see, the scary thing is, if the screwdrivers are old and they're rusty and you get it in the wrong place, that could easily be worse than getting stabbed with a knife.
Got to make sure you're up to date on your tetanus shots.
But here's the question: Would you rather be done by a Phillips head or a flathead?
Probably a Phillips. It just seems more efficient and like straight to the point.
Yeah, I think so. Right.
Hang on, are we talking whether or not I want to be done in by it or whether or not I want to survive it?
Well, you're going to survive it either way, but you have to endure the screwing. You're going to get screwed either way. But
I don't know why. It
flathead
just seems
or-
like the Phillips would be like a better option. I have
Yeah, I
literally
feel like
no
there'd be a
idea
better
why.
cut, right?
I feel like the Phillips though would be more because I mean, look, I work with Phillips screwdrivers when I'm building models and that sort of thing, and I have on occasion got myself in the side of the finger, so I've had the 4 crosses on my like the pads of my fingers and that sort of thing.
You're doing it wrong.
Tell me about it. I reckon that if that was bad enough and deep enough, that would be an absolute bitch to try and stitch up.
Oh,
Like having the 4-way intersection on it. So I don't know. I reckon I'd probably be happier with a Phillips.
Chat
That's right. With a
seems
flathead.
very divided between the flathead and the Phillips head.
Phillips is more reliable.
Oh no. I mean, I'm just gonna say it that the person that invented the flathead screwdriver is an asshole. Those things
Pretty
suck.
much. No, I have never been pierced by a Phillips head, but I've been cut so goddamn many times by a flathead screwdriver.
Because they slide into the thread every time, right?
They're chisels. That's all they are.
Yeah.
Oh well.
Not supposed to screw yourself.
I mean, he says that, but
that's what the Baldo's for. All right, let's get back to Chopper here.
So they cut my ears off. They sewed my ears back on. His fingers up there and just pull the screwdriver out like that. I said, "Wasn't that risky?" He said, "Well, if you've heard about the bloke with the axe through the head, you take him up to the operating theatre. You got 15 surgeons standing around waiting to operate. Someone's got to pull the bloody axe out." He said, "Someone would have had to pull that screwdriver out anyway." He said, "The fact that you're standing there meant it wasn't through the heart; it was through the arteries like that. There's a screwdriver, and there's the arteries around it. So I hadn't gone through the heart."
And who was actually responsible for that?
A Yugoslav guy called Hello Buddy. He didn't used to say anything except hello buddy. I walked past him, I forgot to say hello buddy, and he stabbed me in the heart with a 17.5-inch screwdriver.
He just
That's a life
stabbed
lesson
you
right there.
Yeah, he just stabbed you through the heart because you didn't say hello, buddy.
I mean, to be fair, he didn't say hello, which is pretty rude.
Yeah. Well, what
Hey,
happened?
cool.
Hello, buddy. We learn right now.
He's dead.
He's dead.
No fault of mine.
No fault of mine. Somebody stabbed him.
There's just a bunch of eucalyptus trees in the background. Like this is so Australian.
It's so Aussie.
They're like filming it in a playground with a bunch of eucalyptus trees in the background.
Oh well, thanks to
There's like a slide behind him or something.
the Australian side of
That's what it looks like. It's a kid's
green
playground.
screen. It's a green screen. Eucalyptus leaves with drop bears hiding in them.
They've killed them all.
There's like, are there any other gangland icons left? It's like, no, the police killed them all.
Oh well, thanks to the Australian side of the war that's been going on in Melbourne, they've killed them all. Virtually, yeah.
Good
Killing
question.
someone does change someone as a person. Become more mellower. Mellows you out a bit. You know, I'm very mellow these days. If I was any more mellow, I'd be in a bloody coma. I believe in God, but well. Most people that have killed people believe in God. Oh, I've got a passport, but they won't give me a bloody visa to go anywhere.
It's a low
I've
volume
done longer than
video.
33 months in jail. I can't get to England. Bloody isn't it?
I like this question.
Only happened once. And I said, listen, come ahead of the audience and cut me throat with the bottle you hold on. So I'll give you a head start off mother. You know, and so he didn't bother getting out, didn't bother coming up. Just stood there like an idiot. No. I rode a motorbike around the block once, couldn't get it out of first gear.
What do you think of these guys doing backflips on them?
They're crazy, they're insane. I wouldn't do it. No way in the world. There's different sorts of bravery. There's that sort of bravery, and there's other sorts of bravery. I haven't got that sort of bravery.
So that's the questioning of a madman. Now, I said when we went into this, it was because my friend sent me some stupid fucking video, and we're after the 2-hour limit now, so everything's on the board, I guess. My friend sent me some stupid fucking PSA of all these like Hollywood icons going, "Don't touch little girls, don't touch things, don't rape girls, don't SA anybody." Yeah, it was this weird little montage of Hollywood people saying, "Don't do illegal shit to girls."
I mean,
and
I agree with that, but
well, I agree with
kind
it
of
too.
telling that they have to tell that to their own audience, right?
Yeah. But like my friend was saying, "Oh, this is so powerful. This is the most powerful video I've ever seen." And what started all of this Chopper Reed and Ned Kelly thing is I said, no, let me show you. Let me show you the most powerful PSA that I have ever seen in my entire life. And it was this Chopper Read thing here. And this is what I consider to be the most powerful
My name's
PSA.
Mark Brandon Chopper Read. A lot of people think I'm a tough guy. I'm not a tough guy, but I've broken a lot of men that thought they were tough guys. The lowest thing in jail is a woman basher and a rapist. If you bashed a woman, well, you're a weak, gutless individual. If you come to fucking jail for bashing a woman or raping a woman, you will get fucking dealt with. You will fucking suffer. We will break your fucking neck, you low, gutless, weak fucking mice. Be afraid. Because if you come to jail, you're going to have every bloody reason to be afraid.
That's a good ad. That's a
And
really
he's not
good ad.
kidding, because that is pretty much how they did in The Twisted Fucker. He was jumping off a bed onto the guy's head, broke his neck, broke his chest, and then put some sheets around him, hung him from the top of his door to make it look like he committed suicide.
Well, and Hayden, you were saying that this actually led to a decrease in SA and events like that in Australia.
Yeah. It was a hell of a PSA that they put out there. It was, yeah. You put that on the TV. I mean, don't get me wrong. It was after a certain hour. I think it wasn't able to be put on before like 9 o'clock or something. But yeah, it had an impact.
No, I mean, that to me was like, holy fuck. I mean, it was just like straight up, just like, okay, that is some shit. And that is truth. If you are an abuser, if you're a rapist or whatever, and you go to prison, you are going to be, as Chopper said, fucking dealt with. And that's just a reality. And that's like the honor among thieves code. Any country, any jail, anywhere in the world, you fuck with women, you fuck with children, you're gonna die unless they do something about it.
And nobody cares. Like nobody complains
No.
about it. Everyone agrees that it's justified.
Well, no,
why would a police officer bother?
Care. You're obliged to take them out. It's just like, I don't care. I don't even know you. I know nothing about you. I just know you're in here for that. So therefore, under the prisoner's code, I have no option but to take you. I don't know who the fuck you are, but my duty is to take you out.
No, that's what I was saying about the first. Hang on, I had notes. I think his name was Isaacs, the guy that I was talking about. That's what I said before. It was literally a gentleman's agreement amongst every other member of the prison to make sure that the first one that came across him was the one that was going to end him. And that's why Chopper said, I just happened to be the guy that came across him first, so I was obligated. It was my job to deal with him. So
yeah, well, and he also did another public service announcement for, as we call it in America, drunk driving, as you call it, like drink driving.
Yeah.
He did a road safety video, which is it's along the same lines. It's called "A Killer is a Killer."
I was in prison. I got slashed in the face. My ears cut off. I had a claw hammer put through my brain just here. Cutthroat razors. Here. 8.5-inch butcher's knife there. Ice pick there. Ice pick up the back there. If you drink and you drive and you're unfortunate enough to hit somebody, you want to pray to God you don't ever go to prison.
I mean,
I really agree with that. Like,
yeah, that's pretty bad.
I have no sympathy for people that drink and drive, and then they go and like, somebody else dies at their expense, because that's like such an unfair situation where like somebody's just going home by themselves trying to get back to their kids or just coming home from a trip, and then some fucking idiot just comes in like T-bones you and you die because they were drinking too much. Fuck you.
That hits me strong because the New Year's Eve, my brother was killed by a drunk driver. My older brother was killed by a drunk driver. I have zero fucking tolerance for anybody that drinks.
All the victims, like the driver, almost always survives these sort of situations. It's always the other
and that's
person.
The thing. It's like
that is an
they're so
person.
loose. They're drunk. They're drunk out of their fucking minds. They're loose. They're relaxed. They flow with the accident. They don't do the holy shit, and they don't suffer the trauma. And I mean, that's the thing. I mean, that's my thing. We're in the days of Uber, whatever else, designated drivers. There is no fucking reason why you should have a drop of alcohol and drive. And I mean, like, this kind of shit hits home to me. And it's a trend that you're starting to see in American law, which I think needs to continue, where if you are drunk and you drive and you end up killing someone, that you are going down for a premeditated murder, because you are aware in your mind when you drink that if you drive, you have a high likelihood of killing someone. I totally agree with that.
Absolutely. Like every drunk driving story I hear, it's always like a family with kids that just coming home from a Sunday out or something. They just gets taken out by some fucking cunt that is just driving because he had too many at the pub or something. It's completely unfair.
Free here. Where are you? The taxis are free if you're drunk.
It's got to be Europe or something.
I'm just curious because, like, Korea, they have like this cacao talk, which basically rules the country of cacao taxi, cacao, navigation, whatever. But I could, like, it's $10, 10 US dollars to get someone to come to where I am and drive me home in my car, and then they just go off into their next job. It's $10. There's no excuse.
Yeah, I think like in Asia, I'm not sure about Korea, but in Japan, there's a 0% tolerance. So even a single drink, you cannot drive home. I think in Australia and New Zealand, it's like 2 or 3 drinks you can get away with.
Blood alcohol limit's 0.05. So depending on your body type, your weight, whatever else you want to call it, generally it's 2 standard drinks in the first hour and then 1 drink every hour after that.
In Asia, it's literally 0%. Like well, at least
here
in Japan.
In Korea, well, it used to be 0.8, then they went to 0.5. Now Korea is 0.3, which is essentially 1 drink for the average Korean.
Right.
But I have a breathalyzer that I keep with me just for shits and giggles. But if I'm going out, I either take a taxi to where I'm going, or I call someone. I pay $10 to get someone to get me home safely. There's zero excuse.
We used to have one of those breathalyzers, like at one of the jobs I used to work at, and we'd have some like those whiskey bonbons, and then use the thing, and you can actually see the difference. It's pretty funny.
Well, no, I remember like way back in the day, that was thing with Queen Elizabeth, God rest her soul. She did a deal where she took a breathalyzer test where she took a drink of gin and tonic and then promptly blew, and it was over the limit. The breathalyzers are notoriously wrong, plus or minus. Just don't do it. And as like Chopper said, you better just fucking hope you don't go to prison, because people like Chopper are there to take care of you if you do. Well, I mean, so again, do you think that the rise of Chopper Reed as a folk hero? I mean, he's on like footy programs, he's doing these other things. Is it just because he's the Robin Hood? He's the steal from the bad guys, punish the bad guys, torture the bad guys, burn the bad guys' feet. Is he the Dexter character of Australia?
Kind of, yeah. I mean, it's the anti-hero status, but at the same time, I mean, I'm the first person to admit a little more twisted than Ned Kelly was.
Agree, Jeff. I've had many friends in my BP groups who lost their children and family members to drunks, reckless endangerment. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, he's kind of nutty, but as Meme was saying,
he was
able
crazy
to keep himself to cover to his code of only going after the degenerates, the drug dealers, the gangsters, the bad guys.
I mean, you two are like lawyers, right? And I'm just a regular folk. So I'll be honest. Like, I don't have a problem with people like Chopper, provided he does what he says. Like, if he actually only goes with drug dealers or molesters or whatever, or murderers or something, I actually don't care.
I think that's the major difference. If he had injured even a single innocent person, if there was any record of him actually injuring an innocent person, I think a lot of people's views would be completely different. I know mine would.
Yeah. I mean, mine too, exactly, right? Like, if he had actually been like, well, when we saw that clip of him playing Russian roulette with that reporter, I assumed the gun was empty at that point. Like, it was like a sleight of hand or something.
I think he was playing around with her.
Yeah, you should never do that with a gun, because like, the thing with
ask
gun
Alec
safety.
Baldwin.
Yeah, the thing with gun safety is always assume that a gun is unloaded, and the moment that you know that a gun is unloaded, that's when it has a bullet in the chamber. That's the thing, right?
Yep.
So
Absolutely.
I don't approve of that. That's the one thing I've seen tonight that I actually disapprove of is him holding a gun and pulling a trigger at someone. That is something you never do, even with an unloaded gun. But like, provided that I assume it was an empty gun, like he was just playing around, sort of thing. Like I think that every other action that I've seen him do, I have no problem with because.
I'm not gonna lie. Shooting the bottle was a bit of a thing.
That was
we
pretty
should do a
stupid.
Whitey Bulger thing. Whitey Bulger was an Irish gangster in America that was kind of caught and taken out. But yeah, no, I mean, I totally agree with you. And I mean, that's the. I mean, I completely agree with everything you just said. Full stop. You know.
I mean, that's the way it is, right? Like, not all laws are just. And sometimes justice comes in weird packages.
I mean, in law school, we have like in the U.S., at least in Utah, we have this thing called a third-year practice rule, where when you're in your last year of law school, you can partner up with someone at the civil law division, like the Indigent Law Society, to handle the civil claims, or you can go to the public defender's office and assist there. I did my third year practice with the public defender's office, and I either wanted to go into public defense or international law, and the international law firm offered me the job first, so that's how I ended up here in Korea. But when I was doing my third year practicum at the public defender's office in Salt Lake City, Utah, there was one case where I guess I was doing okay in the misdemeanor division, that they wanted to assign me to a felony case. It was a capital murder case where I would just be doing research and things like that for like one gangster, one drug dealer essentially assassinated another drug dealer. And I said kind of what we're talking about here. I said, well, I just think, in just full disclosure, I think you should understand that I am totally pro death penalty. I'm just against the way it's applied. I think it's applied unfairly, and I don't think it's applied enough, because I think there are certain people that have just lost their right to breathe my oxygen. But I think that I can handle this lawsuit. To me, in my personal view, there's just one less drug dealer in the world, but I can suspend that opinion and I can assist with this case. Well, they said no thank you and put me back in the misdemeanor division. But I mean, that's how I am. It's like I just, you know, I don't kind of have problems with bad guys killing other bad guys, because that's less bad guys for
I think most people can kind of agree with that on like a fundamental level. Like, I think this is like, I guess I'd just call it the Ricada standard or whatever. Like, I don't have a problem with people being killed for certain crimes, but I don't trust government to implement it fairly.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, if we have a situation where we know 100% certain crimes were committed, I have no problem with people being executed. Yeah,
but I mean, if you catch someone doing a child,
exactly,
if you catch them in the middle of the act, don't.
Everybody can agree that that's straight into the meat grinder, like head first.
Yeah.
Like, no, sorry, feet first. Feet first. That's the best. That's the best.
Any direction first. I don't care. Just get rid of it.
But yeah, it's just I don't trust the government to enact it in a fair and unbiased way. That would be my only issue with the death penalty.
I mean, Chopper became like the Robin Hood. You know, it's just like take from the bad guys and, you know, help people out. And I think if you like watch the Eric Bana video of Chopper and other stories, I mean, well, in the Eric Bana video, they name him Neville Bartos, but I mean, he wasn't a guy without morals. He had his friend that. This Neville Bartos character in the movie from Eric Bana, I think his name was like Chris Lapia or something else, but they were friends, but this guy owed Chopper money, and he's like, well, we're friends, but you still owe me money, so fuck you. And he shot the guy in the leg, but because he had to shoot his friend in the leg, he felt so bad about it that he took him to the hospital and got him treated. It's like, you know, that's just the price you pay for being a dick. You know, fucked me out of money.
I kind of respect that though, because like, you know, friends, if you lend money to a friend, you better pay that back real fast. Like, there is nothing worse than a friend that borrows money and doesn't pay it back. That is just
never lend money to family and friends. It never ends well.
True.
Yeah. If you're ever in a position where you have to, give it as a gift. It saves so much more trouble.
Yeah, exactly right. Like,
and I mean,
just
and
assume
that's
it's a
the
lost thing.
And that's the funny thing about this. Like, he shot the guy in the leg, took him off to the hospital to get him treated, and then later, like, Chopper, believe it or not, Chopper Reed started doing stand-up comedy. And he would have this guy, this guy he shot in the leg for not paying up. They were doing stand-ups together. And this isn't the guy, but I mean, Chopper did his own version of The Office. Have either of you guys seen the Chopper Office?
I have not seen that. I haven't seen The Office though, so your chili memes are lost on me.
You haven't seen any of The Office?
I have not.
Like the Ricky Gervais Office?
I haven't seen the American Office. I haven't seen the US Office. Like, I mean, the UK one. Like, your chili memes are lost on me. I don't know anything about it.
Wow.
Max Muir is always trying to show me, like, sending me chili memes, and I just don't get it. He's like, he dropped the chili. It's so funny. I'm like, I don't know what you're talking about, Max.
Huh.
What is this?
Well, Hayden, you've seen at least the British Office, right? With Ricky Gervais?
Yeah, mostly I've seen the American version, though.
Well, this is Chopper's episode 1, and there was like a series of this. This is Chopper's Office episode. I mean, it's just awful.
Oh dear.
I don't get it.
Just watch.
Alan, got Mark here for an interview.
Hi, I'm Alan Moffat.
Hi, I'm Mark Brandon, Chopper Reed. How you going?
Well, can you start off by telling me about yourself?
I'm eager to get up and go, as long as I can. I don't want to do a real lot.
Okay, and why'd you leave your last job?
I had to shoot someone.
Did you shoot someone?
Yes.
In your last job?
Yes.
Right.
Shot him in the back of the car.
Right.
Shot him in the guts in the back of the car. Took him to hospital. Took him to hospital.
What do you think you could bring to our company?
I'd bring me.
I'd bring me.
Right.
Peace of mind.
Peace of mind?
Peace of mind. You've hired me. Peace of mind. Yes, delegating.
Okay.
Telling him to go and fuck him.
Oh, wow.
Peace of mind, because you know Chopper's not coming for you.
Okay, not those words, of course. Or would you?
No.
No.
Not those words.
Okay,
no. So you go and screw him.
Okay, well, this is a customer service
Customer service.
position.
I'm very good at serving customers.
Really?
If they got any complaints, they can come straight to fucking me. Take your fucking complaints and get out fucking side.
So a strong approach.
Strong approach. Take your fucking complaints and get out fucking side.
Got you.
Fuck off. He's the walking embodiment of that grenade with a number on it that's for the complaints department.
Fuck off. Fuck off. Fuck your fucking complaints and get out the fucking door. Your fucking complaints. How dare you come in here and fucking complain?
Bob, I've got KPIs and I've got targets.
Hang that fucking phone up.
Right. Yeah, that's fine. Take care. Bye.
How dare you come in here and fucking complain? How dare you come in here and fucking complain? You fucking robber's dog.
I wish I had a face cam because I wanted you guys to see my face not smiling a single time. Like, I don't get it. I don't get it. It's not funny to me. I've worked in an office before. I don't get it. It's not fun. I mean, it's fine if you enjoy it. I just don't.
Okay.
It's Chopper.
Vices, would it be all right with you if I found one half appropriate episode of the works done by Heath Franklin? He's the guy that did the comedy work based on Chopper.
Which ones?
So basically, he was a Chopper impersonator
on the Ronnie John shows.
Yeah,
we're doing 3 of those. I've got 3 of those locked
Excellent.
and loaded. We've got
Brilliant.
the harden the fuck up air sport security
Yes.
and driver school. Do you have a
okay?
different one?
Hang on. I'm gonna have to make no. That's fine. Those. I mean, the harden the fuck up is always my favorite. That's half of my half of my intro. I mean, for anyone that watches my intro for my show, part of my intro literally says, if you need to, go and have a cup of concrete.
Brendan Lesko, thank you so much. Says shots get subs. You know it. I know it. You know I know you
Yeah,
know
yeah.
it. Shots get
We're getting
subs.
there.
Yeah. Well, we've gotten some subs since you started passing out shot money. So yeah, you're right, Brendan. Yeah, just put it in the private chat and we'll bring it up.
Ooh,
No,
that one did not go down properly.
Me too. But no, okay. Meme didn't find that funny. I found it hilarious. Just for the
that was hilarious.
That Chopper Reed, this guy who is literally notorious for killing people, at least 4 people that he admits to, for burning toast, chopping people up, chopping his ears off, doing all this horrible shit, has literally gone on to fame and fortune as a comedian.
I mean, I get the skit, right? Like there is an element of comedy in that, like a crazy psycho guy is going to be in the customer service sort of thing, and he's going to there's an element of comedy. It doesn't
You're
appeal
so far
to me.
above us, you bougie.
No,
fuck.
like I like it the absurdistness of his comedy. Like when he's like actually like doing like Russian roulette live on air, I find that funny. But when he's in an office, when he's doing like his office, he's wearing a tie and he's like pretending not to laugh. Like I don't find that funny. But I think he's a funny guy, just not in that scene.
Yeah, seriously. I think we call that a sociopath meme.
I mean, I look at some pretty dark stuff, I guess, but it's just I have a weird sense of humor.
Funny, but actual real Russian roulette is funny. I think we call that a sociopath.
The idea that he literally could have blown his brains out on 60 Minutes is actually kind of funny to me. Yes.
Yes, but we never would have seen it.
Pretending that it's not.
Oh God. Well, New Zealand isn't funny. Is that true, meme?
That's very true. New Zealanders are not funny, except for the Flight of the Conchord guys. Those guys are hilarious.
Oh, they're new. I thought they were Australian. Okay, they're New Zealanders. Huh? Okay,
that's the joke. Like, Fried trying to troll me all night, like implying that I'm from New Zealand, because that's the one thing that really infuriates an Australian or New Zealand person if you imply they're from the different country.
Is it vice versa too?
It's not our fault that you're a Kiwi.
So it is vice versa.
It's sibling rivalry. It's literally,
like,
it's like two brothers arguing throughout the teenage years. They'll stand up for each other if it's against somebody else, but they will dunk each other's heads in the toilet if they get the opportunity.
Yeah, and it's so easy. All you have to claim is that your country invented the pavlova, and people will argue for hours.
Also helps if you pronounce pavlova properly.
I said pavlova. What are you talking about? Okay.
I don't know what you're both talking. What is it?
It's like a meringue with fruit on top. New Zealand thinks they invented it very incorrectly.
It's really yummy. We have it for Australia Day because it's Australian.
There you go. There's a bunch. I'm expecting a bunch of triggered Kiwis in chat.
I tweeted like just the teaser for this, and Eric Hunley, who also does he has amazing channel. He's like, I thought Meme Copium was New Zealander, and he's like, no, you are way wrong. You were seriously wrong about that.
Oh yeah, I replied to that. I'm like, no, you're big wrong.
That's what it was. You're big wrong about that.
I like Eric Hunley. He's a funny guy.
Yeah,
he's a good guy. No, but like pavlova is literally just like egg white and sugar, and people will kill each other over it. Like it is crazy.
There have legitimately been murders over this.
Yeah, like this is like a Russian dancer came to the Sydney Opera House once or something, and like they invented a dessert based off it. So they're like, what if we just mix sugar and egg white? And they're like, wow, we invented the pavlova. It's just a meringue with like some fruit, and then fruit and cream and meringue, and like for like the next 80 years, people have been fighting over it. It's a big story.
Melba cake.
Don't know what that is.
What the hell? Nah. Excuse me.
Mental Prolapse says it's yuck.
I'm not a big Pav fan. I'm not a big Pav fan myself.
Not a big fan of it. Says
I'm not a big fan of Pav either. Yeah.
Well, there you go. I guess she's just arguing over the ownership. I'm a Pav. Look,
I remember the great Pavlova wars.
Have you ever gone to like a potluck and like 3 people bring a pavlova? It's cringe as fuck.
That is true. And then you see the people that have shelled out for the upscale passion fruit, or the people that have just used like the crushed arrow on it, or
Yeah, In New Zealand, it's like everyone brings the kiwi fruit one where it's just like covered in kiwi fruit. And then there's like that one person that brings like pears and kiwi fruit and pineapple and shit. And they're just like, oh, just go home. Fuck off.
Hang on.
Take your frosted egg white and go the fuck home.
That has annoyed me so much. That I need to mute so that I can cough for a second. Then I'm coming in hot.
Okay. In the meanwhile, Melba toast. Okay.
See, look, Hayden literally is getting a allergic reaction.
Who the fuck puts pear on a pavlova? I'm sorry. What the absolute hell? That's just no.
What? I mean,
okay.
Do you have nashi pears in Australia?
Yeah. Do you not?
Yeah. Do you know that nashi is the Japanese word for pear?
Well,
so it's literally a pear.
Yeah, nashi is a Japanese pears, but it's literally the Japanese word
there's
for
a
pear.
cream like the bay, which is like halfway between an apple and a pear. Is that what you're talking about?
It's like a round pear. That's like a nashi.
They call them bay here. They're like bay in Korea.
Oh yeah.
Okay, Vegemite versus Marmite. Where do we stand, boys?
Vegemite.
Are you kidding me? Vegemite all the way.
See, I've never had Vegemite. I've had Marmite, but I've never had Vegemite.
Americans don't know how to eat Vegemite.
Okay. I'm gonna be right back. There's one thing I got to show you, and I'll be right back.
All right. Well, while he's gone, I'll say that I can literally eat Vegemite with a spoon. Like I will take like a tablespoonful of Vegemite and I'll enjoy it. But like the thing is, Americans don't know what to do. What you need to do is get like a piece of toast with
Dry
butter,
toast.
and then like a little bit of like a tiny, like just like the tip of basically it's mostly butter, and then like a bunch of like a tip full of Vegemite, and you spread it over evenly.
So
then it's
not
amazing.
like slather it on.
No. It's not jam.
Then it's a salt bomb. Yeah.
You need like a fingernail's worth of a Vegemite on toast, and like you butter your toast first, and then you put a fingernail's worth of Vegemite on. It's going to taste amazing. Now that being said, I can eat a whole tablespoon of Vegemite by the spoonful.
What's the difference between Marmite and Vegemite?
That's
I know Marmite. I've never had Vegemite.
Vegemite is yeast extract, and Marmite is like beef extract. So it's like a more meaty flavor from from Marmite, whereas Vegemite is just like a more salty, more yeasty flavor, basically.
So it's like a more fermented, salty Marmite then.
Kind of like basically Vegemite is basically, how do I explain this? Burnt beer extract, and Vegemite is like burnt beef extract. Maybe that makes sense.
Okay. Well, what is Promite?
I don't know.
I don't either. Probably some vegetarian bullshit.
Sounds like some poser.
Yeah.
Oh my god! I just realized I was muted that entire time.
Oh,
I was sitting there cracking jokes and everything, and I was muted for like the last 45
they're all
seconds.
bangers. So.
Well, what were you cracking jokes about?
Oh, just that I can't even remember.
Well,
anyway,
I mean, there's actually a joke from, like, you've read The Lost Continent, obviously. So Rincewind actually invents Vegemite in that book. Like, he burns his beer, and they're like, and it's just like this little black sludge like thing, and like people ask like, how does it taste? And he's like, well, it's full of vitamins.
Like, there's some stores here in Korea that sell Marmite, but I have never in 34 years seen Vegemite here.
Like, if I can get over to Korea, I'll bring you some Vegemite.
Oh,
I was going to say, I'm putting together Aussie-based care packages for most of the guys in LawTube. Okay.
Oh hell!
Now, as far as I'm aware, I can't get Vegemite into the US because it's banned. But
I get is it because it's a plant byproduct or something?
I think it's because it's yeast. The way that the yeast extract's set up is that it's apparently a danger to pregnant women or something like that. We've never had any sort of issue here whatsoever.
I've never heard that before. Okay.
All right.
I could be talking out my ass. I don't know. All I've heard is that it's banned, and I don't know the reason. Point is, I did want to show you something, guys.
All right. Oh, that's awesome.
That's pretty cute. It's kind of being warped in your green screen, but
yeah.
Oh, because of the hat. Oh,
is the hat green?
Yeah.
The hat's green. Yep. Pick that one out for you because it's got the hat.
Good.
Oh, that's awesome. Just put some Vegemite in there. I would be interested to see, like, compare and contrast Vegemite and Marmite.
If I can get it across the border, I will certainly include some for you.
Basically, people from the UK prefer Marmite, people in Australia prefer Vegemite, and people in New Zealand like Marmite because they're bitches that suck up to the UK.
They fancy themselves authors and learned people, I guess.
Well, like I guess a lot of Americans probably don't understand this, but technically the Queen, well, I mean, she was the head of state in Australia and New Zealand, and like her justice is enacted by the Governor General, I believe, who actually every law has to be signed into power by the Governor General, who is the Queen's like representative in the country, right?
Yep.
And she's the back on every bill, like every coin, every note, and everything. I think maybe not the notes anymore, but the coins at least were on the back. So, like the Queen dying is like the first thing. It's going to have a complete. We're going to have to get a whole new set of money, right? I imagine in both countries.
Well, I understand the Commonwealth countries have said, "Fuck off! We're just going to keep what we have. We're not going to reissue money." Is that true?
I don't know if that's true. I think
no, not so much.
Start printing
King
Charles, right?
So, I mean, you can't really see it. That's a $2 coin. It's got the Queen's face on the back of it. How it's going to work for us is the Reserve Bank is going to start printing money with Charles's face on the back of it. As the money that has the Queen's face on it circulates through the Reserve Bank, they're going to withhold it and issue new ones.
Okay, so that's sort of what we do in the States when we issue like new versions of our currency with the same people, just different security deals. It's like it just naturally circulates itself out. So you'll have several different.
This is going to be different because, like, as far as I can remember, you would have two types of coins in Australia or New Zealand, like the young Queen and the old Queen.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So we had like
whereas
the
now
hot
we're going to lose,
and then we had the Grandma Queen, and now we're going to have to get the old Charles, I guess, because he was never young.
It's too bad Freddie Mercury's gone. You know, poor Queen.
The thing that annoys me is a little while ago I was looking into coin collecting, and I've just realized if I'd actually stuck with that and found some of the ones that had the Queen's faces on it, the value in those is going to like just go through the roof.
Do you think people are going to start hoarding money now because of that?
Possibly. I mean, I've seen guys that do the whole, cracking open roll after roll of $1 coins looking for the special ones and that sort of thing. So it's a possibility, but
there was some
you have to be really into coin collecting.
In
oh really?
In New Zealand.
Excellent.
Oh, apparently Vegemite's not bad, but no, like when I was last in New Zealand, they were issuing special coins for like our Anzac Day, like poppies. So it was like colored coins. It was really strange. It was like you got a silver metal coin and it had like paint on it. So it was like a red and black paint to color in a poppy, and I think there was some green on it as well. It was actually really cool. So you have these.
So like nobody would use them, so they could keep the perfectly preserved paint coins in their collection.
I don't know. It's actually kind of cool. It's weird to see colored coins. It looks like someone's painted them in. But
that's kind of cool. Well, there's no way to segue back to Chopper, but he's gone from criminal.
Vegemite. Chopper loved Vegemite.
I guess he did.
It's thin, but we got there.
He went from criminal to Robin Hood to folk hero to comedian, like literal comedian doing comedy tours, and then he started
public speaker.
And a public speaker, and he started to be parodied. And this right here is my favorite Chopper Read parody. This harden the fuck up, Australia. This is my favorite Chopper Read parody. And I tweeted it out just the other day, as a matter of fact, when someone was whinging about something.
Hello, how the fuck are you? One thing I've noticed all across Australia is that people are having a whinge, having a sook, or having a fucking cry about it. If the Anzacs were around today, I reckon they'd be fucking spewing. Australia needs to harden the fuck up. Anthony, this is Anthony. He owns a big, shiny, fancy fucking four-wheel drive, but he doesn't know how to change a tyre. Harden the fuck up, Anthony. He drinks soy milk in his coffee. Oh, look at me. I'm lactose intolerant. Why don't you try a macchiato of harden the fuck up, Peter?
See, now I find this funny.
It's Teresa.
Yeah.
And her dog has a psychiatrist. How about this, Teresa? Dr. Chopper prescribes that you harden the fuck up. This is Stefan. His name is Stefan. Harden the fuck up, Stefan.
I just love that. His name is Stefan. Harden the fuck up, Stefan.
I feel like this skit is missing him just punching people in the gut, like randomly. Like just everybody.
This is Michael, and he won't go on a family holiday without taking his portable gaming console. Harden the fuck up, Michael. I'm sorry, mate. Come here. This is Chad. He spends an hour a day doing his hair. You're also a DJ, aren't you, mate? Yeah. Well, why don't you harden the fuck up?
That's just brilliant.
This is Bevan. He owns a pig dog. He sleeps with his Bowie knife, and once he cut off his own arm for a dare. You're fucking spot on, Bevan. So come on, Australia. Take your skirt off, cancel your manicure, grow a mustache, and harden the fuck up.
The thing is, like, he has such an iconic look. Like, you just know who he is, right? Like,
yeah. Take your skirt off, cancel your manicure, grow a mustache, and harden the fuck up.
You can't say that these days. Take your skirt off. That's hate. That's a hate crime.
It is.
Oh hell no! If I mean, look, this guy
would not approve.
Oh, no.
Oh god, we had to go there.
I got a message saying that Kiwi Farms won. Apparently, I
did
see that.
Trans now, no joke. Oh god. Well, there's a couple more. The next one that is airport security.
Here we go.
This is just pointless funniness. Yeah. Airport security with Chopper. Oh Christ!
So true. It's funny because it's true. It's funny because it's true.
No, it is. But I mean, this is like where we've become, like, from this guy who would literally torture people, chop off toes, shoot them in the stomach for no reason, shoot them in the legs because they owe him money, to comedian, to parodied icon. I think is just fantastic.
I feel it's important to point out as well, Chopper got really pissed off at that guy too, because more people were going and laughing at his work than they were at Chopper's comedy.
That's a good like point though. Like, just be as funny as you can be. It's like the best advice in life. Is just be as funny as you can be, and just people will love it.
Well, exactly. I mean, and like you were saying, I mean, he just has such an iconic look that if you know Chopper Reed, you know anybody, whether they're parodying him or whether it's him or whatnot. You just know.
Exactly.
He was out choppered.
Basically, yeah.
Well, the last one that I wanted to show of the parodies was road safety with Chopper Reed, which I empathize with so much here in Korea, where nobody can really drive. I haven't decided if Koreans are the best drivers or the worst drivers in the world, because if they were the best drivers, they wouldn't drive like that. But if they were the worst drivers,
when I got a taxi in Korea, it was incredibly fast and efficient, and I loved it. It was very unlike a Japanese taxi experience. It was cheap and fast.
Because they ignored all the laws, probably.
I mean, they got me to my barbecue pretty quickly. So
in one place, yeah. Chopper driving school.
Now, I should mention that this video has a roundabout, which might be very confusing to Americans. This is something that we drive around.
My hometown in Logan, Utah has 2 roundabouts now. They're tiny, but they're there.
Wow,
I think it's starting to catch on in the States. Yeah.
Wow.
And it's only like 70,000 people in my hometown, and there's 2 little roundabouts in the middle of nowhere. But yeah, they're very efficient.
It's funny when you say 70,000. That's like a quarter of the capital of New Zealand.
But yeah, the Chopper driving school.
I'm at Chopper's bloody driving school. I don't know fucking anything about bloody road safety. In fact, my idea of road safety is not going over a speed hump with a bloody loaded 410 shotgun down your pants. But bloody rip into it. Start with some fucking basics. The fucking road signs. This one's an easy one. It means fucking stop. This one means chopper's been stopped for too long, got bored, and fucking bang, bang, bang. Blew some fucking holes in it. Alrighty, fucking next sign, here we go. 60. This means if you're over 60, get off the fucking road.
It's so true. So true.
These fucking old people, everybody, I don't know which fucking lane I'm in. Did I cut the fucking sun hat? Just fucking get off, alright? Alrighty. This one, another easy one. No boomerangs. Now this one, it fucking demonstrates what happens to your doodle if you're a drug addict. All right? It's bloody half up and half down. Fucking drug addicts. Bloody hell.
This is the Chris campaign.
No fucking cyclists. All right, which is fair enough if you ask me, with their silly little fucking hat and their fucking little pants. We'll do a hypothetical scenario with this one. Here's your fucking cyclist. Yeah, look at him. Oh, I'm a road user too. I've got the same fucking rights as you. All right? Oh, this one is fucking Chopper and his big bloody V8, all right? Don't be fucking little bloody homosexual. It's not fucking gay parade or Amsterdam. Get a V8 or fuck off fucking way. Anyway, buddy, what else we got? Next fucking road sign.
Oh, no. You got suspended, mate.
No.
What?
Playing copyrighted content.
All right.
Just gotta give it a minute. It'll be back. It'll be back.
Yeah.
Very breaded, unfortunately.
All right. Who am I? I don't even know who I'm screaming to at this point.
That's
Hayden
it must be
Waterman?
registered by like ABC News or something in Australia.
It'd be
Maybe-
Channel 10.
Channel 10, maybe. Yeah, like the Australian news stations make no sense. It's like 139 ABC 10. No, I don't know how it works. It doesn't make any sense.
24, Channel 11.
All right, I'm going to take this opportunity to take a whiz. I'll be right back.
Well, you do that. We'll just like ride out the yeet here and see what happens.
That's so annoying too. Because I put him doing old folks bingo in the chat as well. God, that's funny.
But is that from like an independent person?
Actually, that's a good question.
Well, this was too, but it still got nailed. That kind of sucks.
Yeah. So what do we have? Yeah, so I had Chopper doing bingo, and the other one was he does resuscitation for the surf lifesavers.
The stream got chopped. Irony wins. Oh Christ! Well,
Enough paused commentary. Effing Susan.
Yeah.
Oh well.
Hang tight, folks. We'll get through this.
Should probably bring it up.
We'll get through this. Okay. Oh, that blows. But
There we
was
go.
like that was some serious like that. I didn't go through any official channels specifically for that, but I guess they're on top of shit. So, which just means I'm gonna have to do some editing tomorrow morning. Crap.
Yeah, that's all right.
Yeah. Well, shit.
All right, so I can pause that because otherwise I'm just going to hear myself going around in
All right,
circles.
we are back.
YouTube needs to fuck up.
Pardon the fuck up, YouTube. Wait, you need to say it in the proper Aussie accent.
God.
Go ahead.
Harden the fuck up, YouTube.
Oh God! Chopper put a full few holes in your interweb devices.
Can those cunts in chat hear us now? Oh shit! I mean, hey, howdy, chat. How's it going?
Hey, we're 3 hours.
Hello, base chat that I love.
Yep, the YouTube console. Visit Aussie Overlord. Please go and do it. We would be thrilled to have you here. Meme Copium is still missing in action. I haven't heard from him for about an hour and 15 minutes.
What?
Free. Yeah, I picked her up from the hospital today.
Oh, that's great.
So, yeah, so that's sort of why I'm able to just sit back, relax, enjoy. But yeah, no, if we're gonna do more Ned Kelly, more than happy to. Maybe we can work on some of the other stuff, because I mean I've got a whole list of Australian sort of. I was gonna do basically a series on some of the more nefarious of the Aussie criminals, and that might just slot in so that we've got filler basically.
Oh, cool. Well, I mean, do some of that on your channel and like invite us on your channel so you can reap the rewards.
Yeah, no worries.
But like we can do like the Ned Kelly like different episodes, because it seems like there's 4 or 5 like major things he was involved in that we can sort of break down and look at. But well, let's see if this gets us yeeted. You mentioned there was this the Chopper Reed bingo stream.
Here we go. Yep. I'm going to watch this and see if I can keep a straight face. I know I won't.
Let's see if this will get us yeeted.
This is, you kind of have to have had a lot of DBs to like find this really funny, but it makes sense to me.
No, that's beautiful. It's like 66. It's supposed to be a 69. Flip around, you stupid woman.
So true. It's so relatable too.
That's the worst thing I've ever heard in my life.
Have you actually been to Australia before, Jeff?
I never have. I was supposed to go in 2020, but COVID wouldn't let me.
You should go. You will find some of the funniest people ever. Hopefully.
I hear
Australia has 2 settings. There's like the funniest people you ever know, and a bunch of like the worst liberal soy boys that you'll ever meet. So you got to be careful. It's like
I hear the Sheilas like the American accent though.
You'll do well.
They like the European accent, but anything that's different, basically. If you don't just look like, as long as you don't sound Australian, then you'll probably do fine.
Wear the hat, go to the casino, make sure you're sitting there with a nice glass of whiskey. You'll do fine.
Yeah. I mean, you'll do fine. You'll do fine. Absolutely.
I'll keep that in mind.
Just go to Brisbane after finals are finished for high school, and you'll be fine.
Oh yeah, you really don't want to
high school.
Hayden knows what I'm talking about.
I know exactly what you're talking about, and I specifically need to tell you, Vices, stay the fuck away from Brisbane after finals. We have what's called schoolies, okay? When all the little teeny boppers that have just finished their final exams, they all make a beeline for Brisbane, okay?
Okay. And do they have daddy issues?
If you ever want to feel like you're a twisted fuck unintentionally, you go to Brisbane during schoolies.
Yeah. No, I've been to a couple of like clubs here in Korea with friends who are like, why is Grandpa here in the club? I'm like, fuck off.
That's exactly what it is. That's exactly what it is. Toolies. There you go, mental prolapse is on it. Toolies. Yep.
Yeah. I've actually never been to Brisbane, but I've heard that people like accidentally go to Brisbane during that time, and they're just like they feel like dirty, even if they just are in the area. Like it's basically the equivalent of spring break, basically.
It's kind of like walking into a strip club on a Tuesday afternoon. You know that it just feels dirty.
Yeah. It's like, all right, here's one of these guys. Oh God, that is so fucking funny. Whew, okay.
Well, that's the thing, right? Like I think with Chopper, like it's just comedy, right? And like some people get really offended at jokes, and why would you waste time with your life being offended by jokes?
Well, I mean that's how the whole Nick Rekieta thing happened, where he was debating that fuckwit that literally has zero sense of humor and was
but he
looking
thought it was
to be
funny.
offended.
You could see him trying not to laugh.
Yeah. Well, it's like the whole, what would you do if your son came out as trans? Well, shoot him in the head. What? Well, you shoot him in the head. That's what I'm supposed to do, isn't it? That was hilarious, but the guy literally had zero sense of humor and was just trying to be offended.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, he went in there trying to, with a mission, right, to like get him to say something that he could use to ban him, so he could get a bunch of dick pats from Keffels, essentially, or their community. Because
that's exactly why he went in there.
Yeah, I had a look at his channel like before he started streaming with Rekieta, and like he.
Oh God, that was pathetic.
The first thing he had highlighted on his screen was Nick's verified Twitch account. So if you're a verified Twitch partner, basically if you're a verified Twitch partner and you have someone on your stream that says something naughty, like Rokeda would do, you're responsible for their actions because you platform them. But if you're streaming with another Twitch streamer that's verified, they're responsible for their own words. So he literally said at the very beginning of the stream, if you go back and watch this, you can see this. He said, look, this is the only reason I'm streaming is because he's a verified Twitch partner. That means he's responsible for his words. I'm not. He went in with that, with a certain goal. And it was very, very, I guess, duplicitous or whatever you want to call it. But
it was pathetic,
exactly.
honestly.
Pathetic, yes, that's a good word.
And it was
Great word.
clear that he had no idea what he was getting into or who he was talking to when
he was not prepared. He was not
in
prepared.
his pre-stream.
No.
I mean, the first thing he says is this Rekieta guy. He couldn't even pronounce his fucking name straight. Where literally Nick pronounces his name in the introduction of every video he's ever done.
Mm-hmm.
So he's clearly never even seen a video.
This is a very common thing on this sort of group, is like these debate Twitch people.
They don't do the research.
Yeah, no, they actually will say like, I don't know who you are, I don't know what you stand for, but you have to be banned from the platform because you are wrong. They don't know, and they have to ban you. It is embarrassing what they get up to.
Well, I'm keeping the cultural thing in this. Are Australians, are they still more open to the humor, or are they starting to become cucked like we are in the
I think they
States?
used to be. They used to be really based. And I think, but now in like the city
There's a certain
city
subset.
centers, like Melbourne, Sydney, you're probably going to get very like breaded individuals. But Australia used to be just about laughing and the worst kind of jokes. Like the hey, what's up, cunt? Nah, just kidding, you're fine.
Yeah.
Like, that's what we used to be about, and we lost it over the years. And it's become like a really, like, nanny state sort of thing. Like, one thing is Australians always run to the government to try and solve their problems, and it's kind of embarrassing. So, I feel like we used to be so much more based, and these days it's just like, it's so incredibly pathetic. So
Exactly. It's weird to be on YouTube where I can actually be out there talking to people that actually understand our humor, and where I'm not going to get criticized for it. If I said half the shit that I see on stream walking down the street, I'd probably be in the same spot as Nick, with people calling for my license to be cancelled.
Yeah. Well, I mean, at least in Korea and America, as far as I know, like Facebook Aussie Man is a huge person, because it's jokes. It's just jokes, people doing stupid shit and being called out for it.
Well, yeah, that's
And
like
we
the
can't
reputation
do
that
that anymore.
Australians have online, is like they're the ultimate shit posters, right? But somewhere along the way, we lost our way, and it's like we just used to tell jokes and have fun, and nowadays everybody's offended about everything, and they don't even know why. They're offended, but they don't know why.
Well,
They just know that they're supposed to be offended.
Says, please, can you play TISM's "What Are Ya"? I don't know what that means.
Oh god, it's a parody song, basically called "You're a Yob" or "You're a Wanker."
Okay. Do we need to play
feel
that?
Feel free to play it. Feel free to if you want.
Meme? What do you think?
We're already past the 3 hour.
I don't know what that is.
All right, well,
I
we'll
might
keep
recognize
that
it if you
starred.
play it, but I don't know what it is right now.
We'll keep it starred for a little bit later. Flux, sorry to take so long to get to this. It was about 45 minutes. Oh my God, I'm learning so much. I have never so badly wanted to BOTB visit and avoid the same place before. Like avoid and visit Australia before. The veggie shit is gross.
We're culturally enriching people right now, is what we're doing.
Yeah.
Yep.
But I mean, and sort of keeping in the theme with what we're doing. Again, I think it just goes back to the old days when people were I guess the word we're using now is based. You had to do what you needed to do to survive. It was a rough, unforgiving territory. The same as the Old West in America, where I'm from, back in Utah. You fucked up, you died. Literally, you died.
Yeah,
You fucked
exactly
up, you get
right.
eaten by bears in the winter. Yeah, you starve to death in the summer. You get bit by snakes and black widow spiders and shit. You just fuck up, you're done. And so it required you to be tough and not so sensitive and whinging about every little fucking thing that happened to you.
That's the thing, right? Like you have a really hard day at work, and then you go to the pub and you just unleash all your stress whether it be bad jokes, whatever. You just tell a few things that make people laugh from their belly, and it hurts because it's so funny. Because it's things that you probably couldn't say at work. You just have a good time. But we can't have a good time anymore because everything's online. And everyone's like terminally recording everything to try and cancel people. It's like, it's so sad.
Exactly. Australia used to be a bastion of the un-PC. And unfortunately, we are very much losing that. And that is devastating.
When did that change and why?
Good question. I think I probably left. I was probably out of Australia when it happened. Because Australia that I went back to, like, was I left Australia when I was like, you know, like, I guess junior high school age, like around 12 or whatever you want to say. And it was very different when I returned. And it was almost unrecognizable for me. So it was very strange.
Yeah, it really is. I reckon probably the last 10 years it's slowly bled over. It's for me, it feels like it's been the frog in the pot. It happened so slowly that I didn't notice. And now all of a sudden we've got all this sort of shit going on that just surprised the heck out of me.
That's interesting. So, well, the frog in a pot analogy, I like that because I mean that's kind of how most changes happen, I think. But I mean, I think I'm just sort of kind of fancy myself to be a little savvy about those sort of things where my sort of sense of humor from the time I was a young kid came from England and Australia.
Yeah, it's kind of like a very rough sort of self-deprecating humor where you just make fun of yourself and everyone else around you, I believe.
Yeah, I mean, we had like the public broadcasting channels, which, I mean, I was watching Doctor Who when I was a kid. Things like that.
Yeah, I used to watch that with my dad. He was really into that. Big sci-fi guy.
Yeah, I mean, I was back with like the third Doctor, John Pertwee days, and then
you have to remember that Australia is so many years behind America that like we were watching the first season of Doctor Who where it's like black and white with the old guy with white hair. So I can remember that very
William
very
Hartnell,
clearly. Yeah. Good show.
Yeah, and like To the Manor Born and The Fall and Rise of Reginald Perrin and like all the British comedies. But there was I can't remember what the names of some of the Australian shows I used to watch were.
There's not so many. There's a really good one that I was watching on my stream called Bush Tucker Man, where it's just like an Australian guy goes around the wilderness, like looking for food and stuff. It's really cool. I recommend it. You can watch it on YouTube.
Well, I think I was talking to Hayden the other day about it. Like when I was a kid, one of the shows that scared the fuck out of me was the Bunyip animated show.
we were talking.
That was you, Meme. Yeah,
that was you. I was in the chat. Yep.
That's Dot
that
the Kangaroo.
Scared the shit out of me when I was a kid.
Yeah, that's the Bunyip section of the Dot the Kangaroo. There's the animation is really weird. It's like 7 frames per second or something, so it's really weird and jarring to watch now. But that's Dot the Kangaroo Bunyip scene. So the Bunyip is like a Australian river monster. It's kind of a New Zealand thing as well. Like they have the tunny fire in New Zealand, but it's like this creature that lives in the rivers or swamps, and it just kind of drags people to their graves, and very spooky. Very spooky.
Yeah, there was an Australian show when I was a kid. It dealt with like a family that was living on the coast.
Were they in a lighthouse?
They may have been.
That sounds
Around the twist.
Familiar.
Oh, I can't remember what it was called. For the life of me, I can't remember what it was called. I think we were on like the Gold Coast or something. I can't remember what it was, but
okay.
There was some like hot young girl that'd like swim with dolphins and things.
Yeah, that doesn't sound like it's Around the Twist.
But no,
I'm not sure.
I was just kind of like raised around other senses of humor, and that was just kind of always the way it was. It was just you laughed at things, you laughed at the absurdity of the human condition. But now we can't do that anymore. We're not allowed to. Lost the ability.
Yeah.
Adriana says, Little Britain was hilarious. Yeah, talk about politically incorrect stuff you can't do anymore. Home and Away, that's what it was. I was thinking of Home and Away.
Oh, there you go.
I can't watch Home and Away. I can't watch it. But I know a lot.
Just because it's stupid, or
I don't know. Like All I know is
it's only so long you can let your brain melt.
It was the filler that came out that was like wasting time until The Simpsons started. Basically, I could not watch it as a kid.
He's not wrong. He's not wrong.
Like, I think maybe I was too young, but I mean, this Home and Away is basically what's the American equivalent?
Crap.
I mean, it's like started Chris Hemsworth's career, right? Didn't it? Isn't that where like?
Yeah, he was Home and Away. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I mean, like Neighbours, the Neighbours, which is the I should say,
Neighbours. Yeah, I watched Neighbours too.
The thing is, like, I've never seen a single full episode of that, but I remember the opening songs because, like, you know, it would come on and you have just enough time to change the channel before you hear, like, the thing. It's like, closer each day, home and away. And I'm like, all right, time to change the channel. Or, like, Neighbours was like, neighbours, everybody has
Everybody needs good neighbours.
I couldn't stand it.
Mez303 says, I'm the only gay in the village. There's more gays in my chat. So, like, you're not the only gay in the chat. I guarantee you that completely. When Crocodile Dundee passed. Oh, did he die?
Paul Hogan? What?
Did Paul Hogan die?
I
could never forgive him for abandoning his first wife.
But like that was like the idea of an Australian, right?
Yeah.
Like this kind of rugged sort of wild
He's still
guy
alive.
that
He's
was kind of
82
didn't
He's
years
82. Yeah.
He's still alive.
Tell me this. Does anyone in chat think that we'd get away with showing a show like Benny Hill on TV in this day and age?
Oh, Christ, no.
No.
But he did prove that anything is funnier when played to the yakety sax.
Oh, he meant Steve Irwin. Yeah,
okay.
that was quite sad. That should have been a national holiday.
Well, Bindi, she's making a thing of herself, isn't she?
She's doing well for herself, yeah.
It's a weird name for a girl because Bindi is just like this prickly plant that you stand on in Australia.
Oh,
like,
is it?
When I was a kid, the one thing was
it's a weed.
It's basically this really sharp like plant that you have to, because most people in Australia don't wear shoes when they go outside. So like if there's bindies in the lawn, then you can't enjoy walking out because you just get your foot stuck with all these like little thorns or something. It's like these little thorn things, but you can actually eat them. It's kind of crazy. You like open the pods and they've got these tiny seeds that are about the size of a sesame seed. But yeah.
Well, she's old enough now. Bindi Irwin, smash or not?
I mean, she's kind of cute. She's got like this weird kind of wild face, but she's fine.
Yeah.
I haven't actually seen her in a while.
I think she married a surfer.
Yeah, she married some dude. Yeah. He's like, oh, I'm banging crocodile hunter's kid.
I mean, I think if you marry her, you inherit like a reptile park, so that's an automatic smash. So
you get a zoo.
Oh, that's right. They are married and they got the kid. Yeah, that's right.
Adriana says, OMG, Jeff. I don't know what that comment is related to, but okay, I'll own up to it. Whatever
probably
it is.
the Bindi stuff.
Probably. I'd smash her, but you know. Like,
yeah, well, you're talking about smashing Australia's daughter, so.
Well, but he also has a son. I mean, he's like, okay.
I didn't even know that.
Are you serious? No, you didn't know about Bob?
You remember he was like he got in like a lot of shit for holding him over the crocodile pit when he was like a little baby.
I thought that was Michael Jackson. No,
Michael Jackson did that too.
That was just off a random balcony. It wasn't over a crocodile pit.
Well, I mean, all I'll say, I guess, is that with Bindi, just imagine all the cargo shorts you can imagine.
Cargo shorts are us. I wear cargo.
That's a lot of cargo
shorts.
shorts.
Yeah, like khaki colored cargo shorts.
Yeah.
But mom, she's from Oregon in the States, So
is she?
What's that?
She's from US, from the store. Yeah, she's from Oregon.
Yeah. Sparta says, "What the fuck is wrong with Aussies? No shoes and everything wants to kill you or throw shit at you. Wear some fucking shoes."
I love not wearing shoes. Like I'm a terminal non-shoe wearer. And in Japan, that's a really hard thing to do. But like I'll walk in the snow barefoot like a hobbit, and my friends will just say like my lower half doesn't get cold. I'll wear shorts and bare feet in the snow as long as I have like a jersey on or something, and I'll be fine. And my friends just don't
You
understand.
can't be
They
serious.
just don't get it. No, I don't care. Like when I was a kid, the soles of my feet were literally black every day.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah. Well, then does Japan have the same thing that Korea has? There's like
We wear
one
shoes
day in
all
the
the time.
fall. There's like one day in the fall where just magically everybody through some form of telepathy just starts wearing long sleeve shirts and sports coats and jackets.
oh yeah, of course. It's like I think it's
And
September,
I missed the memo every
September
year for 34
30th.
years.
It's September 30th when it's like switches from like summer to autumn. So then you're not allowed to go to the beach. If you go to the beach on like October 1st, they look at you like you're a weirdo.
Yeah.
Even though it's like still bloody hot, right?
And sometime randomly, around the end of April, beginning of May, suddenly everybody starts wearing short sleeve shirts. And you're like, well, I missed the memo. But
Yeah,
me, like, I start wearing long sleeves in about mid-November, just when I get tired of people going, aren't you cold? Aren't you cold? Are you cold?
They do
no,
that.
if I
Yep,
was,
that does happen here. Do you guys have the one where all the women start wearing like the long overcoat, like the beige overcoat?
yeah, with black pants, yeah.
Yeah,
Beige
yeah.
overcoat with black pants happens
That-
some
yep,
random
yep,
time
yep,
around October.
They just literally everybody's wearing it. It's funny.
Yeah, and I just missed the memo. But I mean, Korea and Japan are both like no shoes indoors, and I never wore shoes as a kid anyway. So it was never a thing for me, and it still freaks me out watching my siblings run around the house in shoes and shit when I'm on vacation.
Yeah,
But
that's one thing. Is like I used to wear shoes indoors when I was in New Zealand, and I can't understand it now.
I can't do it. The shoes come off as soon as I get home.
yeah, and I mean that's I mean the Koreans and Japanese as well. You just have this space inside your front door that is specifically for just taking off your shoes. You just do not
like
pass go. Do not collect $200.
It's like the Genkan in Japanese.
Yeah, they got Hyungwan here, so it's probably the same Chinese characters. I imagine.
Basically the same, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, shoes and pants are prison. Ugh. I don't think I've ever done a stream where I'm wearing pants.
That's the thing is I don't want to turn on a face cam because then I'm gonna have to start wearing a shirt.
Yeah.
Am I the only one that is fully clothed right now?
Yes.
Probably.
That's the thing because people keep saying that I'm not drinking, but I'm literally drinking every stream. So, but I have to.
That's
prove
just
it, apparently.
Emotional damage.
Exactly. Yeah, I kind of am too. Just people like Alan, like Brandon Lesko, they just encourage me to drink more. So danger, Will Robinson.
Jokes on him. You're drinking the same amount every night. He's just paying for it now.
Yeah, unfortunately, I'm not. I wish that was true, but my normal drinking is like I'll have one or maybe 2 glasses a day, but yeah, then he gets involved and it just kind of goes downhill.
The problem is it's like they change all the flavors of like the drinks and food here when the season changes. So we just hit autumn. So now they're unleashing all these autumn flavors of drinks and food and stuff, and I just got to try them all. Like they've got these white grape flavored drinks and these like pear flavored drinks. I got to try them all. It's so good.
No pumpkin spice latte Starbucks.
They have.
Korea,
they do have that. Though. They do have that.
Oh, Korea has not done the pumpkin spice latte as far as I've seen.
All we have is the sweet potato creme brulee, which actually is really good.
Yeah.
Like this, I really like the Asian sweet potato.
And Korea does a thing. It's I don't know if they do it anywhere else. It's a grapefruit hot black tea and honey Starbucks thing, which is pretty damn good.
That sounds really
pretty
weird.
good.
Really? That does sound
it's like
pretty good.
honey and grapefruit. Yeah, it's really good. Honey grapefruit black tea. Starbucks, good stuff.
I have to try that. Like, I really have to get over to Korea soon because I used to. I mean, I've only been to Korea once, but I really enjoyed going to Korea. And like, if you go at the right time, it only costs like $30 to fly from Japan to Korea.
Well, especially from like weirdly, like I mean, you're in Osaka, right?
That's right. Yeah.
Yeah. The shortest flight I have ever been on in my life was from Busan to Fukuoka. And it's shorter to go from Busan to Fukuoka than it is to go from Busan to Seoul, Korea.
That makes sense.
That was like literally the weirdest freaking flight I'd ever been on in my life. The first time it really freaked me out because you're just kind of sitting like this, going up, 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 and then there's zero level flight. You're just going up, and then you just suddenly start preparing for landing. It's this triangle. There's no level flight involved in this 40-minute flight to Japan. And that kind of freaked me out.
For me, when I went over to Korea the first time, it's like the announcement on the thing was like, ladies and gentlemen, please stop taking photos outside of the plane because you're legally not allowed to, because they're trying to keep the streets secret from North Korea. That is really weird. Like,
you
like
were
no
here a
Google
long
Maps.
time ago.
I don't think it was that long ago. Maybe it was like 5 years ago or so.
Oh, they were still doing that 5 years ago? Wow.
Yeah, it was something like that. Like, it was like, because they're literally hiding the information from North Korea. So it was like, they're like, by the way, there's no Google Maps in Korea because they don't want the North Koreans to have an easier time finding their way through the streets when they invade. I'm like, what?
Yeah.
How do I
if
find
only the North
how do
Koreans
I find
had internet access?
Oh no. But it's weird, right? Like, these are things you don't understand if you come from like a Western country, like the omnipresent threat of danger or missile attacks and things like that.
Or the Australian maps were city, 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 and a bunch of empty stuff in the middle.
I mean, Australia's...
It's true. We've got to do something
maps
with
are
that.
almost incomprehensible anyway, because they've got these weird Australian names like Mossy Nipple Bend and Street. There's like literally 7 A's in a row.
Oh, no. My favorite is always driving through Darwin, traveling down Dickwood Drive into Fanny Bay.
That
No.
makes sense.
Yep.
Wow.
Yep.
Driving down Dickwood Drive into Fanny Valley.
Now here's
Fanny Bay, but yeah.
And for those of you in the States, fanny packs are not, they're bum bags other places. Fanny is vag everywhere.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? Like
American.
my aunt got really angry at me because I said fanny once, and she's like, "Don't you know that means vagina?" I'm like, "I thought it meant like arse," and she's like, "No," because my aunt is New Zealand, but so the language is slightly different between Australia and New Zealand. But Australian language is like really, if you actually like look at it, it's really bad.
Yeah.
There's like a lot of
It's
things
true.
that I said, like, was when I moved to New Zealand, there was a lot of times my teachers had to take me aside and like, they're like, "Yo, you have to stop saying this." I'm like, "Why?" Because I just didn't know. Like, even my first day is like, I did a self-introduction, and they're like, "What do you do when you go to the beach or something?" I'm like, "Well, you know, we go to the beach. My family's wearing a thong," because thongs is like sandals or flip-flops in
okay.
So we say thongs. So I was like, yeah, like my mum, my dad, me, my brother, we're all wearing thongs to the beach. It's like, it's very comfortable because you don't want to sand. The sand is too hot if it gets on your skin. So we wear a thong.
Mhm.
Why wouldn't you wear a thong? And the entire class is like laughing at me. I'm like, what is going on here? Like, I don't
It still
understand
sounds
this
weird. How the hell have New Zealanders called them jandals? How did that word ever eventuate from anything?
Here's
Yeah.
a man that can't handle the jandal.
Well,
I can't handle the jandal. I can't.
I mean, obviously, andals are sandals, but what's the jandals part? What's the part of it?
Uniquely New Zealand.
No clue.
Pronunciation.
Honestly.
I have no idea.
But it just does mean sandals, flip flops, things like that, right?
Yeah.
Apparently.
Okay.
I
Well,
didn't
we have
actually confirm that,
jorts.
but apparently.
America has the jorts.
Jean shorts.
The jean shorts.
That's pretty cringe, though.
Yeah. Brandon Lesko, thank you so much for super chat here to break up this chat. My existence, while grotesque and incomprehensible to you, buys shots. Yes, it does. I support the grotesque and incomprehensible because that's what
In fact,
women
hang on,
say
hang
when
on.
they look at me.
Brandon, this one's just for you because we appreciate you so much. All right, I'm ending it there. Don't want to give him a big head. What's that? South Australians call them jandals too. Oh my god, I need to do something about my country.
South Australians are the most degenerate Australians, though. That makes sense. Well, I mean, Western Australians are probably the most degenerate, but
Yeah, but
Well,
that
that's
don't
like the
count. Once they branch off into their own country, no one's going to give a shit.
That's the only two directions of Australians, though, isn't it? Like Western and Southern. Is there any Northern and Eastern?
I'm
Australian?
literally a Northern Australian. I'm a Northern Australian.
Yeah, so there's the Northern Territory, but it's not technically a state. It's owned by it's run by the federal government. So it's
There's
technically a
nothing in the Northern
territory.
Territory.
Okay.
Northern
Well-
Australia is Queensland. Like the good place is like Townsville, Cairns, Brisbane, that sort of place. That's fine. Then Northern Territories, that's like the Wild West. You're gonna die. Don't just run over the person. Don't stop your car. Sort of territory.
He's not wrong.
but budgie smugglers, or in my case, bald eagle smugglers. No, and that's like the cool thing. I love the Australians because you've just have your literally own words for everything.
We're just a country smartasses. That's what it is, and that is bled into our language the same as everything else.
I mean, it used to be at least
beautiful. Go ahead.
I feel like it's changing these days, but it used to be like that, like just having a good laugh and having funny words and stuff. But now it's like everyone's getting really political. So,
well, I mean, back in the day, fun. And by back in the day, I mean like 91, 92. I had a great friend who was Australian, and I was convinced that he would just, when he would get drunk, he would just say, I knew what every one of the words in the sentence meant, but no matter how intellectual and or drunk I was, I would never conceive of putting all of those words together in exactly that same way, like budgie smuggler, things like that. And I was just convinced that like the Australians just have this extra language that they just use to fuck with tourists.
Yes.
That's exactly what it is.
That's why I'll say things like big wrong and like instead of incorrect, because it's just like kind of funny to hear. Like it's just kind of like it's the kind of dialogue that just short circuits your brain for a few seconds. And I think that's the essence of Australian humor, is just like making your opponent just go, huh? And it's just so funny to me. I don't know. Maybe I'm the only one that's like that, but to me, that's what it is.
Oh no, absolutely. I work the phrase Buckley's chance into every conversation I get the opportunity to. It confuses the hell out of people.
Okay.
Yeah.
Explain Buckley's chance.
Buckley's chance? No chance in hell.
Why? Why does that mean no chance in hell?
No clue.
Exactly. That's what my friend Tony said. He said we just like make shit up, and it's like why? It's like
exactly.
No,
like,
we just make shit up.
Refuses to elaborate, leaves. That's the ultimate one, right?
Yeah, exactly. It's like no, we just make shit up to fuck with the foreigners.
Yeah, of course.
Absolutely.
It's funny.
Yeah, of course.
Seeing someone confused is like the ultimate victory.
Don't ask Alaskans for directions. You'll end up as bear crab.
Oh, you know what? There's a story in Japan at the moment about this ninja bear that I was reading before I came onto the stream. So there's a
ninja bear.
So Japan has like black bears, and they mostly live in Hokkaido. But there's they're usually around 100 kilos, like 220 pounds. But there's a ninja bear that's only been captured on footage, and it's 300 kilos or 600 pounds. And the thing is, it doesn't act like other bears. Like the researchers are really confused. So
it acts like Kung Fu Panda.
No, they're calling it the ninja bear. So like typically what a bear will do is when it kills something, it'll stay in the area. If like it'll kill an animal, eat as much as it can, wanders off, then comes back to finish the rest. So this bear is killing cows. It'll eat as much as it can, and then it never comes back to the scene of the crime. And it's responsible for like 60 attacks over the last year, where regularly they'll only get like 12 attacks per year for bears. So this bear is actually using different tactics to other bears, and like the researchers are really worried because like the bear will like it'll travel down rivers to hide its footprints and things like that, and are
we sure this isn't just a furry that's got a...
No,
are we sure it's not just a furry that's on a murder spree?
It's been caught on camera twice, but that's the only time I've seen it. And the researchers are worried that it's going to teach its abilities to younger bears and start like a ninja clan of bears. So they're literally calling it Hokkaido's
Teenage Mutant Ninja Bears. Teenage Mutant Ninja Bears.
Yeah, I'll link it in the private chat. It's so funny. Like it's so interesting. I might make a short video about it actually, but I linked it in chat.
It's stuck up a tree.
The ninja bear has been attacking things.
Wow. Did they eat like sushi instead of pizza or what?
I mean, I shouldn't say.
Oh God.
Oh, that's funny.
That's hilarious.
Oh yeah, we got the you just had the giant ninja bear attacking dairy farms in Hokkaido for 3 years.
For 3 years it's been on the run.
Wow.
That's a pretty cool story, right?
Well, don't get caught in Korea because they'll just stick a straw in your gallbladder and drain you for like potency medicine.
No.
Fuck
Have you ever seen that comic? Have you ever seen that comic where like aliens come to Earth, but they come to China?
Oh God. No.
So it's like this like squid alien like comes. He's like hello, I'm welcome. Take me to your leader. And like the Chinese guy knocks him out and he starts eating him.
Oh dear.
I mean, it's true though, right?
Yeah. At least anecdotally, they will eat anything.
See if I can
wow.
Oh, there you go. No, I'm not going to tell Jeff how old I was in 91.
I mean, I was like 5 years old.
Were you born in 91, either of you?
I was born in 91, January 91.
I'm like born in 1986, so I was 5 years old.
Well, I came to Korea in 1988 during the 1988 Olympics.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, we can still relate on certain things because Australia is so behind the times that all our jokes are like the same era.
No, well, I mean, that's like the joke with Utah. It's like all the gift shops used to sell like T-shirts and hat that said "Welcome to Utah. Set your watch back 20 years." You know, things like that.
All right, I'm looking in the chat. You don't have to show it on stream, but it is there if you want to see it.
On chat? Oh, you said in the private chat.
Private chat. You don't have to show it on stream, but I've linked.
Oh, of course we have.
No, my web advisor's giving me a suspicious warning.
It is a bit suspicious.
Yeah, your spider sense is tingling.
Oh my god.
Wait, let's see if we can enlarge this here. There we go. Breaking news: aliens land in China. Oh no.
You have to zoom out a bit.
Nice. Nom 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 nom. I like the ground fork. I don't know what to call it. Just a ground fork works. Like, oh, yeah. Great.
Max wins. Someone in chat says.
Max Murrow for the win.
Anyone that's been to the drinking streams knows what we're talking about.
Oh God.
So terrible.
It's not racist because Max is Japanese.
I could be Asian. You haven't seen my face.
Yeah. 1987. No, I got here in Korea in 1988. Just coming up next week, as a matter of fact, we'll be literally 1 week from today. We'll be having the big blowout 34th anniversary. I got to Korea September 21st of 1988.
Oh, wow.
I'm fucking old. Pooh be
you hide it so well.
Yeah.
So
no, have you seen the new Winnie the Pooh movie?
Oh, you mean Blood and Honey, the horror movie?
Yeah, it's called Winnie the Pooh: Blood and Honey. The whole
Tell me
premise,
this isn't real. What?
No, so
real.
Winnie the Pooh is in the public domain now. It's so old that anyone owns the rights to it. So somebody made a horror movie called Blood and Honey.
Yeah, and the premise
just because
is,
they could.
Yeah, Christopher Robin has gone off to college and he's left Piglet and Pooh and they've gone feral and they start killing people that come to the 100-acre woods.
Yeah, it looks like it's like a teen sort of horror movie with like nudity and all sorts of. I'm gonna watch it. I think it's gonna be great.
Oh, I'm a huge Winnie the Pooh. I've loved Winnie the Pooh since I was a kid. I'm a huge Pooh fan.
I just hope that he's like murdering someone. And he's like, oh bother, and he's like kills one of the teens or something.
Aussie Overlord has apparently seen the thumbnails, judging by the expression on your face.
Oh,
no, I'm reading the Winniepedia page for it. Holy crap!
Winniepedia.
The Winniepedia. I didn't know there was a Winnie the Pedia.
Oh no.
Oh, what are you reading?
Winnie the Pooh: Blood and Honey is an upcoming independent slasher film directed and written by Reese Frake Waterfield. Film serves as a horror retelling of the A.A. Milne's 1926 book Winnie the Pooh and follows the anthropomorphic, characters Winnie the Pooh and Piglet as they now become bloodthirsty murderers after Christopher Robin leaves for college and starts pursuing a group of university girls. Development of the film began when the original book became public domain in the United States in January 2022, resulting in the Walt Disney Company no longer holding exclusive rights to the characters first depicted in the book. Upon its announcement, the film drew widespread attention due to its concept involving a character that had garnered a reputation for being a beloved childhood icon and was met with mixed reactions. No shit.
Well, I think we just need to watch the trailer. if we're into this, we may as well just watch the trailer.
The thing is, this is going to
Oh
happen.
my god, they actually put out a trailer.
Steamboat
I was
Mickey
holding
is
out
gonna
hope that
happen
there was
this
just
as
one big
well.
joke.
No.
Why would you want to? This is going to be amazing. What are you talking about?
You know, you're the first person I ever shown this place to.
Why am I so special?
Because soon we'll be.
That's Christopher Robin.
We should be close now.
We're not going to find them.
We will. Pooh, Piglet, Eeyore, we were friends for many years, and they're out there.
Christopher?
Your rip.
I really need to find out what's happening, okay?
Hayden, you're looking confused.
Did you say I have a pool?
We need to go. There's Laura's dead.
Get out.
There's someone else outside.
Piglet's got tusks.
Why are you doing this, please? I would have never left, I swear, I swear.
Blood and honey.
Jeff, have you ever seen something called Meat Canyon?
No, I've never seen.
You can't watch it on stream. I tried before, but it's basically it's a dude. It's an animator, and all he does is make corrupted versions of like cartoons. So he has like, you know, Ed, Ed and Eddie, but they're like ripping the jaws off people. There's like Mickey the Mouse, but he's like rats in the wall, Lovecraftian sort of story. It's all very creepy. But that's the only thing he does. He just spends all day corrupting.
Oh wow, we already have.
You can't show Meat Canyon on stream. It's fine. You can't do it. But it's so funny.
I'll definitely look it up.
We could do like a private watch party of it sometime because it's so funny.
Piglet, is that you? Pooh be riding dirty dog. Okay. Hayden, that was the first time you've seen that trailer. What do you think? That's gonna be the
I feel
best
violated.
I feel like Hayden is a bit of a meme novice. Like he's not quite prepared, but he'll get there.
No, look, I wouldn't consider myself a meme novice, but holy shit! I mean, I thought that it was bad enough when they did the what was it, the evil version of the evil version of the Superboy or whatever it was when they did. Oh god, what was it called?
Elijah or where like Superman was just like a little shitty kid that just like went bad.
Yeah, and he slaughtered everybody.
Yeah, that was a great show. It was like Eli.
Yeah.
Eli. I think it's called like Eli.
Yeah, something like that.
Oh, that was fucking funny.
Holy crap! I mean, look, the only thing that's okay. Given that we're almost at the 4-hour mark, Vice says, "Have you seen the trailer for Handjob Cabin?"
I haven't seen.
No. I haven't seen Handjob Canyon.
Brightburn, that's what it was. Brightburn. Thank you.
Brightburn. Yes. And that is one of my all-time recommendable films. Like, what if Superman was just a shit of a kid? That's what that movie would be.
Yeah.
God,
let's see if I can find this video.
Handjob what?
Hang on, I should have it here.
Well, as long as we're going for full demonetization, we may as well just.
Well,
I was gonna say
we're over 2 hours. It's fine.
Yeah.
I only dropped the one cunt early. That may have been tricky.
Yeah,
but you'll be fine.
Well,
You'll be fine.
you. I mean,
You'll
again,
almost
it's the
certainly be
Australian
fine.
definition. Yeah.
That's our word.
Take back the word. Take back the C word.
All right, there. I've thrown it into the shared screen thing.
All right. You're on, I guess.
Oh, don't get me wrong. We're all going to regret this, but if I'm being traumatized,
I don't regret it.
If I'm being traumatized, so is everybody else.
Everybody ready? Here it is.
Oh, he won lots of awards, so it must be good.
Is awesome. Goodbye, self-service.
What's this?
Hello, service.
Or is it
It's like H3H3 there.
Oh, yeah. Free boner
Viagra.
pills.
Free boner pills.
Let's get this party started. Yeah! Ready? Dan? Come on, guys. Stop jerking around.
What the hell is this?
The final stroke.
Help me.
Local first over-the-pants hand job turns deadly.
Can you bump up the volume anymore?
Hang on.
Hand job accident? When her hand slips, causing it to strike her own face and tumble out of a window to her death.
No!
We need to split up. This thing only has two hands. What about its mouth? Something tells me she's not going to use that.
She won't use lotion! She wants us to suffer! She wants us to suffer!
Just flicking it out over the pants hand job for real.
What the hell is this?
In life,
I'm going to
sometimes
hell.
Things are far worse than death. Hand jobs. Normally, when someone receives one, they just hate it. But in this place, they die on the inside. And it's all
Oh,
her
this is
fault.
too real.
Fuck. There's something evil in this place. With calloused hands and strong wrists. And solely one thing is certain. She's the only one who comes in this cabin. And she comes.
Calloused hands and strong wrists?
What do you want from me? No, you I don't even have a
What?
Oh no. Hand job, Kevin.
Oh, fuck. I can do this better myself.
I can do this better myself. I've been there.
It's so true. Like, oh my god, no. Oh my god, no. This is actually giving me flashbacks. This is actually triggering me. This has actually happened to me. This has happened to me. Like I'm just like you just don't know what you're doing. Just let me do it. Like I'm just like, oh my god, fuck. This is not fun. It's not okay to laugh. It's not okay to laugh. It's not okay to laugh. This is not funny because it happened to me. That's the one thing. Like everything is funny until it happens to me, and then it's not funny.
Oh.
It's a good sound effect.
Calloused hands and strong wrists.
Oh, no.
She won't use the lube. She won't use the lube.
But I mean, can we talk about this? Like,
No,
there's
let's
like
do. All right,
every
here's
so
a
often,
story.
every so often you get these lazy girls that just do not want. They're just like, they go at it for like 20 seconds. And they're like, "Are you done yet?" Like, no. What are you talking about? Come on. Right? Am I wrong?
No, you're absolutely correct.
Thank you. I feel vindicated.
Oh, no.
Well, anyway, sorry. I figured if I was going to be traumatized, everyone else could be too, so I thought I'd share.
Wow. Now I have to watch that, so now I'm going to be traumatized again.
Well, it's not a movie. They just did the trailer.
I like the
awards were
comment in
fake.
chat. Do better. Girls, you got to do better.
Do better. The mic check girls. Wow. We all just got done. Well, that killed my boner.
Like what is it? There's like a term. Oh, what is it called? It's like malicious compliance or something. Do you know that phrase?
Malicious compliance. I only know that from the Reddit thread.
But I feel like there's a group of people that like literally will do that with like hand jobs. It's like malicious compliance, where they're just like they do such a bad job because they want you to not ask for it again or something. You know what I mean?
Oh, guaranteed. I mean, I read a so Vices, I don't know if you know, but on a Sunday I have a very specific segment that I do called Kinky Corner, where I cover basically. Sorry.
Oh dear.
Oh dear.
Which basically covers, anything that's happened in, relationship news, sex news, law, anything's remotely related to it. It's a big hit with the ladies, surprisingly.
Ladies are the most degenerate people of them all. Like they love it.
Oh, totally.
But one of the cases that we covered, one of the articles that we covered recently was a radio announcer went live on radio as part of her podcast, spoke to her husband who was filling in for her co-host, and she admitted that she specifically requests sex from him when he is too tired to react or anything like that, so that at least that way it does not appear unequal in the relationship as to who initiates and who engages.
What the fuck?
Wow.
Yeah. And apparently that's not uncommon, because a whole bunch of women commented on it saying, yeah, we do that too, don't let our secrets out, all this sort of shit.
That's wrong. Fuck that.
Why would you be in that relationship? Why would you be in that relationship? That's the thing.
Paige says, I'm a bit late in the stream, but did you know Captain Kangaroo's war story? Tom Hanks talks about it in some of his Private Ryan interviews. He was taking fire, unarmed, guiding ships on the beach. Yeah, like 3 hours from now, you'll hear our response to this. But James Doohan, Scotty from Star Trek, he had a grenade blow up in his hand there in Normandy. That's what he was missing a digit. Yeah, he was missing a digit.
Wow.
He was missing a finger on his right hand, I believe. But yeah, you'll catch up in about 3 hours, Paige. But wow, yeah, no, I had a friend. One of my favorite stories from my friend is that, like, at the end of the day, after a set off of payments, a hooker paid him to have sex.
That's embarrassing.
No,
I mean, for the hooker. For him, it's a great story. But
I mentioned it once on Andrew's stream. I used to be the president of a bikie club here in Korea, motorcycle club here in Korea.
Oh yeah.
Way back in the day. The Rotten Dead Motorcycle Club, and we hosted another club in town. And while we were having this ridiculous blowout in this one bar, me and my sergeant at arms, we walked outside, and some girl was like, "Hey, you want to come with me?" And we're like, "Nah." He's like, "Nah, I don't think so. Go away." And then we went back in the bar. Came out a bit later. She was walking the street again, and she's like, "Well, okay, please, you come with me." He's like, "How much?" She's like, $50. He's like, "No way." And this happened like 2 or 3 more times where and it got to be about 3 o'clock in the morning. And by then, after like a series of negotiations, going out for cigarettes and whatnot, she's like, "Oh, $15, you and me." He said, "Well, are you going to bring a friend?" He said, "Oh, okay." He's like, "All right, see you later, Jeff." And I'm like, "Oh, you degenerate fuck." And then he
it's
went
like the joke. What do you get from a hooker for $15? Crabs.
Yeah. Well, pretty much. Then he went his way. I just kept drinking. Then we had an appointment for 8:30 a.m. breakfast at this restaurant on this particular street, and we were sitting there eating breakfast. He got there, and I'm like, "How was it?" He's like, "Dude, you know the saying, there's no such thing as a bad blowjob."
Yes, no. That's wrong. Big wrong. That's big
He's
wrong.
like, "Yes, there is." And I'm like, "What do you mean? Tell me, Jazz." And he's like, "Oh, well, it starts out with her going, 'Oh, you too big, I can't do.'" And then she starts like, "Well, all right, just blowjob." She's like, like this big smoker's hat going on, and teeth are involved. And he's like, at some point, he said, "Look,
the toothy blowjob is like literal torture. Like it is terrible.
It was at this moment that he knew he fucked up.
Yeah,
the cheese
Mr. K says in chat, the cheese grater. That is the worst feeling.
Yeah, but and then at some point during this tryst, he's like, "Okay, look, if this is your chosen nighttime profession, perhaps you should look into working at a convenience store because this is not the right profession for you. Just, go,
You
just
get what you
get
pay
out,
for,
just
though,
leave."
right? Am I wrong?
And yeah, no. So I mean, he had paid $15
There you go, what you pay for.
and the friend didn't show up miraculously. And while we're eating breakfast, and he's telling me this horror story. She comes up and she was like walking the streets again at like 8:30 in the morning. And she's like, "Oh, you're such a good man. You take good care of me." And she gave him a $20 bill.
What?
Like for a refund. And then like 10 minutes
He
later,
made money off of a bad blowjob.
that was it. We're just like eating our hash browns and eggs. And suddenly he goes, "Dude, I made $5. A hooker paid me to have sex. Woo!"
That's pretty good. That's pretty good.
And he framed that $20 bill and put it on his wall. Yeah, so that's my random story for the night.
That's a good story. Oh my god.
And that's like one of his prize moments in his entire life was that he made $5 out of a deal with a streetwalker. But he has zero morals, and I at least have a little bit.
Yeah,
But he got the $5.
Do it. He did get the $5. I don't think I could do that. I think just for the principle, I couldn't do it.
Yeah.
Well, he has moral issues. He is just
doesn't
literally.
sound like it.
If you look up degenerate in the dictionary, it's like his picture kind of a thing.
The thing is, I almost respect people that can be like go full board degenerate because they can get away with so much shit. That's the thing. Like people that just don't give a shit can get away with so much. And I can't do it. Like it's one thing. Like I literally cannot do it. I've tried and I just couldn't do it. I couldn't go through with it. But people that can just put all shame to the wind can get away with so much in life. And they can.
You're absolutely right.
Yeah.
And that's like, I mean, my thing is like, my mother always told me that if you take advantage of a drunk girl who can't rationally make decisions, I will come back from the grave and haunt you for the rest of your life. And so it's like, I just can't, if you're drunk, I don't want to be that kind of thing. I just can't, there's just like, I have morals and this particular friend didn't. Just like had zero. Like you have people with low morals. He literally had zero morals. He's one of the few people I've ever met that's just like, what the fuck,
Yeah, but those sort of people get really far in life. Like,
which is unfortunate and very annoying.
Yeah. But women are the same way. It's not exclusively
women and men
male
are no
club.
different. They just have different buttons to push. Women are just as degenerate as men. Is when you realize that is when you start enjoying life a lot more.
No, totally. No. Well, I guess one of the two stories I have for that is, I mean, someone just flat out told me one day, the girl that's going to the bar alone is going to the bar for the same reason you're going there alone. There's no fucking illusion about it. She's going there to have a good time. You're going there to have a good time. So
absolutely.
You don't play the fucking games.
Where the fuck were you 20 years ago?
Well, that's the thing. It takes men a long time to learn this. It takes them a long time.
I wasted this on the first 16. I got married when I was 23, and it took me 16 years to get out of it. So I literally wasted the prime years of my life. But I more than made up for it after the divorce.
Well, I think the thing is, like, I think the ultimate trick is that even if you realize this when you're younger, it doesn't work when you're younger because you have to be it seems like there's a certain age requirement where, like, if you're too young, it doesn't work. You have to be a certain level. It's like you have to level up a certain amount, and then before you get the confidence for it. You know what I mean? Does that make sense?
Yeah, you have to level up with the intelligence points.
Like you can't go to a bar as a 19-year-old with with just like exuberant confidence. It doesn't just work. You just seem like a cunt if you do that. But if you do that at like 30 or 40 or something, and it's just like people are like, okay, this guy knows what he's doing. Okay, it's just a weird thing like that.
Well, and I mean, Hayden, I mean, you're happily married.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So good for you. But you'll see it. I mean, when you start to get a little bit gray, the silver fox thing is real.
I've heard that.
It is.
I have heard that.
I mean, my game was so much better after I went gray than before. And it's just a weird thing.
Okay.
Yeah. In any country I've been to, it's just a thing. I don't know why, but it is. Yeah. Joe Choi says, I got married at 23 too, Jeff. Don't regret my kids, but I regret. Oh yeah, it's like I say my son was the greatest mistake I ever made. If I hadn't had him, I would have got out a long time before I did. But hey, my son is the greatest, coolest kid in the entire freaking universe. But the thing about my relationship at 23, I got married at 23. She was 21. The thing that frustrates me and annoys me more than anything now, all of these years later, is that nobody, parents, friends, relatives, nobody said, what the fuck are you thinking, you 23-year-old twat? You don't know fucking anything about love. Get that stupid thought out of your head and come back in 10 years and talk to me about getting married. That's what annoys me more than anything. Nobody stopped us from getting married at 23 and 21.
Interesting.
I
can't talk. I literally proposed while I was still in high school.
Wow, cool.
Yeah, so got plenty of things that I can't say on stream because unfortunately some of my wife's co-workers actually watch my stream of all things.
That must be the worst.
It's a little bit dangerous, I'm not going to lie.
I have like my good boy channel and my regular this channel, which I guess is my main channel now because like nobody cares about when I'm being behaved, but they enjoy when I'm not being behaved. How it kind of makes sense, right? But it's fine.
No, I mean those things like you and Nick and you know, I mean the fact. I mean, if you can find that unicorn, that is a fucking awesome thing. I just didn't, and we just both said, "Oh, we're still young enough to be happy. Let's go be happy apart from each other." I mean, that's awesome. That like you do that
yours
in
is
high
like an
school and together.
interracial relationship, right? Which is very difficult on the as well.
Oh yeah. Yeah, like way hard.
Like unless you have an absolutely fluent understanding of a relationship, of a language, it's very difficult to make like those sort of interracial relationships work because like it's the little things like the kind of the wordplay that makes your significant other laugh when she's having a bad day, that sort of thing. That's what really like pushes a relationship through the bad times. And if you can't do that because of a language barrier, it's very difficult.
No, exactly. Sorry.
No, go ahead.
I was just going to say, I there is one thing that I put out there to pretty much anyone whenever they ask me for any sort of relationship advice, because, we're coming up on, 17,
4 hours.
30. Oh, no, I meant how many years I've been married.
Oh. Well, you went from 17 to 30? What?
How long have we been streaming?
Oh, 31 minus... I just typed in 0 and 0 into my calculator.
People call me a brain on my stream, but come on.
This is like one of the major reasons for divorce when you don't know how long you've been married. Because I guarantee you, she knows to the minute how long you've been married.
Oh my god.
Probably. So
we've
been together 14 years,
I've had
basically.
some of those conversations.
Yeah.
So we've been together 14 years. One thing that I have specifically learned is when someone comes to you, when your partner comes to you and they're upset, before you say any other words, you look them straight dead in the eye and ask one question: support or solutions? Do they want you to blindly support them with whatever is going on, or do they want you to try and sit down and nut things out with them? Because picking the wrong one on that will almost always lead to an argument.
Oh yeah,
that's why my relationships don't work, because whenever I get presented a problem, I think, what's the funniest thing I can say right now?
Oh shit, that's me. Well, then there's two things, and like,
to be fair, I do that too. I think that's just a bloke thing.
Men are biologically programmed to be fixers. That's just us. We're programmed to solve problems and fix things.
Exactly.
And me, somewhere in my twisted, fucked up brain, says, okay, if someone is sad or angry, what you do to make them feel better is you say funny shit. and make them laugh.
Yes.
But,
Like,
one out of about 1,000 times they actually find it funny.
And here's the thing, right? Like, I think you know this, but like,
I know exactly what you're gonna say.
If it's not funny, you double down because it's even more funny. Yes.
Exactly. That's exactly. It's like
you have to.
The fact that she gets more angry and I find it funnier makes
something
me laugh
so funny about
harder.
that. It's so funny that they don't find it funny, and you can't help it. It's so good.
It is just you just keep digging the hole, and
It's like that. Have you seen that picture? Have you seen that picture of a possum that's like in a box of like jelly donuts or pizza or something? And it's like it's just like this fat possum that's like sitting down. It's already eaten. It's like, do what you must. I've already won. It's like that sort of feeling. Like you're just accepting consequences now. And you're just like, yeah, just go for it. I've already done what I needed to do.
Yeah.
Already won.
Did you find the photo?
Sorry, I found the photo. I'll share it. Hang on.
Yeah, do that.
It's a good photo.
I've
That's
never
great.
seen this.
I'm gonna put that on my wall or something. Oh, that's brilliant.
Do what you must. I've already won.
I love that.
Oh, possums are so funny.
Oh God.
I mean, but that is such a guy thing. It's like, and women just get pissed, but I think
I know,
it's
right?
just,
Like,
it's just a genetic thing. It's like I'm not doing it to be a dick. I'm genuinely trying to lighten the mood. And the fact that you get extra pissed at me for trying to lighten the mood, for some reason, I find that to be extra funny. So I try to be extra funny, which just makes you 3 times as fucking mad as you were at me in the beginning.
Yeah, I mean,
there's no way out.
It's just one of those things, right? Like, I've heard that there was some differences between the world wars, like, because like a dark humor and like the essence of dark humor is that you take away from the tragedy by making yourself the worst person. So you sell a bad joke to kind of thing. And dark humor is more prevalent in British humor than is in German humor, apparently. And because of this, apparently, and I haven't checked up on this, but apparently, British veterans had fewer instances of PTSD because of this fact, that they would use dark humor to rationalize their experiences, whereas German soldiers did not. So, I mean,
interesting.
Maybe there is some sort of what's the word? There is some sort of nobility in using these sort of jokes, but maybe not. I don't know. Maybe it's just me justifying my own bad jokes.
Well, we are just over 4 hours into this 2-hour stream, and Mad Coromofo is totally MIA. I guess we're just gonna have to write him off of this stream.
That's unfortunate. He's a funny guy.
Yeah, I was really looking forward to having him on here, but we'll do it again, Mad Coromofo.
Very punished individual. YouTube has been very unfair to him.
Yeah. Well, the people have spoken. They want more Ned Kelly, so we'll be doing some more Ned Kelly streams with y'all.
That sounds good to me.
But you please hit the like on this video. I know you're watching it. I know you're liking it. So hit the like on the video. And I am 10 subscribers away from 24,600 members. Get 10 more subscribers. Get me up to 600. And while you're at it, go over and visit Meme Copium. Visit over Aussie Overlord and subscribe to their channels as well if you haven't already done so, because they deserve this shit way more than I deserve it. And if you have stuck with us from the beginning of like 0 to 4 hours and 9 minutes, you guys are super awesome. But please hit the like, hit the subscribe, hit the notification for all of our channels, because you won't regret it.
Absolutely
just
not.
Kind of want to do that.
Well, I mean,
hopefully near the end stream, Grift. But who knows?
I mean, you might regret subscribing to me, but you won't regret. You won't regret subscribing to Hayden and Jeff. It's fine.
Yeah,
that might be a good video to close out on, because it's so pertinent to what we've actually covered today. But that's just sort of sitting there for whenever you want to close out.
Yeah. Is this the general?
Just keep in mind,
or is this the gays or the offended stream?
Offended. This is just sticks and stones. Just keep in mind, I did play it once, and I did get taken down, but I think you should be okay. You're already demonetized at this point, aren't you?
What? Me?
That's a good question.
I'm not demonetized. Oh, you mean you mean by yellow ticked, right?
Yeah, that's what I meant.
Let me see where we are. Let me jump into my YouTube studio here. Hit the content tab. Hit the live tab.
People in chat, if I can just make
I
it.
haven't
if
done
I
it
can
yet.
Okay.
I haven't turned on monetization yet. Let's turn it on. All right.
What I do is I start
I could just make a
monetized,
plea,
and then I peel it straight away because I get
Yeah.
the yellow tick within a minute of my starting my stream.
I just trim it.
Fair
Can't
enough.
be bothered.
But
if I could
almost
just make a
always
quick
win
plea
the
to people
appeal.
in chat.
Yeah. What's up,
I need
chatters?
5. If I get 5 more people subscribe, I'm literally at 3333.
Oh shit! Get over there and subscribe to him
based.
right now. Absolutely right now. Get over there and subscribe to Aussie Overlord and subscribe to Meme because I'm sure he's close to some sort of milestone, depending how he looks at it.
I mean, my channel works on very different metric to how I don't gain subscribers. I lose subscribers from every stream, and I gain them from regular videos. So I'll wake up and I'll be gaining like 500 videos, 500 subscribers
Really?
to my videos. Yeah,
I don't know
because,
how
like,
I lost 16 today. It made no sense whatsoever.
well, because you guys only live stream.
Yes, perfect.
Well, I do
Print
that because
screen.
I lose. You got it. Sweet.
I got it. That's fantastic. I got exactly 3333. Thank you so much, everybody.
I gain people on live and I lose people on the pre-recorded stuff. That's just the way it
Really?
works for me. Yeah, like I mean, for example, I'm up 50 subscribers since we started this today. And I don't know how the
Wow.
fuck that happened, but thank you, 50 subscribers. I don't know where you came from or how you got here, but thanks. But if I do like a day or two of pre-recorded stuff, I'll lose 50 subscribers in a heartbeat.
Well, I mean, my stream content is not very similar to my live stream content, if that makes sense. I mean, so
that's true.
So when I upload a video, it's usually a critique of like some sort of media or something. Like I've basically been talking about how bad Lord of the Rings of Power is. So the people that
Well, not only
like,
that, you saved my eyes from having to watch She-Hulk, which
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
greatly appreciative.
That's such a bad show. So like people will subscribe that sort of content, like the kind of like the pop culture reference content, and I'll get like hundreds of subscribers from that. And then like over the week, I'll lose subscribers from live streams because they're like, I don't want to hear you talk about politics. That's bullshit.
Drunk Jeff Spencer.
Just tell me about the Green Woman again. I'm like, I don't want to talk about the Green Woman again. She's boring.
But see, I talk about the Green Woman on stream, and I talk about boring shit like barbecues and whiskey tastings on my recorded videos. Maybe I'm just like backwards and fucked up about that. I don't know.
No, I think people subscribe for your personality. Like it's very what's the word, chummy. It feels like you're talking to a friend. I like it.
Yeah,
It's like
we
you're
can
at a
say the-
barbecue
That is very true.
with a bro.
The
and you're
Ricada
just talking
bump is
about
coming. I had Nick on my stream, and I literally did like gain 800 people in 2 days. So
That's
that
pretty
was
crazy.
pretty sweet. Yeah,
Really?
I did
Oh,
did
yeah.
not complain about that. Just subscribe to both of you guys, so you got at least one
Thank you
more
so
new
much.
subscriber for
Oh,
both
thank
of
you,
you.
Joe. You might regret it. I mean, I just like to be honest with my peoples. So
No, well, I mean, what I do is pretty set in stone, and I probably need to break out of it a little bit. Every Monday, I do my maritime disaster stream,
Those are
just
good. I
because
like
that's
those.
what I do. I do maritime law, so that's what I do. I do my maritime disaster stream on Monday. Then one of the streams, either Tuesday or Thursday, is usually the OJ Simpson thing we're doing now. And then the other 3 days, well, the other 2 days, at least Tuesday and Wednesday, or Wednesday and Thursday, or just whatever. And then Friday, Fair and Balanced and I, we do an unexplained theme together where we talk about the things like you talk about, Meme Copy, like the unexplained things that happen. Like, for example, this weekend, I guess we're talking about the 27 Club, everybody that dies at 27, and the Queen.
Have you
And so-
seen? So I
Yeah.
think the first time I heard that you did maritime law, I had one question in my mind. And have you watched Arrested Development?
Yes.
Have you seen the trial of Captain Hook?
That doesn't ring a bell. I haven't watched it since it was like actually
Captain
broadcast.
Hook. You haven't seen that?
Not since I haven't watched Arrested Development since it was originally broadcast.
Oh, that's so funny.
So
There's like
I
one
have
scene
very
where
little memory.
Michael pretends to be like a maritime lawyer, and he has like a play with the trial of Captain Hook. I'll have to show you at some point. It's fine.
Yamaha Biker says, I missed the Sultana. That was disappointing. Yeah, that's what we did like this last Monday. It was
that was a good
steam.
one.
Yeah, the steamship going up the Mississippi River. The boiler exploded, and they were licensed to carry 376 passengers. They had 2,300 passengers on it, and the boiler exploded, and like 1,200 or 1,600 people died. So yeah, that's the kind of stuff we talk about on Monday because it's fun.
That'll get rid of your Mondays, that's for sure.
Notes on a Phone has been like on these raisin puns, I guess, for like days, and I apparently missed the origins of this. But yeah, so you're just on it. But
maybe they're just trying to keep up with current affairs.
Yeah. That was nice. Nice current blast there. That was pretty slick. I like that. Almost got by me. I was like, I had to think for like half a second. Went, clever. Arrested Development was excellent. Yes, it was. And rewatching it is equally as excellent.
The first 3 seasons are great. Like the Netflix ones, not so much. But it was so funny.
I haven't
and so
seen any of the Netflix ones.
They're not worth watching. There's like 1 or 2 good jokes, but it's not the same.
Well, to me, it seems like it was like Archer was great for the first 3 or 4 seasons, and then once you like jump the shark and you become so self-referential, it's no longer funny.
Like Arrested Development was very good at these like joke setup sort of thing, and like it just didn't. They didn't show up in season 4 and season 5, but there was one very funny thing where Tobias was like he was playing the Thing from the Fantastic Four. And like he was also being suspected of being like a sexual predator at the time. So like he shows up at like the house, which is being like classified for only sexual predators or something. And then there's like he's wearing his rock costume and he's like, hey, maybe where are you? Daddy's got to get his rocks off or something. And it's like this one moment that's just so funny. But apart from that, the entire series is not worth watching. So it's unfortunate. It's unfortunate.
Frisky Dingo better than Archer.
I actually haven't watched Archer before, even though I've used some Archer memes in my videos.
Oh, you've never watched Archer? Archer was great.
It looks funny. I've got to get around to watching the entire thing.
Well, see, I don't know what Frisky Dingo is, but we did have Rocco's Modern Life.
That's funny. I like Rocco's Modern Life. That was big where I was a kid.
Yeah. Oh God. At what age did you realize that he used to work in a phone sex operator's?
Oh, I knew that immediately. I knew that when I was like in school when I was watching it. I mean, that was
Tom.
obvious.
Ground control to Major Tom. Okay, I guess we're all back here again. I froze. Wow.
You going Mr. Roboto on us.
Yeah. Frisky Dingo is made by the same person as Archer. Okay, so he makes Bob's Burgers, Archer, and
I couldn't get into Bob's
Dingo
Burgers.
Well.
I don't get the appeal of Bob's. Some people do.
Either.
I can't. I have very weird tastes where I either like really high comedy or I like Smiling Friends, which is hilarious, by the way. If you haven't seen that, I recommend it.
Smiling Friends.
It's very funny but very silly, and it's almost I would describe it as schizophrenic almost when you watch it, but it's very funny.
Well, I watched the Netflix show Big Mouth. It was shocking and funny.
I don't like Big Mouth.
It was shocking and funny for the first season, then it was just like after that, so I stopped.
I have some big problems with Big Mouth.
What are your big problems with Big Mouth?
It's basically pedophilic, is what I'd say.
Okay.
There's some really weird undertones when I watch that show that I don't feel comfortable watching it, sort of thing.
Well, see, I liked it because to me it was like remembrance of days past, and I liked it because it showed sort of body positivity to youths today, where they could watch it and deal with these issues like your first period and things in a humorous and instructive sort of way. But I didn't look at it the way you were looking at it. But.
Well, that's the thing, right? Like we all look at things differently, and we all enjoy the different shows. But when I watched it, like I was just like I felt really uncomfortable when I was watching it. And that could just be me, but that was my first impression, and it's very unlikely that'll change.
Well, I just like the first season, then it sort of became okay. You're just trying to make jokes. If you're trying to make jokes, I don't think they're funny.
Exactly. If you have to force it, it's not entertaining.
Well, and that's what I said, like when like Archer jumped. This before it was like you would have one or two really hilarious lines or 3 or 4 really hilarious points in the show, but then when you started developing entire episodes to deliver a punchline here and there, then you're like, all right, you're just trying hard, and that's kind of when I bow out of series.
It's kind of funny though, like there's like these certain voices that you can kind of associate with people. Like for me, Will Arnett. Whenever I hear Will Arnett, I almost automatically assume it's going to be funny. Like, like he's just got this perfect voice, and I almost love everything that he's in because he's got this. I don't know. There's something about his voice. Even Lego Batman wasn't a good movie, but because of Will Arnett was like Batman, I was like, this is actually kind of enjoyable. And of course, he plays Job in Arrested Development, which is probably why I think he's so funny, because that is such a good character. But
illusion.
It's illusion.
I guess kind of like Robin Williams. Like Robin Williams could say, "I just watched 10,000 children being burned in a train accident," and people would laugh just because it was Robin Williams saying it.
Oh yeah, but I mean it's a delivery, right?
Yeah.
What is this like?
Ren and Stimpy, that was good.
Ren and Stimpy. Oh yeah. What is that show? Is it Extras?
I didn't get it. I cannot get into BoJack Horseman. It's like BoJack Horseman. I couldn't get into that.
BoJack Horseman is like, I liked it the first time I saw it, but I don't like it anymore. It's kind of weird like that. It's like when I analyzed it more critically, I didn't enjoy it. But I think BoJack had a really interesting, like absurdist sort of humor to it, where it's like real human words, but from a horse. You know what I mean? But
well, Mr. Upper Torso, which is one of my favorite nicknames of all time.
A very underrated.
Duckman is retro classic, at least the first 2 seasons, but I got to recommend Super Mansion to all the superhero fans. Parody gold. Haven't seen Super Mansion.
Okay, let me write that down.
But I did see, yeah, let me do it. But I did see, I'm not drunk, I'm not hiccuping. I had a friend send me a meme on Monday. I have a friend that like just dumps every Monday. He does like Meme Monday and just dumps memes into my email box.
I have 1 or 2 people like that.
Nothing wrong with that.
He did this one last week. It was like, imagine it was a copy from some tweet that basically said something like, imagine when you send your child off to Professor X's school thinking you're doing them a favor and giving them a boost up in life. Then you turn on your TV and see Juggernaut blasting them through a wall.
Oh no.
Pretty much. Meme's voice does sound familiar.
Yes, people seem to think that I'm a certain other YouTuber, but that's not quite the case. But also, hello Rags, scratches for the good boy.
Dun dun dun. F is for Family. Oh, Bill Burr is just great. F is for Family is excellence in television programming.
Yeah, I saw an episode of that. It didn't quite resonate with me, but like I said, each of us have our own like levels of humor and what we enjoy. Doesn't necessarily mean it bad. It's like because I do a lot of media reviews and I say like things are bad and people say, well, I liked it. I'm like, and I always respond just like, that's okay. You can enjoy things. You don't need my permission to enjoy things. Yeah. I didn't think it was good because of these reasons. You enjoy it, that's fine. Don't listen to me.
But dog backwards.
People get really offended if you don't like the same things as them.
Yeah, if you don't laugh at their own humor. Yeah. How many things can be true at the same time? Put the joint down and relax, dog backwards. That's like all of my friends on weed. I have never done an illicit drug in my life, but I've had friends that, I'm just sitting there watching TV and they're like, dude, how many things can be true at the same time? Dude, just eat some Funyuns and shut up.
It's like my brother is like, my brother is almost always like that. So he's like the quintessential stoner. Like, I don't know if I told you this, but maybe Hayden's heard it, but my brother was on a never-ending quest to get high, and eventually it went from like marijuana to mushrooms and everything. So he goes through the New Zealand wilderness looking for mushrooms, like psilocybin mushrooms, which are actually on the New Zealand $20 note or something. But the thing is, with
they're on the $20 note?
Yeah, like these.
Oh, yeah, so that everyone knows what they look like.
They're like the blue. I guess they call them blue minis. I've never done any like drugs or anything, so I don't know. But the thing is with mushrooms is that mushrooms are really dangerous if you misidentify them because that you can
you'll die.
You know, like the common delicious brown forest mushroom is equally exactly the same as like the poison forest death cap.
Death cap.
That's why. That's why you buy your mushrooms in the stores.
Yeah, but
the funny thing is, there was a study done. There was some scientists that took a bag of mushrooms out of a pack, out of a supermarket. They went, they tested them. In that packet alone, they found 3 new species of mushrooms. So don't tell me that they've checked it all. That's just yeah.
But my brother, in his never-ending quest to get high, he had to learn to identify which mushrooms would kill him and which ones wouldn't. So he actually became an expert on mushrooms accidentally, and not even just like drug mushrooms, like regular foraging mushrooms. And now in New Zealand, he's like a quoted expert on how to identify various mushrooms by like their gills and like colors and shades. I don't even understand it. But like he sent me like an article where it's like him being quoted like saying like resident mushroom expert shows us how to find the common forest mushroom cap, a delicious addition to your everyday risotto. And it's like
and he's just sitting there like, dude, I think it's that one.
Yeah, it's like it's very bizarre. Like because it's been like I guess 2 years or whatever since I've been back in New Zealand because of like the lockdown. So I haven't seen my family in a long time, and I'm like, how did this happen? What did I miss? I'm like, wait, what?
There's never enough Funyuns in the bag. I swear, exactly. That's why I never did drugs. For like 2 reasons. One, even if I drink a lot, it freaks me out when
You froze, mate. But I think he was going to say it freaks him out when he loses control and doesn't know what he's saying or something. That's probably what he's going to say. We can just assume that. Welcome to the Mid Copium Show featuring.
Oh, there we go.
Aussie Overlord. Oh, hello there. How's it going, Jeff?
I'm back again.
Oh, good. We were wondering where you were.
Yeah, it's one of those internet things. Apparently, I have to reboot my router again. But yeah, no, I can't remember what I was saying before I got nuked. Well, fuck it.
Something about mushrooms.
Meh.
Oh, my brother being a drug addict.
Right, that makes sense.
That's why I don't do drugs. My older brother, the one who was killed in a drunk driving accident, was a recovering drug addict, and that freaked me out to see what it did to him. He was a state champion weightlifter, and then he sort of turned into the 98-pound weakling. And it was amazing to see this retro section of his deal. But plus, also once I feel my brain start to disconnect with my nervous system, it freaks me out. So even if I get drunk, like my first tell is my lips go numb, and then I'll say something that my brain says, "Oh, Mr. Taxi Driver, please take me to here." And what comes out of my mouth is, and that freaks me out. And so I can't go past that point. So I've never done any illicit drugs or anything like that, but I have lots of friends who have. So I know what you're saying about like the mushroom brother.
That's very good though that you have the presence of mind to know when to stop. That's one thing that most people don't have.
I think it's probably part of just the profession. I just like my brain is so important to what I do that it freaks me out if it doesn't work right. It's just this block I have.
No, that's a fair call. I can understand that completely.
Yeah, and once they start to go fuzzy up here, I'm just like, okay, it's time to go home. I have never thrown up from being over intoxicated.
Never in your whole life.
Never. I have never ever thrown up. Okay. I mean, I don't have much of a gag reflex to begin with, but I just never get to that point.
That was like a big gap in.
Yeah, that was nice. Good job there. And then I'll just shut the fuck up now.
Well timed.
That was good. That was pretty quick. Awesome.
I would have been quicker off the draw, but I've got my arms crossed and I had to reach over to hit the button. So
but that was pretty quick. Kudos for that one. Holy crap. Oh, Lord. Well, we are at like 1:30 a.m. for me, and you're at 2:30 a.m. Aussie. And
whenever I get on this stream, it just goes to like 2 a.m. by accident. Like I'm pretty sure I'm annoying my neighbors with these Asian thin walls because every time we talk, it goes to like 2 a.m. We're just like talking about nonsense or something. But it's always good fun, good times.
Yeah, no, it's always brilliant. It's literally we are at that point where we are at the bar at 2 a.m. talking about all the great shit that you just You know
Remember that
exactly
one
where I'm coming
time
from.
we were talking about Ned Kelly and Australian folk heroes that one time so long ago.
Seems like so long ago. Yeah.
But the
Yeah, I
chat
vaguely
has
remember.
spoken. They definitely want some more Ned Kelly stories. So I think maybe a couple weeks down the line we should do an episode. We could just like start from the early years and go through like various episodes of his life, like the major crimes he's pulled off. If you all want to do that,
yeah,
Sounds good to me. And I'll even throw in the Mr. Whippy turf war killer.
Mr. Whiffy turf war killer.
Sorry, Mr. Whippy, as in the ice cream
man, right?
guy.
You never had that?
Yeah.
Like the ice cream man, Mr. Whippy?
No, that sounds a little pedo. Mr. Whippy, come on over here. Get your ice cream.
You have the ice cream man in America, right?
Yeah,
Like that plays
yeah.
the song in the ice cream.
Drives
I guess
around in
even
like a
in New Zealand,
creepy
it was the
van.
same. It was
Yeah.
Mr. Whippy. Mr. Whippy was like he had a monopoly on the ice cream industry.
Okay.
Yeah. It was like a franchise that just took
Hayden,
off.
sing us the ice cream Whippy man song.
I can't even remember it off the top of my head.
I
All
bet
right,
if you
Mimi,
heard it,
you're
you'd-
up.
Ah, shit, I can't remember either. Let me see. I think I can hear it in my.
Oh, but you're throwing me under the bus.
So you
Hold
under
on,
the
I got it,
pedo
I got it.
train?
Dun, 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 dun.
Oh, that's dun, 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 dun. No,
Yeah.
I'm going into Harry Potter. That doesn't work.
It's the same. It's all the same song. It's fine.
Ice cream. Expect a Ramus. Ah!
I expect a code.
He's saying green sleeves. That's
That's exactly what it is. Green sleeves. Thank you.
Yeah, that's it. That's it.
Yeah, okay.
Good stuff. Good times.
Your ice cream trucks play green sleeves?
Is that what they call
Yep.
song? I'm pretty sure that's the ice cream song.
Yeah, it's definitely
They just play
Yep.
creepy bells and weird clown shit for this.
It makes sense.
Oh, how British to play like green sleeves. Wow. All right.
I mean,
Well, we were talking about offended, and I guess as long as we're going to get offended, we should probably go out on a strong note here with Steve Hughes, who is an absolute fucking legend. He's an Australian comedian who was part of a heavy metal band as a drummer, and then he turned into a comedian. He had a huge nervous breakdown, disappeared for several years, came back, and now he's like on the upswing again. Steve Hughes is awesome. He's one of my heroes. I love Steve Hughes' humor. Now, if I
He's
can just
absolutely
find
brilliant.
out which of my windows has the
It doesn't. I'll
the
press play.
stream on it. Oh, that's okay. That's yours. Fuck me. All right. All
Yep.
right. Go ahead.
No one says anything anymore in case somebody else gets offended. What happens if you say that and someone gets offended? Well, they can be offended. What's wrong with being offended? When did sticks and stones may break my bones stop being relevant? Is that what you teach children, for God's sake? That's what you teach toddlers. He called me an idiot. Don't worry about him. He's a dick. Now you have adults going, I was offended, and I have rights. Well, so what? Be offended. Nothing happens.
Exactly.
You're an adult. Grow up. Deal with it.
Yep.
I was offended. I don't care. Nothing happens when you're offended. There's nothing. I went to the comedy show, and the comedian said something about the Lord, and I was offended. And when I woke up in the morning, I had leprosy.
Exactly. You're offended. So what? Nothing happens.
Well,
Eggs fucking actly.
The phrase that I really enjoy is that offense is taken, not given.
Exactly. And some people just need to learn to have a thicker fucking skin.
But there's so many people out there on the internet that like they have zero sense of humor. They have zero ability to laugh. And it's just you just walk into a situation knowing you're going to be offended, choosing to be offended, and by doing that, you completely block out anything you can learn from a particular situation.
They always look so unhappy, right? Like you tell a joke and they're like, they have like 4 or 5 seconds where they're like, oh, is this gonna offend someone if I laugh at it? Is this allowed? Oh, I guess it's okay. They gotta send every joke to HR to see if it's okay to smile. It's so, why would you want to live like that?
Or they do worse, and they sit there like that. Fuck. Oh, that was very cool. That was close. Like that.
Go ahead.
Delightful.
We're well into this.
Yeah, no, that
Hayden
was
about to
more
drop
about
an
my own
F-bomb.
personal.
Okay.
I was going to drop a very nasty F-bomb. Like that dickhead Duncan who sits there, you know, trying to hold in the laughter and pretend that it's not funny.
Yeah.
Like, it's just, for fuck's sake, you can just,
Well, that's
you
the thing,
can
right?
actually laugh at things.
A lot of humor is like bleeding edge sort of offensive stuff. Like it's stuff where it's on the barrier of offending you, and maybe you should, like, I think sometimes comedy should be offensive almost all the time.
That's just it. Jimmy Carr does a brilliant bit.
Be offensive. Yeah. Oh, Jimmy.
Exactly.
That's the whole deal. I mean, like Jimmy Carr came here to Korea 2 years ago, and my biggest regret is I was not able to go there.
No, look, he does this brilliant bit where he literally starts out by trying to gauge what the offense limit is of the particular audience. So he starts small, gets more and more offensive, and he says, "Look, you guys are setting the tone for the evening. We're going to work out what you feel is the most offensive." And he'll go through some of his best jokes, get right to the end, and then by the end of it, he's telling something about Hitler or whatever the hell else, and people in the audience are still laughing, but they know what they're getting into.
Yeah.
Well, I think that's the comedian's job, right? Like, I think there's no joke that's not okay. There's just wrong timing. And the comedian's job is to know when to say the right joke at the right audience. So Jimmy Carr's very good at that.
And like reminds me of George Carlin. I mean, George Carlin wasn't a stand-up comedian. George Carlin was a social philosopher who had some funny ways of telling really damning and horrific things about society. Yeah. But I mean, well, I saw it was 2 or 3 years ago. I saw an interview with Mel Brooks, who was talking about remaking movies like Blazing Saddles. I don't know if
you couldn't do that again today.
Yeah, I was just looking through Robin Hood Men in Tights for a clip I needed for a reference video, and then they have like a black sheriff, and it's like, why not? Worked in Blazing Saddles.
Yeah, well, like Mel Brooks was saying, like what Ozzy was saying, you couldn't make that, but he was saying, not only could I not make that today, I would not even dare putting that down on paper today.
So bizarre.
And that's the whole point of the show, was to shine a light on the absolute insanity and ridiculousness of racism. But if you were to make it today, that's all it would be seen as is ridiculous and racist.
I mean, I can't understand it, because like the amount of like tiptoeing and the pageantry of it, I guess, like is what I call it, was like, what is the difference between saying a person of color and colored people? For me, I can't understand the difference. For me, there's literally no difference. But it's like, it's this pageantry where it's like you pretend to be kind by saying one different arrangement of the same words, and one of the apparently is the most worst thing you can say, and the other thing is the correct way to say it. And it just doesn't make
you
any
live in
sense
Japan too, and I mean,
listen.
Koreans have they're trying to wrap their minds around why people are getting offended by the word Oriental when they're saying that's what we are, because at least in the Korean mind, there's still Oriental and Occidental. There's still East and West, and that's all it means. It doesn't have this weird,
Asians
like,
are
I'm
some
not
of
a
the most-
carpet, I'm not food, you don't call me Oriental. It's like Oriental and Occidental, they fucking mean things. And Koreans
Asian people are some of the most unironic Asian racist people that you know. Like, there is so much racism between the Asian subgroups and everything. Like, everybody hates each other, but it's just accepted way of life, and nobody cares because it's just the way it is.
But even being self-referential, Koreans call themselves yellow. They're like, well, that's what we are. We're yellow. You're white. They're black. We're yellow.
Well, that's what I was saying on one of my streams, that like kids have literally done the wide eye face, like, we have like the squint eye face where you pull your eyes. I've literally had kids come up to me and widen their eyes and say, look at my crazy. Yeah, exactly right. Kids will do that to me. They'll say, look at your crazy wide eyes, and I'm like, that's pretty weird. That's pretty funny though. But go, okay, see you later. It doesn't offend me. I just go on with my life because it didn't change anything.
It's
kids that have
literally the difference between being a thing and being an offensive thing. You choose to be offended by something. And you can always find something to be offended of.
And the main thing is, particularly if you're watching YouTube, if you are watching TV, you can turn the thing off. It is not up to us as content creators. It is not up to other people as comedians. It is not up to people as politicians. Whatever you want to call it. You are the ones taking offense. You have the ability to negate that, and you have a responsibility to do so, as far as I'm concerned.
Well, that's what I say to my watchers, my viewers all the time. Today, if we're talking about something you don't like, don't unsubscribe. Just fuck off and come back tomorrow when we're talking about something that you're comfortable with.
Exactly.
We talk about things here that aren't comfortable. Life isn't always comfortable. And the fact that universities have safe spaces. I thought the whole purpose of university was to go and explore your boundaries, go to places that are dangerous, have ideas put into your head that you haven't had the rest of your life, to be challenged. But now apparently we need safe spaces in university so that we don't hear opposing ideas. You don't want to hear opposing ideas? What the fuck are you doing in a university for?
Exactly. And I mean, even though supposedly safe spaces these days aren't safe spaces. I mean, I saw a news article that's popped up a few times now about how there was a multicultural center that was set up at a university, and someone
I had a phone
because
call. Did I miss something? Continue. Yeah,
there was a multicultural center that was set up, and someone arced up because a white person went in and sat down to do their homework or whatever.
I've seen that video. Yeah, they were very offended that a white person sat down in the multicultural center because they weren't welcome there.
No. Have either of you guys seen Lilyhammer on Netflix?
Maybe, but I don't recognize it by name.
Lilyhammer was the first Netflix exclusive. That was their first one that they made and produced, and it was made with Lil Steven, who played Silvio on The Sopranos. And like he said, the whole he wanted the whole basic thing to be was like, what would happen if Silvio had left the Bada Bing Club and gone into witness protection in Lillehammer, Norway? And he wanted to make sure it wasn't like, oh, I'm a foreigner. Look at all these crazy natives and all the weird shit they do. He said, I wanted to be from the Norwegian perspective. Like, oh, we have this weird fish out of water in our midst. How do we deal with him? But there was one scene where he had to get his visa, his permanent resident visa in Lillehammer, Norway. He had to go to this cultural sensitivity training course. And the guy was like, the mascot of our class is the panda. The panda is the most interracial creature we have.
It's white, black, and race, and Asian.
It's white and it's black and it lives in Asia. That's like the whole thing, and you're like, oh, that's like that is hilarious. But no, of course, people get offended. You know, you can't.
How could you get
that.
offended by that joke? Like the panda joke.
Yeah.
That is the most benign joke that it like.
And especially like Tiger Woods calls himself the Cablan Asian, the Caribbean Black Asian. You know, it's
like we used to tell. Like I literally told that joke in my university as a safe joke. Like what? Like why are pandas the most acceptable animal because they're white, black, and Asian. Like nobody could get offended by that joke, and
Not
now that's an
anymore.
offensive joke. That is incredible. Like,
are you serious?
I can't understand. I can't understand that. This is too outrageous for me now. Like, how could
if anything, I think pandas are a bloody good representation of exactly how fragile, like a stable situation is, because you've got black, white, Asian. But they're also fucking endangered, and if they don't eat enough bamboo, they die very fucking quickly.
Interesting thing about pandas is they can digest meat. They just choose not to. They actually have all the digestive system to digest.
They're like
for some reason,
totally
they just love
vegetarian, man. Like
totally. It's weird though, because somewhere along the line they just decided they just only want to eat bamboo.
My first interaction with pandas was in 2003 when my son was 3 years old. I had a vacation. We went to Shanghai. We went to the Shanghai Zoo, which at that time, I don't know how it is because I've never dared go back since 2003. But back then, we just referred to it, me and the ex, as the world of abused animals.
I can't stand Asian zoos. Asian zoos are the worst. Asian aquariums are pretty good, but Asian zoos are just the most depressing.
Well, all of the all of the aquariums in Asia are run by Australians or New Zealanders, so that's why they're okay.
Because we got so much experience with it, honestly.
Yeah, but like we went to the Shanghai Zoo, which I mean, Korean zoos are horrific. The
like
Shanghai Zoo was like on steroids, and we went to the panda enclosure. Well, we had to go through the like elephant exhibit to get to the pandas, and we're like, oh, let's watch the elephant show. And then we saw 3 guys coming with like these gigantic like barbed hooks, like looking like something out of Game of Thrones. Yeah, let's not go to the elephant show. Let's just like keep walking. And we got to the aquarium, and it was before the aquarium. There was like the pandas, and like the pandas were in this enclosure. And I'll never forget that this was 18 years ago. My son says, "Why are the pandas brown? I thought they were supposed to be black and white." These pandas were just so undercared for and ill-equipped for society. They were just brown with filth and growth on their bodies. And we had to go to the gift shop to buy a black and white panda so my son would stop freaking out.
Oh, far out.
It's like parasites.
You should have just told him that those. You probably should have just told him that they're those special red pandas.
Yeah, the special red pandas where they stick straws in their gallbladders and cut their feet off for soup.
What? Wait, what?
Oh no, that's like a thing, like the crescent. Yeah, like with the crescent pandas with like they have like the half moon thing on their chest. Yeah, those are the ones they drain for like gallbladder stuff, and they cut their paws off for feet and shit.
I don't know anything about that.
It goes back to the look, the aliens landed, so the Chinese are eating it.
Yeah, okay. That makes sense.
Yeah, and Koreans are like all about stamina.
Well, like they actually discovered the red pandas first, and like they're you know, even though they call them like lesser pandas or like red pandas.
I like the little ones, like the red pandas look like raccoons.
Are the copycats essentially?
Yeah, I like the little red ones. You know, like the little raccoon looking.
Yeah,
things.
in New
They're
Zealand,
kinda cute.
New Zealand zoos are very good. Like if you go to New Zealand Zoo, you can actually hug and cuddle with like a red panda. It's pretty base.
Aw.
You get to feed
And
them
drop
like,
bears.
fruit and shit. Yeah,
the drop bears.
And you can kiss a giraffe as well.
Yeah, well, I mean, back in my hometown, Utah, the Salt Lake City Zoo, Hogle Zoo, is pretty good. It's a privately funded zoo, but I mean, the San Diego Zoo is like world class, and they just drive you through, and they're like, "Well, sorry, the bears they're like fucked off to some other part of the enclosure, so you're not going to see any bears today." And you just, all right.
I mean, that's kind of the way you have to do it, though.
It's not just like they're in some enclosure doing this, like I just want to die repetitive motion thing.
But no, I mean, I honestly really recommend
Cuddle and hug the crocs.
Wellington Zoo of New Zealand. It's great. They will like give you acacia leaves, and they're like, just hold this in your mouth, and the giraffes will come and eat it from your mouth. It's crazy. Like they let you get so close, and the animals have so much free reign to do shit. So
Australian zoos are basically brothels.
Given that I'm taking my daughter to one this weekend, no.
Shame on you, Nakur-san. Thank you. Thank you for that unhelpful chat. Oh, gents, we are yeah. Go ahead.
I was gonna say Wellington is so small that Wellington Zoo, you can hear the lions roaring all over the city. You just be like, you'd be like getting a coffee, and you just hear like a lion roaring in the distance, like. You're just like, oh, must be feeding time at the zoo, whatever.
It's a sex zoo. What is wrong with you people?
They don't understand consensual, non-sexual kissing. Apparently,
I guess.
Giraffe. They're all too degenerate to understand. Look, if you're
what
feeding
tech are you using for those sound bites?
So I use a combination. So I use voice mod and a stream deck.
Yeah.
Nice.
Very helpful, very useful.
There's like some little $1,000 programmable thing that I'm looking into, but I absolutely don't need, but I would use it, but I wouldn't. So I'd use it for like 3 days and never touch it again. So I'm kind of on the fence what I should do about it. But yeah, soundboards are cool.
If you have good sounds.
I love being able to do this too. That one really gets the ladies going. I'm not gonna lie.
Okay, full disclosure, that's my bar pickup line right there. Exactly. It's like.
Have you seen Stranger Things?
Oh,
Holy
yeah.
shit!
Do you know when the kid does that and like Steve is just like, don't do that again?
Yeah. Those are my. I have zero pickup lines. I'm either me or I do the or I do the Chewbacca thing.
Well, that's
So-
really good. That's actually impressive.
So it's either Homer or Chewbacca, one of the two. That's just what I do for laughs. And it depends on how drunk I am. If I'm sober, it's Homer. If I'm drunk, well, even like my friends, like, oh, is Chewbacca coming out to play tonight? I'm like, meh, possibly.
Oh no.
Yeah.
I just love that I can cut up and create my own sound bites. For example, I've got took it directly from the audio from the court case.
We didn't hear that.
Oh really?
Yeah. Didn't hear it.
You keep seriously?
He's playing a good argument made by Amber Heard. That's why you can't hear anything. It's a bit of a thing.
Legal Vice human tigger. Tiggers are wonderful things. Their tops are made out of rubber. Their bottoms are made out of string. They're bouncy, 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 fun, 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 fun. But the most wonderful thing about tiggers is I'm the only one. I told you I like.
I drank beer heavily and tried drugs enthusiastically.
Tell me you heard that one. Okay.
Yeah, we heard that one.
I wonder if it must just be the personalized ones for some reason aren't working. Interesting.
I don't know. I think it's funny that like I had to help Andrew out because he had that the clip of the I am not gay, but he had in this he had it in the cell phone resolution. It was driving me nuts. So I was just like messaging him I'm like, dude, I can give you this clip in like proper 16:9 resolution if you just give me a second. I had to fix it for him.
Well, there's a great site called
much.
There's a great site called playphrase.me that I use, and it's like $2 a month for like about 8 million different phrases from movies. That's where I get all of my stuff.
Yeah, I can see that. I can see doing
Yeah,
that.
they're playphrase.me, and he just goes through Patreon, and that's like whenever I do anything with Korea, I play my Korean video, which is this one here.
I'm having my Korean panic attack.
And I just like
It's a
that one.
very specific joke.
Yeah. So anytime I do anything Korean related, I do that. And Andrew's intro is the is Scarface.
He's the best lawyer in Miami.
I've seen that before.
Yeah, that's where I get that from. And well, the intro today, what was it? There's not much in the kitty except whatever we spend plus liquors and whores. I get all my stuff from the playphrase.me, which is it's like really great. You can like download these little clips for whatever.
I can see that being very convenient. I'd never pay for that because I can get all that stuff myself. But I can...
Oh shit! Sorry, didn't mean to touch that. Just me fucking around.
How,
sorry.
your,
oh fuck! I thought that was my Stream Deck playing on me.
Yeah. Sorry, you were saying meme before you were so rudely interrupted by both of us.
I was just saying like that sort of thing is something that I can't pay for. Like intrinsically in my mind, I can't pay for that sort of stuff, like a subscription service for clips and things, because I know that I can make them myself. But I understand that like by saving your time doing so, you can make more money by not doing that. But I feel like I can do it by myself. It's a weird thing that I have,
Yeah. Well, for me, it's like $2 a month on Patreon, and it's already there's like 8 million of these phrases. So whatever I want, I just search in. Like I want something to say, whatever, and I just type it in, and then they bring up all the clips from all the movies that have ever had that phrase in it. So,
I mean, absolutely, that sounds like very useful. But again, it's like it's one of those things that I can't pay for. It's like every man has something he can't pay for, and he has to do himself. Like some men can't pay for an oil change; they have to do it themselves.
That was my dad. Yeah.
I have to download my own clips and do stuff because I'll never pay for that.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow. So yeah, for me, I'm like, if I can pay someone to do it for me, I ain't gonna do it myself.
I mean, that's the smarter decision, right? Like you find out the things that you can do well, or the things that you can pay someone else to do, and that's where you make your money, and you're saving your time in these things.
Yeah. Well, I think we freaked a lot of people out here tonight. We have literally covered the gamut from bush rangers in the 1800s to downloading clips from the internet.
Wasn't there like a
We've done it
third
all.
person we were going to talk about? Like, I think we got two people.
Well, Madcore Mofo was supposed to be here, but he just kind of disappeared.
Oh, but
Last I heard from him was
Outlaw or something.
Oh no, we were just gonna do Ned Kelly and Chopper Reed.
Oh, okay, I see.
But the chat wants more Ned Kelly, so we're gonna have to schedule some more Ned Kelly. I think like episode by episode, kind of.
Well,
whatever the major
I
things.
polled my chat before we started, and apparently only 50% of people knew who he was. So, like,
Yeah.
I almost wouldn't talk about Ned Kelly because I thought everybody already knows everything about Ned Kelly. But I guess that's my bias, right? From being
To be fair, I did specify in that poll that I said no just to be a dick.
Well, I mean, I always disregard 5% of the poll because I actually feel like 50% because most of my polls are.
Well, how I found out about him was like Chopper Reed, and then I just did a Google search for Australian like outlaws, and he was #1 by a fucking mile. And I thought, okay, we'll just talk about him. Then I opened up the Wikipedia, and it was like 40 pages of Wikipedia shit. I'm like, wow, there's way more. This guy did more in 15 years than you, than I, Ozzy, and you, me, will do in our entire lives combined.
Oh, absolutely.
You're not wrong.
It was just like he woke up on his 15th birthday and said, I'm just going to go balls to the wall until they kill me. And that seems to be what he did. So I definitely think we can do several more streams on Ned Kelly himself.
Absolutely.
Yeah, because I'd never heard of it until I was like getting ready for this stream. And I well, wait a minute. Maybe we need to talk about more than just Chopper. But I hope the chat enjoyed the Chopper stream. I mean, because I hope they had as much fun as I did. I've always loved, because I saw the Eric Bana movie Chopper when it came out, and that just sent me down the eternal rabbit hole of what Chopper's about. And like I said, I wanted some real Aussies to be on here to tell me sort of the local perspective of how these folk heroes are viewed from the local perspective and how they got to this position. And I thought it was great to have you guys here.
Well, that's the thing.
Yeah,
right?
and instead you got me and someone's from Japan, so.
Yeah, you and a Japanese dude. Yeah.
First good burn from Hayden in a while, but pretty good one actually.
He gets one every 5 hours.
Yeah. I mean, this has been almost going 5 hours. That makes sense. But I mean, yeah, like this is a guy that's like, when I was a kid, I was thinking like these names that kind of fit together would be like Robin Hood, Davy Crockett, Ned Kelly. Like these are kind of just these like folk heroes, kind of old-timey Wild West sort of people, sort of thing. Like living in the wilderness, making their way. And I just assumed that everyone had the same sort of knowledge that I did. That these sort of people were just out there doing their thing. But apparently it's not the case. So it's very interesting to me to learn about these sort of things.
Yeah, no, it's not all common knowledge. So
yeah. And the thing is, when you learn about something like this, you think about, well, if I didn't know about this person, who else don't I know about?
Yeah.
And there's like a trove of these different people out there, if you care to look.
Yeah, and I mean, this could very well lead into, like I was talking about, the Bonnie and Clyde, things like that. The Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid from America and other countries. I'm sure every country probably has its own, stick it to the man folk hero kind of guy.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Danielle says, "You want a real Texan to talk about Davy Crockett?" Yeah.
Do we know any real Texans?
Crockett, Kurt from Uncivil Law. He seems to be a real Texan. Crockett is mandatory to know about Texas. Yep. There was like a TV show with shit. Can't remember who the actor's name was, but Davy Crockett. Davy Crockett, king of the wild frontier.
Song, I think that show
born on a mountaintop in Tennessee. Greatest stag in the land of the free. Raised in the woods till he was, killed in a bar when he was only 3. Yeah, Davy. We grew up with Davy Crockett. Pennywise and Mary Poppins. maybe not. Okay. Yeah, Fess Parker. Fess Parker was Davy Crockett. It was Davy Crockett. Yep. Kurt moved to Texas a few years ago. Nick Rekieta was born in Texas, as far as I understand.
There you go.
Whatever.
Have you ever seen like that? What is that? This is like a YouTube video. It's like a guy on a buffalo.
Guy on a buffalo.
Never see. I have to send it to you later.
Oh no, that's the thing is, I mean, my hometown is right next to Yellowstone. Buffalo things every year. I told my friends about this 5 years ago and they didn't believe me. So every time there's a buffalo and human interaction somewhere in Yellowstone, I send it to them and say, see, I'm not kidding. Buffalo are fucking wild. When I was around 10 years old, I was actually caught in the middle of a buffalo stampede in a winter. And I got a real up close and personal view of what buffaloes look like. So when I go to Yellowstone, I'm standing way the fuck back behind a tree taking a picture. And then you get the Japanese tourists like leaning up against a buffalo, and it usually ends up with gorings.
Did your uncle throw your father into the buffalo stampede while you're watching this or something?
Oh no. That's not too far from the truth.
I'm glad somebody got that reference straight away.
Yeah, actually, I mean, it's seriously not too far from the truth.
Okay, I was laughing my ass off at the Mufasa reference, but holy shit, what?
Our neighbors had 150 head of buffalo, and in the middle of this one winter, I was just like going out. I mean, I'm going to go out in the cornfields and do some cross country skiing as a kid, and somehow the neighbors' electric fence had failed, so 150 head of buffalo just escaped.
You're going from Lion King to Jurassic Park already, like
yeah. And I was going down I was just kind of skiing down that's how rural my hometown is. If you say the dirt road, everybody knows where you're talking about. I was going down the dirt road on my skis. It was covered with snow, and
pretty cool.
My friend and his cousin came running up the road. My friend happened to be at that time a pathological liar. He's like, oh, there's buffalo coming. Go home, man. I'm like, yeah, fuck off. And they ran away, and then I just saw this white cloud in the horizon, and then two sheriffs coming along on snowmobiles saying, get home, there's buffalo coming. And then about 3 minutes later, I found myself in the middle of a herd of stampeding, like 150 stampeding buffaloes. And my dad was trying to go through there to get to me, to pick me. It was a fucking mess, and I'm lucky to be alive. So yeah, I really have a healthy respect for large animals.
That's like a really sort of interesting, unique sort of experience that I love hearing those sort of stories from people, because it's just something that I'll never experience. I'm just like, this is incredible. How could I like imagine being in this situation?
Yeah, no, I mean, it's like a complete bullshit story unless you've been through it. It's like, I actually did that, And that's kind of the thing. Yeah, so having your uncle throwing your father into a herd of buffalo is not too far away from how I.
Like you said, you're from Utah, right?
Yeah.
So I didn't even realize there'd be snow in Utah.
It's the top of the Rocky Mountains. The 2002 Winter Olympics were in Salt Lake City. Yeah,
that's something I just don't understand. Like I was just like, oh, Utah, right? That's like the hot, dry part of America or something. But like,
it's a high desert, so it's a fucking hot desert in the summer, and it's like Chile. It's like hot in the summer and bajillion below zero in the winter.
It makes sense. Yeah. But actually, did you know that Australia had wild buffalo as well? Like they introduced them, so you actually have to worry about them if you go camping in certain parts of Australia. Wild buffalo can just stampede through your campsite.
Yeah, that would suck. I mean, from personal experience, that would definitely suck. I mean,
absolutely.
Oh,
and here I was. All I thought I had to worry about was the feral camels.
The feral camels. Yeah, you do have. Weirdly, there are feral camels in the Arizona desert as well.
Really?
Makes sense though.
Yeah, in the American-Mexican War, the cavalry used camels, and they just kind of let them go at the end. So there are a few herds of camels in the Arizona desert.
There you go.
Interesting.
All right.
Wow. Now we've gone. Yeah, now we've gone
Yeah.
from Ned Kelly to feral camels. I don't think we can stray wider than that.
Okay,
It's like
hang on. Let's see
serial
if we can do this.
tangent skipping.
You're both trying to think of something weirder than feral camels.
Feral camels aren't that weird.
Hayden, we're trying to leave. We're trying to
It's a good
close
point.
the show.
It's a good point. That was on me. Yes. Anyway, my stomach is very much growling at me, so I'm going to go and have a 3 a.m. snack and hit the hay.
Yeah. Well, guys, we've got 300 people, 300 weirdos have stuck with us through this. So, guys, hit my like button, and I am 2 people away from having 24,600 subscribers. 24,598 is really lame. 2 of you get down there and hit that subscribe button. And then when you're finished with that, everybody, all 288, now we're 291 of you. Sorry for you 3 people that just came to hear the end of the show, but go over to Aussie Overlord and Meme Copium and subscribe to their channels and like a bunch of their videos to let YouTube know that they're awesome. And I have like 3 tiers of memberships you can join if you want to, so you can use cute little emojis of me and my dogs. Yay. Thanks for being here, guys. It's a pleasure to have you here. We got to do this
more
again.
than happy to. It's an absolute pleasure.
Yeah, we got to do some more Ned Kelly in a few weeks.
The thing I like about these streams is it's very reminiscent of just going to your bro's house, having a few drinks, and talking the shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
exactly. And that is genuinely what we occasionally need. So I very much appreciate it.
It is. And are you doing your regular drunk stream this weekend, Meme, on Friday?
Oh, almost definitely. You want to come along?
Absolutely. I've got nothing to do.
Good stuff. Good stuff.
And I've just hit 24,600. Thank you, everybody. You make my life worth living. Thanks for the mods. My mods are the greatest. And unfortunately, guys, I happen to have the best chat on the entire internet. Apparently, I'm supposed to call them the Vice Squad, which I think is like really awesome. So Vice Squad, you rock. I didn't do that.
That's pretty cool.
So yeah. But seriously, Aussie Overlord and Meme Copium, get there immediately and subscribe to their videos. Watch. They're right around the same time I am. Usually Meme Copium is just before me, and Law Patrol is either Aussie Overlord is either at the same time or just after me. So we're kind of around the same time, so you can enjoy us all together.
That is true. I am looking at potentially doing a 3 to 5 p.m. Eastern Pacific time stream from at some point. The whole going through till 2 a.m. in the morning is not necessarily feasible long term, but for the moment, yeah. I mean, look, I don't. Where are we? I don't necessarily want to be competing with this guy. I mean, at some point, I'm going to get railroaded.
well, make sure you do you authorize like the dumps into your stream so we can like just switch over to your stream and do a raid with you if occasion requires that to happen.
True, very true. Oh, all right. Guys, I'm well aware that there's a few of my chats sitting here, so I'm going to use my usual sign-off. As always,
go ahead, Ozzy, tell us what you're doing, what's coming up, and do your thing.
Where are we? So it's 3 a.m. now, so I'll have my usual stream, 8, 9 a.m. tomorrow morning for the US, 11 o'clock for Aussies. Yeah, really just going to be a normal stream. I'll probably catch up on the news that I missed out on tonight. And there's a couple of videos, YouTube videos on a couple of interesting topics that I want to go through. So, but as always, guys, stay healthy, wealthy, and wise. And I will catch you on the flip side.
Awesome. And Meme, go ahead. Tell us what you're up to and what you're going to be doing.
Yeah, so I stream usually before Legal Vices, and then I usually stream into him or Hayden. And we just talk about whatever I'm interested in talking about. Usually like either criminal mysteries, supernatural stuff, or whatever I'm really thinking about talking about. And I also am doing reviews of Lord of the Rings, Rings of Power. If you want to see a man very critically look at what they're doing to Tolkien's corpse very angrily, that's what I'm doing at the moment. It's very popular, actually. Rings of Power is absolute shit, and I have reviews for episode 3 up now. It's bad. But if you want to see me make fun of that, then I recommend watching that. People like it, seem to like it. So more of that's coming.
And for me, tomorrow, we're going to be doing the O.J. Simpson trial. The defense opening statements for the O.J. Simpson trial. Friday will probably be me and Legal Mindset. Saturday morning, my time. Friday night, U.S. time, will probably be me and Fair and Balanced talking about the 27 Club with all the singers and actors that seem to die at 27 years old as part of our unexplained stream. That's what we're up to. Mods, thank you so much for keeping this absolute shit show of a chat together. Chat, thank you for making the mods work hard on to keep this shit show of a chat together. My two super awesome uber special guests are real live Aussies. Hayden and Meme Copium here. It was great to have y'all here. Thanks for getting me up to 24,600 subscriptions. We're doing great. Y'all have a super wonderful, awesome night. And until tomorrow, same bat time, same bat channel, whatever you do, morning, afternoon, evening, night, just make sure you enjoy your legal vices. I'm out. Good night.